All right, it's 10 a.m. I'm going to open the proceedings for the Judiciary Committee, and would you all please join me in Pledge of Allegiance to the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so before I get started this morning, I just want to make a couple of notations. First, as you probably can see, we have hearings this morning on a number of bills that are very similar. I expect that we will have a number of witnesses on each of the bills, and that's fine. What I am going to do with regard to all of the bills that we're going to be hearing this morning, and it may be that I would do this afternoon also, but at least for this morning, I'm going to limit the testimony, except for the sponsor of the bill, I'm going to limit the testimony for everyone else to 2 minutes. And I would also suggest that to the extent that the bills are overlapping, if you want to come in and give your testimony on 4 bills and say the same thing or virtually the same thing, I suppose that's okay. But you can, it may be that it would be more productive to just tell us how you feel about the bills generally, and we'll kind of assume that based on what you've told us that to the extent the bills are virtually the same or very close, that your feelings on one reflect your feelings on the others as well. So with that, I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 1217, and the chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Petterno.
Good morning, Chairman Lynn and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Katie Peternell. I'm here to introduce House Bill 1217, permitting classification of individuals based on biological sex under certain limited circumstances. And this bill is part of a series of 6 pieces of legislation between the House and the other body in an effort to basically reframe the truth in that men are men and women are women, and that in certain spaces, women deserve their safety and privacy. And that's essentially what this bill is about. This does not differ very much from House Bill 148 or Senate Bill 268, except that it eliminates prisons. So this bill is specific to lavatory facilities or locker rooms and athletic or sporting events. And with that, I am unable to take any questions because I have to go chair a hearing over in education policy.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, next I'm going to call on Representative Alice Wade, please.
Hello, members of the committee. Thank you very much for taking my testimony today. For the record, I am Representative Alice Wade, representing Stratford 15 and Dover Ward 2. So, as you just heard, there are 5 pieces of this legislation, maybe 6. I lose count because there's just an absurd number of bills attacking transgender people, and today, I want to address something that I've heard, which is the idea that somehow attacking trans people is a winning political issue. And it's just not. If you looked at the polls from the 2024 election, voters were asked to rank their top concerns for the election. And dead last was transgender people. Dead last. The economy, affordability, housing, healthcare. Those are the issues that people care about. They do not want us micromanaging who goes to what restroom, not to mention they don't want us figuring out how to enforce that, because it is literally impossible to enforce this in a practical manner. If let's say this bill passes and I go to the women's room at the State House, and the State House decides that you're going to implement a bathroom policy. So I walk into the women's room, and somebody points at me and says, "I think you're transgender." let's say I hadn't stated that publicly. For the record, I am a trans woman. They would have no way to prove that on the spot. No way. Literally nothing. There is nothing you could do to prove that I am transgender under this legislation. I could give you my driver's license and it says female. Like, I could strip out. I've had bottom surgery. So this is not only unenforceable, it will result in cis people getting accused of being trans even when they're not. That's going to happen. It has happened in states like Arizona and states like Florida. All of these places, it's impossible.
You're over your time.
Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, Claudia Stewart, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Claudia Stewart, and I'm submitting this testimony as a concerned New Hampshire woman, not a cis woman. A member of the Independent Women's Network, Southern New Hampshire chapter, which supports practical policies that protect freedom, opportunity, and safety for women and girls. Thank you today for holding a hearing today on HB 1217, 1299, 1442, 1447, and 1564 today. I strongly urge the committee to pass these important bills, which will work together to solve several issues New Hampshire women face on a daily basis. Women are being forced to surrender privacy and safety in restrooms, lockers, and single-sex spaces to men's desires, while government officials continue to ignore biological differences. This legislation simply preserves what women and girls have always had, private spaces. They are straightforward common sense and make sure women and girls are not required to share those intimate female-only spaces with men. These bills set clear rules to restrooms, lockers, prisons, sports, and other single-sex spaces while respecting the rights of every resident of New Hampshire. There is nothing controversial in expecting our elected leaders to protect us from having our rights trampled on. I find it hard to believe that at age 67, I'm sitting here fighting to retain something that I've had my entire life, the right to privacy in women-only spaces. If New Hampshire passes these bills, the state will clearly show that the privacy, safety, and equal chances for women and girls are worth defending. I respectfully ask the committee to move forward these bills. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Questions for this witness?
No questions.
Seeing none? All right, next I'm going to call on, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, Brommel Sill? Browen Sill? Bronwyn, I'm sorry.
No
Thank you.
worries.
Can you hear? Oh, yeah. Okay. Dear Chairman Lynn and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Bronwyn Sims, and I'm submitting this testimony as a concerned New Hampshire woman and as the leader of Independent Women's Network, Southern New Hampshire chapter, which supports practical policies that protect freedom, opportunity, and safety for women and girls. Thank you for holding this hearing on HB 1217, HB 1299, HB 1442, HB 1447, and HB 1564. Today, I strongly urge the committee to pass these important bills, which all work together to solve several issues New Hampshire women are facing on a daily basis. Government officials have ignored biological differences, forcing women to surrender privacy and safety in restrooms, locker rooms, and single-sex spaces to men's desires. As a survivor of male violence at 16 years old, I was held up at gunpoint during my first job, forced to the ground with coworkers while the intruder robbed and mugged us. I've been mugged 3 times with physical assaults, including being shoved down, struck by a rock, and attacked with a knife in a subway, and recently trapped in the Keene YMCA by a man identifying as a transgender who lingered 20 minutes. I know the terror of unpredictable male intrusion all too well. These experiences, coaching girls as young as 5, drive my plea: protect our spaces from vulnerability and worse. These bills are straightforward common sense. It makes sure women and girls aren't required to share those intimate female-only areas with men. These bills set clear rules to restrooms, locker rooms, prisons, sports, and other single-sex spaces while still respecting the rights of every resident in New Hampshire. This legislation simply preserves what women and girls have always had, private spaces that not only protect them from violence and indignity, but allow them to flourish.
Ma'am, your time is up, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very
I
much.
appreciate you letting me hear my testimony.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day and get home safely in the snow.
I guess not. Pamela Sinnott is next, and the one on deck after that will be David Trumbull. So, Ms. Sinnott, please.
Yeah, you got it right.
Thank you.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
So my name is Pam Sinnott. I'm a resident of Concord. I am submitting this testimony in opposition to HB 1217 because, among other reasons why this is a bad piece of legislation, it does not address the issue of transgender women whose sex was assigned male at birth, but who are no longer anatomically male. Giving two examples here. Jessica is a trans woman whom I've known for decades. She didn't come out as trans until she was 52. Jessica is about 6 feet tall and has what most would consider masculine features, for example, a prominent Adam's apple. However, Jessica underwent gender reassignment surgery and had a vaginoplasty. This is the removal of a penis and creation of a vagina and vaginal canal. Jessica, of course, doesn't have ovaries. Sue, not her real name, who is the parent of a former client in another state, also came out as female in her 50s. Sue underwent full gender reassignment surgery and had facial feminization to soften her features. Sue is not tall, and based on photos I saw of her, would pass as female. Regardless of the law, I suspect neither of these women would use a men's bathroom, but Sue could most likely do so without consequence, as it's unlikely anyone would suspect she was assigned male at birth. Here's where the messy part comes in. Are trans women who look more like Jessica.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up. Okay.
Okay,
Thank
well,
you.
I urge you to vote opposed to this bill.
All right, thank you. Next, I'm going to call on David Trumbull, and the person on deck after that will be Cameron Munz, M-U-N-Z.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is David Trumbull. I'm opposed to this bill. On the bathroom issue, first of all, I would like to point out that there's no enforcement possible. The statute does not have a definition of biological sex other than to say the male and female biological sexes. It uses the word itself to define itself, and that can't be done. It presumes there's a definition of biological sexes elsewhere in New Hampshire statutes, which does not exist. This definition also is a simple binary, which does not match with reality. We know that there are at least 30 different types of intersex variations. Intersex people are not considered in this statute. It also does not represent the civil rights of transgender people. Biology can be different, could be chromosomes, physical attributes, or reproductive capabilities. The statute is incredibly vague and it is poorly defined. It could never be enforced. The result will be that intersex and trans people will lose their civil rights to go to public places. They'll lose their First Amendment right to freedom of association. They won't be able to go to school board meetings, come to the State House, or have a child in a school because they won't be able to use a bathroom. On the sports issue, I would refer you to Governor Cox, who vetoed this same bill out in Utah, and he said that let's be kind. There are very few transgender athletes. They are not winning. They're not taking away scholarships, but they are at danger of mental health issues. There are better ways to act in this. The law doesn't just tell us what's legal. It also serves to educate. This bill educates that discrimination and prejudice are acceptable rather than teaching us that acceptance should be our model. Also on the sports issue, I would urge you to look at the International Olympic Committee. They have a policy. They look at access as well as competition because the transgender athletes should also have a right to access. The issue of competition fairness, I also would refer you to look at studies that will show you that after a year on hormone replacement therapy, there is no competitive advantage. So there's no reason for the bill in that respect either. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Questions for this witness?
Yes.
Question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned sports as part of this bill, and keeping in mind that the bill says in athletic or sporting events or competitions in a sport or similar activity in which physical strength, speed, or endurance is recognized to give an advantage to biological men. I'm not sure of your age, do you have a recollection of the time when baseball was segregated between the Negro leagues and the Major League Baseball?
Thank you for your question, Representative Birch. That would have been really before my childhood, but I am aware of that. Yes, sir.
If I could follow up.
Sure.
And are you aware that a similar or almost exact argument was made that it would be unfair to white players if black players whose physical strength, speed, or endurance, to use the quote, might give them an advantage?
I am not aware of that part of history. Again, Representative Birch.
Just to follow the last question.
One more question.
Thank you. Are you aware that eventually in the late 40s, that folks like Jackie Robinson and Roy Campanella and Satchel Paige started playing in the major leagues and the sky didn't fall in?
Thank you, Representative Birch. That I am aware of. I grew up loving baseball, basketball, all of the sports, and the civil rights of African Americans to play in those leagues was important. And today we have the right of transgender athletes to play if they, especially for young girls, young transgender girls, if they take puberty blockers before they hit puberty and then they take hormone replacement therapy, they would never have gone through a male growth spurt. They would never have testosterone. There would be no advantage whatsoever. There is no reason for them to be excluded from participating in sports. You've seen them come and testify before you, and they'll tell you that their teammates are thrilled to have them on their team. The purpose of youth sports, and I did coach youth sports, is to have teammates to compete, to enjoy the experience. And I think this bill forgets the purpose of youth sports.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I'm going to call on Cameron Munns, and the next witness up after that will be Kelly Twiss.
Thank you. My name's Cameron Munns. I've been a New Hampshire resident for about 40 years. So I very much deeply oppose this bill. I'm not surprised that New Hampshire Republicans are continuing their trans obsession. If we have a supposed radical ideology, then you certainly have a radical obsession. 4 bathroom bills and another to erase gender identity from anti-discrimination law, and that's just today. And you know what? You're probably not going to hear much that you haven't heard already. And yet again, here we are dealing with your obsession. I am trans with trans friends and a large, beautiful community around me, and I don't even think or talk about transgender people as much. Enforceability is irresponsible and dangerous. So which bathroom should I use, and what does that look like if I'm questioned? By Rep. Mazur's assumption, based on an interaction we had last year, I'm biological male. So men's room, right? However, I do have a vagina. So women's room, right? If so, would Mazur be allowed to question my genitalia solely based on what I look like? Do I need to carry my birth certificate to pee at a restaurant or the mall or in this very building? Enforcing bills like this is steeped with archaic stereotypes and encourages judgment on one's body. Be careful if you are too tall or too short, or your hair is too short or too long. You have cast the trans community as guilty with no chance of innocence. I agree that private spaces are critical. Private. Trans people have been forced to share deeply personal information in order to defend themselves against your obsessions. Again, you have cast the trans community as guilty with no chance of innocence. There are already laws in place to protect privacy and prosecute those that violate it. I'm not really sure why we're doing this again, and it's a waste of our time, and quite frankly, a waste of yours.
Thank you very much.
Generally, half of you aren't really listening to folks anyway
Your
when
time
we
is up,
speak,
okay?
so.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Right. Yeah, just so for new people that may have come in, let me just again state that we're imposing a 2-minute time limit on testimony. Next is Kelly Twiss, and on deck will be Pusha Roberts.
Good morning, everyone. I'm a Kingston, New Hampshire resident, a woman, and I'm here to very strongly oppose HB 1217. I do want to acknowledge today that you've been kind enough to schedule 5 separate but nearly equal bills today. And yes, that phrasing is intentional. Each bill attempts to solve what appears to be the same non-problem that keeps getting vetoed over and over again. It's a waste of time and resources of the largest legislative body in the entire country. HB 1217 proposes allowing classification based on what it calls biological sex, justified as protecting privacy and safety. These are serious concerns, but when legislation frames a small group primarily through a safety lens without evidence of a problem, it risks implying those individuals themselves are the risks. In New Hampshire, there is no documented pattern of incidents in bathrooms or similar facilities driving this bill. None. Doesn't exist. And beyond that constitutional sort of problem where you're trying to deny rights to people based on a non-problem, this bill just doesn't explain how it could work in practice. And it can't. Who enforces this? Are businesses expected to act as gender inspectors? Is there a reporting mechanism? Are you going to have a 24/7 hotline? A state enforcement guidance for how quickly they need to get this person out of a bathroom? There are no signage requirements, so how are residents or visitors supposed to know when a space is governed by this classification? And businesses, if they do post exclusionary signage, would that create discrimination itself? The bill doesn't say. Allowing classification is not the same as authorizing discriminatory messaging, and that distinction matters legally and practically. This also may empower individuals to enforce the law themselves, which raises safety concerns, not just for transgender people, but for anyone who doesn't
Ma'am,
conform.
Your time is up.
Okay. Luckily, there's 5 more bills, right?
Thank you. Next, I'm going to call on Pasha Roberts, and the next person up on deck would be Jennifer Smith.
Good morning, everybody. So, honorable members of the Judiciary Committee, I am Pasha Roberts. I live in Wilmette, New Hampshire, and I'm on the board of 603 Equality. And I'm speaking in opposition to this bill, HB 1217. So last year, I testified to remind you that there is no real definition of biological sex in the bill. Any first-year medical student understands the existence of people like myself who are intersex, physically born not exactly male or female. This is just biology before we even get into the age-old question of being transgender. I could also note the incredible pain that this bill will cause to people who are transgender or intersex. Others are bringing that here today. These things should matter, but let's focus on something much simpler. The governor has vetoed this 3 times. She vetoed it because it's unenforceable. And she's right. This adds legal teeth to a moral panic around gender. It will lead to harassment, security incidents, and lawsuits. Not knowing how to enforce this, it will lead to invasive genital inspections by school nurses and mall cops. This has already happened in other states. There's no way to prove you're male or female in this law. People are going to assume it's what's in your pants. That's not true. Non-trans women are already under the microscope just due to haircuts and body shape. I mean, your mother, your sister, your niece are not exempt. Last year, there was an incident at the Liberty Hotel in Boston where a short-haired non-trans woman was accused of being a man. Security knocked on the stall as she was urinating and removed her from the hotel. That case was just settled against the hotel for $10,000 plus. We are inviting this kind of case to New Hampshire. This bill is unenforceable. It is
Sir, your
unfree.
time is,
It is against liberty. It is against personal responsibility. The governor knows this, and she will veto. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for this witness? Oh, I'm sorry, there's a question? Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Which bathroom do you use?
I use the men's room. That's what people are going to expect based on my appearance.
Thank you.
But
all right, other questions?
there aren't intersex bathrooms. So,
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay.
Jennifer Smith and, yep, Jennifer Smith, and on deck will be, excuse me. On deck will be Amy Taberno. I hope I've pronounced that correctly.
unplug that?
Ms. Smith? No, it's, I think it's plugged in.
Okay.
The light's on, so I think it's
All right.
plugged in.
Okay, thank you for taking my testimony. I'm Jennifer Smith. I'm a retired family physician. I am transgender, if you haven't guessed that already, and I've testified so many times in front of so many committees that you probably do know that. This bill is just ridiculous. I don't know how I would know when I play with my women's tennis team that when we go out for a little lunch afterwards, that this restaurant doesn't like me. And they don't have a third option. They don't have any private stall bathroom for anybody. So what am I supposed to do? I mean, this is ridiculous. But let's get to the heart of this. This is about prejudice, and it's an ancient prejudice. And clearly, men who have testicles and lots of testosterone and higher levels than the average woman, although many women have a fair amount more than average, and that shows, and there is medical evidence of that. How in the hell does this make sense? And there isn't any evidence that those of us, even those who haven't had bottom surgery, like Alice Wade and myself have had, and multiple tens of thousands of other women in this country and across the world, are dangers to anybody. And clearly, biological men are dangers to us, just as they are to women. Men who have penis and testicles are dangers to small boys even, because there are a subset who are pedophiles towards boys. This is an ancient piece of knowledge, and people used to, in ancient cultures, castrate boys specifically because they wanted to raise them that way.
Time is up. All right. Thank you. Questions for this witness? Oh, yeah, we're gonna fix that, but just speak loudly for your question. All right. All right. Anyone else have any questions? Thank you very much. So we're gonna take just a minute to fix the. Sorry about that. Yeah. Yep, yeah, we're working now. All right.
Mine worked.
All right. All
I
right.
mean, you could borrow it.
All right. So Amy Terranova?
Terravecchia.
Terravecchia, sorry. And on deck will be Thems, I think, from Nottingham. All right. Please.
Good morning. Thank you so much. My name is Amy Terravecchia. I'm the Executive Director of 603 Equality, and I'm speaking in opposition to this bill this morning. I could have easily begun with saying I speak in opposition to HB 148 or SB 268 or SB 552 or SB 459 or HB 1217, HB 1299, HB 1422, HB 1447. You hopefully get my point here. It's hard to keep track of all of these bills. There has been a revolving door of nearly identical policy that both the House and Senate have insisted on relitigating. I know it's considered respectful to everyone's time here to avoid repeating the same arguments verbatim. But since our legislators seem insistent on bringing forth the same bills to committee again and again, I'm going to assume positive intent and proceed with the understanding that they are hungry to hear the thoughts of their constituents again and again. I have three main points I'd like to make this morning. The first is that enforcement of bathroom policing policies creates privacy and safety concerns for all of us. Others have raised the concerns around enforcement. I share those concerns. And I think that there is no real way to enforce policies like this in a safe way that honors Granite Staters' privacy and safety. The second point I'd like to make is that policies like this open up businesses and states to lawsuits. And these lawsuits can be costly. We've heard already of a very recent case in Boston, the Liberty Hotel, and they can also negatively impact the economic health of the state overall. Anti-LGBTQ legislation imposes significant economic risk to states that enact it. It can decrease tourism. It can have negative impacts on workforce development and retention. These are things that we are struggling with a state. And I'd like for our legislators to consider these economic implications of this bill as well.
All right. Thank you very much. Your time is up. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next is, and again, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Ty Thempus? I'm sorry?
Thompson.
Thompson, I'm sorry. And next on deck will be Simon Amaya. Simon Amaya Price.
And before we begin, the mic, we can hear you where the mic is. It's really tight, so if you pull it towards you, it's going to unplug it again. So,
Okay.
But we can hear you where it's at. Thank you.
Yep. Apologies for my crappy writing.
No problem.
So my name is Ty Thompson. I'm a transgender person who is non-binary. I do live in Nottingham, New Hampshire. I am deeply weary and wary of this proposed legislation. As many people before me have shared, this is a multiples of multiples that we have been here having the same conversation, and one of 10 specific legislative efforts that are targeting trans people that are happening only this week. I'm concerned by the context of these bills as a continuing assault on trans, non-binary, and gender divergent individuals. They're an attempt to erase the ways in which trans people are visible and the ways in which we access the everyday places, people, and things that support health and well-being, including healthcare, education, and recreation. Because let's be honest, anywhere you go in the world, you will need to access a restroom. This legislation is a solution in search of a problem. It's not grounded in any proven threat to public safety. Numerous studies show that allowing transgender people to use restrooms that align with their identity poses no gender. What this legislation does threaten is the safety and dignity of trans individuals, especially youth, who already face high rates of harassment. This bill follows a dangerous pattern of using the law to other a segment of our population that is simply trying to live peacefully. It's this intentional use of othering that has been part of a national political strategy. In 2024 election cycle, $215 million were spent on anti-LGBTQIA media advertisements, largely targeting transgender people. It is of no surprise that the almighty algorithm of AI today continues to propagate information that is misaligned with truth to people on a daily basis. This is not accidental. History shows us that authoritarian states target minorities to consolidate power by creating a common enemy, diverting public frustration, and strengthening in-group solidarity. By scapegoating these groups, leaders justify oppressive policies and maintain control over the majority.
Thank you very much, sir. Your time is up.
Yeah, I don't want this in New Hampshire. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions for this witness? No. All right. Next, I'm going to call on Simon Amaya Price, and on deck will be Claire Abernett.
Good morning, representatives. Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Simon Amaya Price, and it's lovely to see you all here today. I used to be trans. When I was 14, I came out to my parents and my therapist, and I said I was really a girl inside. As you can see, I'm very much not a girl, and despite the fact that I was not affirmed by gaining entry into women's spaces, I did not kill myself, as the lie was said to my parents and is being said to you many times today. I think listening to the previous testimonies, well, that's not where I want to start. I was just out in the hallway when I was going to the bathroom, ironically, and a woman came up to me, and I won't share her name, but she told me that she's sick of having to come here and to continue to defend women's rights to their own spaces. She shared with me that she is a survivor of sexual assaults. As we know, men commit sexual assault at far higher rates than women, and taking estrogen and undergoing surgeries does not a man make, or does not a woman make, rather. And in fact, we see that there's a highly disproportionate representation of so-called transgender women, that is men who say they are women, in the federal prison population, specifically for sex crimes. And I can provide sources later today if you would like. But she was so moved that she had to be here again and again and again, because this legislature or the governor, more accurately, refuses to defend women's spaces. That she is afraid to go to the bathroom. And so when we're talking about fear going to the bathroom, there are many, many women, about half of the population, or normal women who just want to go to the bathroom, who just want to have the right to their own spaces in sports. And we can't keep pretending.
Thank you, sir. Your
Absolutely.
time is up.
One more thing. We can't keep pretending that men can become women. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any and all questions.
For this witness. Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do you identify as a gay man?
Do I identify as a gay man?
Yeah.
Why is my sexuality any of your business?
Well, I guess what I was wondering is, like, do you find it insulting, if you do identify as a gay man, to be associated with an entire spectrum of people that do not have nearly the same issues that you're dealing with?
As a bisexual man, I find it heavily insulting to be grouped in with men who think they're women, women who think they're men, and people who call themselves queer. Yes.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Birch.
Thank you for your testimony. Since you premised a lot of your testimony on safety of women,
yeah,
can you perhaps provide your opinion on the bill that would remove protection of women, the so-called barriers, when they seek reproductive health facilities?
What does this have to do with the bill at hand?
Yeah,
Talking about
it's
the
not,
safety
it's
of women.
It's not this bill. All right. Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Next, Claire Abernathy, and on deck will be Representative Seth King.
Hello, everyone. My name is Claire Abernathy, and I'm a 21-year-old detransitioner and IWF ambassador, and I'm here today to voice my support for HB 1217. While others in this room have and will rightfully discuss the danger of allowing boys into girls' locker rooms in sports, I would like to offer a different perspective. When I was in the 8th grade, I began to undergo medical interventions to make my body more masculine, including testosterone injections and a double mastectomy, because I believed that I was really a boy inside. I moved to a new school where no one had known me before I adopted trans identity, where I was put into a boys' gym class and used the boys' restrooms and locker rooms. Despite the interventions I had undergone, and me never telling anyone that I was female, it was immediately obvious to everyone in the room that I was a girl. Putting me on steroids it changed my voice and it made me grow body hair and facial hair, but it didn't change my 5'1" stature. Cutting my breasts off made my chest flat and eliminated my need for a bra or a breast binder, but it did not narrow my hips. I didn't know it at first, but I was in danger. A month or so after moving schools, a group of boys attacked me in the restroom. I was kicked and pushed around. I had my face smashed into a mirror and broke one of my teeth. I stopped drinking liquids in the morning to avoid having to use the restroom after that. A while after that, a boy waited for me to come into the locker room, and he sexually assaulted me. And he told me that if I ever told anyone, he would kill me. Being put on testosterone did not even the playing field between me and these boys. My female biology meant that I had no way of defending myself when attacked. Sex differences in both physical strength and tendency towards aggression are real and are not overwritten by hormones. Putting a girl on testosterone does not make her capable of the same level of physical strength as a boy, and blocking a boy's testosterone does not eliminate his physical advantage and his greater tendency for violence, as evidenced by patterns of criminology documented among trans-identified people. Every case I'm familiar with of a person being harassed or assaulted in a restroom, locker room, or sporting
Sorry,
facility.
but your time is up.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Birch.
Thank you. Just so our record is complete, I noticed your pink card did not include your address. Could you indicate? Oh, okay.
All right, other questions for this witness?
Am I allowed to ask if she's from New Hampshire or not?
Sure, you can ask if she's from New Hampshire or not.
Do I live here currently?
Yes.
I live in Marblehead, Massachusetts.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Representative Alexander.
Mr. Chair, I guess we never ask any other witnesses where they're from. There are out-of-state people that testify all the time. I guess I'm wondering, there is a line of questioning that seems a little ridiculous by some members, and if you could make sure that our questions are respectful, thoughtful, and well laid out, that'd be great.
My question was,
All right. Yeah, we're not going to have a debate on this now, but your point is noted. Next, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, I'm going to call on Representative Seth King, and on deck will be Diana George.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, colleagues. There's been several challenges to this proposed law and others like it that it would be unenforceable. But I completely disagree. It's totally enforceable. If somebody wants to ride a roller coaster and the person operating the roller coaster thinks a person might be too small, can you please stand up and stand up next to something that measures how tall you are? If you're going to go on a zip line and the person who's operating thinks, hey, this person might be too heavy for the zip line, they might have you stand on a scale. If you're going to go buy some alcohol and the person selling the alcohol thinks you're too young, they'll ask for your ID, which shows your age. It could be the same thing with this. If there's probable cause to figure out whether a person is male or female, you don't need to pull their pants down and look at their genitals. You just look at their identification. So long as the identification is accurate, as it should be, as it could be, it's not an issue. As for certain people that are, exceedingly convincing in their transition, congratulations, they pull the wool over our eyes. They got to use the restroom of their choice. It happens all the time. There's lots of laws on the books that people are able to, surreptitiously evade. That doesn't mean we just throw the baby out with the bathwater and get rid of the rule entirely. My testimony's done. I'll be happy to take questions.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Rombo.
Okay, so if I understand your testimony correctly, are you suggesting that some people should be carrying ID at all times to be checked?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, people leave, when they leave the house, they carry an identification with them. And if there's probable cause that, whether it's a police officer or a business owner says, hey, we have an issue here, yeah, you may need to show your identification. I don't think it's the end of the world.
Follow up, please.
Follow up, yes.
Who defines probable cause and who gets to decide to ask for identification?
Thank you very much for the question. It's the same thing when a person goes to buy alcohol. If you appear to be potentially underage, that's in the eye of whoever's selling the alcohol. It's the same thing here. If a person who owns the business, it's their business, it's home rules, they own the business, they could, as far as I'm concerned, they should be able to say, you're not allowed to even be in my business for any reason whatsoever. So yeah, I think that it's probable cause is run by the business owner or whoever runs the establishment.
One more follow-up.
If you're in a bathroom in a building like the State House, is anybody in the State House allowed to ask you to show your ID? Anybody else in the bathroom?
Well, no, but what they could potentially do is they could ask some sort of authority and say, hey, I think there's somebody here in the women's room, for example, who really shouldn't be there. And if, let's say, the state police agrees, hey, this person really is a man in the women's bathroom, can you please provide your ID? And if they've broken the law, then at that point, there's problems.
Other, Representative Tur and then Representative Birch.
Yeah, thanks for taking the question. So I'm a little bit of a follow-up on Representative Rambo's line of questioning. The bill doesn't mention anything about IDs or anything along those lines as a means of identifying your gender. Is it your testimony that what it says on your state-issued license should be definitive in terms of what your gender is?
Yes, I mean, generally speaking, the gender on your ID is in accordance with actual biology, but because things have become so muddled over the last decade plus, now the IDs have become very not reliable. And I understand that, yes, this bill doesn't specifically address that issue, but it is an issue that needs to be addressed. And my hope is that when there's a will, there's a way. We will continue to work through the problems and get the IDs back under control again.
Representative Birch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. I wanted to question you about what you said at the tail end of your testimony about the owner of a business, private owner, private business, let's say somebody's running a hotel, should be able to exclude anyone they wish, period. Is that an accurate reflection?
Yeah, I believe in freedom of association, which also implies the freedom of disassociation. So we're not forced to hang out with people that we don't want to hang out with.
So if I could follow up with one question.
One question.
So that would mean it's your testimony that if somebody's running a hotel and if they wanted to refuse Jews or people of color or the like, you would support that?
I mean, that's not what's being addressed in the bill, but generally speaking, yeah, I don't believe in anti-discrimination laws.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Diana George, please.
Could you press the button?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Sorry.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My name is Diana George. I'm a resident of Hancock, New Hampshire. I have a 24-year-old son who is transgender. What I'm going to talk about is a little different than, because I'm not going to repeat the same stuff that other people are saying, which are about opposition to this bill, because you've heard it. And I'm tired of repeating myself about these ridiculous, disgusting bills. I already went through this in 2018, and we passed anti-discrimination laws back in 2018. So this is just absolutely stupid. I'm going to make clear that I'm speaking for myself. I work for the Department of Corrections. I'm a registered nurse at the women's prison. There are numerous pedophiles and sex offenders that are cisgender. They're not transgender. If you don't know what cisgender means, that means that you identify with the sex that you were born, assigned at birth. There are far more rapists and pedophiles that are cisgender than transgender. And if you go into a bathroom, there's nothing stopping a cisgender male going in there to rape you or attack you or your child. Nothing. But we have laws in place to take care of that. Transgender people are just a small amount of people that you're torturing constantly with these ridiculous bills. It's sickening. It needs to stop. And it's always the Republicans.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Right.
Any questions?
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. I don't think I have any other pink cards on 1217, although I certainly have lots of them on the other bills. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on 1217? Yes. Please come up and can you fill out a pink card, please?
Filled out and submitted a pink card, yeah.
Pardon?
I did fill out a
fill
pink
out.
card. My name is Chris Urchel.
Okay, well, I may have it in the thing here somewhere. Go ahead, please.
All right. My name is Chris Urchel, and I am an attorney with GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders based in Boston, but I do a lot of work here in New Hampshire. And I'm going to use this time to talk specifically about the issue of excluding transgender people from playing sports, which, as you all likely know very well, this legislature enacted a law banning transgender girls.
Can we, Mr. Chair, can we get some order in this room, please? Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's restart.
Please, yeah, we'll start again. Let's start again.
Can we just have someone from the Sergeant at Arms staff in here, please?
Don't worry, I'll leave the room. No, please don't. Jonah, please don't leave. That's not necessary.
I mean, if he's going to talk during my testimony, then he should probably leave.
It wasn't
Oh.
somebody yelling at him.
All right. Let's see.
Can
Can we close the door there, please? Representative,
Thank you.
we're going to start again. I'm sorry. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you, Chairlin. My name is Chris Urchel. I'm an attorney with GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders, a Boston-based LGBTQ rights organization. I do a lot of work here in New Hampshire. And as you all know very well, a couple of years ago, this body passed and the governor signed a bill that prohibits transgender girls from playing school sports. That bill was promptly enjoined by a federal court, and that injunction is still in place today as the litigation proceeds. It makes little sense to enact new legislation governing the issue of transgender people's participation in sports when there is currently a federal lawsuit going on right here in New Hampshire, and there's currently an injunction in place. I think that you've heard already today the issue of excluding people from school sports is a very complicated and hot button issue that people discuss with a lot of passion because a lot of people do care a lot about the opportunities for women and girls in athletics. And of course, there are a lot of reasons that it does not harm anyone to allow transgender people to participate in sports just like anyone else. Is there anything going on behind me that I should be stopping for?
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Prohibitions on athletic participation by transgender girls in sports can run up against serious issues with federal constitutional and statutory law that prohibit their enforcement, and it makes little sense for this legislature to be engaging in legislation around this issue while it's currently being litigated in court. I'm happy to take any questions on that.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. And now let me repeat again, I don't think that I have any other cards on 1217. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on 1217? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 1217, and I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 1299, and I recognize Representative James Kofalt as the prime sponsor of the bill. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I usually come into bill, for the record, my name is Jim Kofalt. I am representative from Hillsborough County District 32, comprising the towns of Wilton, Temple, and New Ipswich. I usually come in to present bills. I have something formal prepared. This time around, I'd like to speak a little more off the cuff. Because I think we've heard a lot of emotional testimony. I have heard this and other bills characterized as anti-trans. I know that many people in the room will not believe me when I say this. It is absolutely not my position and not my intention that this be an anti-trans bill. I do believe in anti-discrimination law, and my goal, my vision, is that we figure out a way to all live together and work things out. This bill is not a mandate bill. It does not mandate one position or the other, that people must use one bathroom or another. It simply says that public and private entities are permitted to establish policies that draw that distinction.
Can we, you know what, I'm sorry, we have somebody speaking. Can we keep, thank you.
It simply says that public and private entities are permitted to draw that distinction. A number of years ago, there was a couple of enterprising people came up with the idea of an all-women's workout facility called Curves. That was wildly successful. It has since almost completely gone away, but I think it was wildly successful because women wanted spaces where they could feel psychologically safe, that they would not be ogled while they were exercising. And I've heard that we don't want the state micromanaging. This is actually the bill that says the state's not going to micromanage it. We're going to give people the flexibility to create policies at the local level, at the business level, that works best for them. We have also heard statements about physical safety. And I will say emphatically, I do not believe that all trans people or most trans people are any more, I don't think are there any more or less dangerous than others. Here's the problem. We have a scenario where a male, I mean someone who presents as a male, looks like a male, has never made any pretense to live as a woman, can go into a restroom or a locker room, and there is, practically speaking, very little that can be done to prevent them from being in that space. So I don't believe that calls for a genital inspection. I think it's a pretty clear and easy call. And I think, there have been references to lawsuits. I think the invitation to lawsuit is where we have that kind of a situation and somebody's asked to leave and they say, hey, you can't because I'm transgender, even if they're not. So the law actually states that in order to be protected under this anti-discrimination law, someone needs to sort of persistently present themselves as identifying as another gender. And yet, that doesn't cover gender fluid. It doesn't cover non-binary. It doesn't cover somebody who just for the day, for the first time in their lives, decides that being in the girls' locker room or the women's bathroom, that they are going to use that as a pretext for being in that space. It is absolutely true that there are predators. Many sex predators that are male who have never presented or claimed to be transgender. Those people currently have a way to get into women's spaces. This bill and others like it are simply attempting to establish enough flexibility that we can reasonably maintain separation of spaces. That's it. So with that, that concludes my testimony, and I will take questions.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Tur and then Representative Rombo.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for taking the question. So looking at the various bills that we're seeing today, this one seems to focus on the birth certificate as the definitive approach or way of determining biological sex. We got into that a little bit on the discussion of the last bill. This doesn't just say birth certificate, it says birth certificate at or near the time of the individual's birth. So I'm just trying to reconcile that with what you've been saying here about preserving safe spaces. Is this bill suggesting that the birth certificate that's your current birth certificate on file with the state is not the determinative birth certificate that you should be required, I guess, to carry in order to enter bathrooms or these other spaces?
So I think thank you for the question. The question, I think, assumes that, I think the question sort of comes from a presumption that there will be a clear and standardized rule across the board for all restrooms and locker rooms across the state, everywhere, based on this definition. And that's not what this bill does. What this bill does is it says you may make those distinctions if you choose. And so a school district, for example, could make that distinction. The girls' locker room is for girls, the boys' locker room is for boys. What does that mean? Well, because I know we've heard concerns that other bills don't contain a definition of biological sex. This is the definition. Furthermore, there's been the issue of intersex individuals has been raised on a number of occasions. That too is a matter of flexibility and how would a school district handle that? How should a school district handle that? That would be up to the school district. So this is simply providing a definition which may be useful. If we say you may use biological sex as a means of classifying individuals, what does that mean? Here's what it means.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you. So appreciate that, and let me say I do appreciate the effort to create a definition in this law. I guess what my setting aside the logistics of checking somebody's birth certificate, does this attempt to actually create a second standard for what a birth certificate is? I mean, I assume you're aware that you are allowed to petition the courts and change the gender on your birth certificate, and I assume that's why it says at or near. So now you'd basically be saying that the birth certificate that's your official birth certificate, court certified, would not be the birth certificate that you would be expected to produce in these circumstances. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. So it's not clear to me that somebody would be expected necessarily to produce it, but it is defining biological sex based on that, what some people have called gender assigned at birth. It's the birth certificate that was produced at or near birth.
Representative Rombo and then Representative Scully.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I believe you testified earlier that this enforcement here would not require genital inspection and that people would know. We've also heard testimony regarding the lawsuit in Massachusetts where a non-transgender individual was pulled out of a bathroom. Those seem in real conflict to me. What would this look like for enforceability?
Thank you for the question. I think when it comes down to enforcement, I think that is really, again, it's a matter of local policy. If you're in a school, for example, I think it can be clearly established who is a biological male and who is a biological female. If and that does not require a genital inspection at any point. If there is a business that does that, I think they do that at their own peril. So, and I'm going to say I think there are numerous cases where there really is not a question. And so in this case, I think it sounds like it was a case of phenomenally bad judgment on the part of someone at that hotel. But I will still stand by my assertion that this does not require genital inspection, and I think that's hyperbole.
Yeah.
But I'm not asking about if there's not a question. I'm asking if there is a question and what actually happens. What do you ask somebody to produce? Where do you pull them? Who are you asking in the schools? Who are you asking in a facility? And I'm not hearing any, even theoretical, like what practically would happen.
Practically speaking, if I were running a business and I were not absolutely positively sure, I would simply stand down. That would be my approach.
Representative Scully.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Representative. Question on line 12 of page 1. It says a state agency is hereby created with the power to eliminate. Does this bill, if it's passed, call for the creation of a new state agency?
Thank you for the question. So no, it doesn't. So section, the first section up to line 18 is existing statute, and so Roman numeral 2 is new, and then lines 24 forward are a new section.
Oh, okay, thank you for clarifying that for me.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Birch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. As I understand your bill, you are exempting private employers from what we normally call anti-discrimination laws, at least in certain specific circumstances. Is that right?
Thank you for the question. So as a business, yes, when you use the word employer, it sounds, if you're implying that there are hiring, firing, human resources elements to this, there are not. So we would not be exempting anybody from we would not be carving out anything in that area from the anti-discrimination law.
Yes, Representative Ryan.
Raymond.
Raymond.
I know I should have brought a tent like Representative Ball did, but I didn't think about it. I'll have to make one. So thank you for letting me ask a question, and thank you for taking my question. I know that there are other states that have similar laws like Arizona and Texas, and I am curious about on page 2, line 4, it says at or near the birth certificate issued at or near the time of the individual's birth. And I'm wondering how this would apply in situations like what they're having in Arizona, for example, where a boy in Arizona who's a biological male had a typo on his birth certificate. So when it was issued, it said female. The parents asked for it to be reissued as male, but his school district wouldn't. So he's been playing on the girls' basketball team. Similarly, in Texas, there's the case of a transgender boy who was born female, has transitioned, has a full beard, and he consistently wins the girls' wrestling state competition because he's better, but he must play with the girls. Does your bill allow for, 1, changes in case of errors, or 2, changes in case of transitions that have happened?
Thank you for the question. So yes, because it is a bill that ultimately says policies may be set at a local level or by a private entity. Those inherently can be flexible and reasonable, whereas I think what we have today is not flexible at all.
All right, other questions for this witness? Representative Tur.
Yeah, thanks. Just one more, and I guess I'm following up on what I thought I heard as the response to Representative Rombo's question. So when she was discussing what would happen if there's uncertainty or a conflicting situation, which seems fairly likely, particularly on the bathroom issue where there's, not a process to adjudicate. Were you saying that essentially the restaurant owner, I guess, in that scenario should not press their ability to differentiate when you said they should stand down? Could you explain a little bit more like what that means in terms of the applicability of a rule like this for that immediate situation?
Thank you for the question. So again, what this bill does is it allows for flexibility at the local level. In the case of a business, it allows for flexibility at the business level. When I said if I were the business owner, I think my decision at that point would be to stand down. In other words, I think that if a business wants to enforce a rule, and let's just use a completely different scenario, a no shoplifting rule, and somebody walks out of the store and you think that they have something hidden under their coat, Do you stop them, confront them, and force them to take off their coat? As a business owner, I'm going to consider, how sure am I that they are shoplifting? And if I'm that sure, I mean, really, I'm going to call the police at that point and let them handle it. In this case, it's not a criminal violation, so I don't see the police being called necessarily unless there's a trespass issue, which I don't think there is. If somebody is somewhere that they are not supposed to be, you ask them, please leave. And if they don't, then there is, then there is a potential trespass issue.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank
All right,
you.
now next, we're gonna go back to the sponsor has now testified. We're gonna go back to the 2-minute rule, and I will next call on Representative Alice Wade, please.
Good morning, members of the committee once again. For the record, I am Representative Alice Wade from Dover, Ward 2, and I'm here today to oppose this legislation. I will give anybody in this room $100 if you can prove that I am trans right now, without just quoting me, openly sharing that information. You can't. The sponsor was correct. There is no enforcement mechanism in this bill. There is no clear way to do this. And so you get this patchwork solution, quote unquote solution, that isn't actually working and will just result in so many people getting accused wrongly or rightly and having the police called on them and all of these insane things. Bathrooms are for going into a stall, doing your business, getting out of the stall, washing your hands, and leaving. What this bill does is it basically says me going into the women's room is now a crime. Even if I just I just go in, I wash my hands, do my business. That turns that into a crime. This bill does not prevent any of the harassment or any of the crimes that it pretends to. It doesn't. If somebody is going to commit a crime in the restroom, that is already a crime, and they are already going to do it. This does not prevent any of that. It is unenforceable. It does not actually solve the issues it pretends to address. All it does is dehumanize trans people and claim that we are inherently, just by existing, just by not doing anything, but just by being there, that we are violating privacy and safety. That is discrimination. To claim that an entire class of people is doing that just by existing in the same space. That is not okay.
Thank you very much. Your
Thank
time
you.
is up.
Happy to answer any questions.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'm going to call on Amy Terranova and Terranovia, and next on line will be Jennifer Smith.
Good morning again. It's Tara Vecchia.
Terravecchia, sorry.
That's okay. We're going to get very well acquainted with one another this morning. So you've already heard part of my testimony against another bathroom bill this morning. I wanted to also just bring to light, again, my name's Amy Terravecchia, I'm with 603 Equality, and just kind of preemptively answer 2 questions I heard from committee members a little bit earlier for other folks in case those come up. But I was born and raised in New Hampshire. I've known trans people my entire life. And I am a queer woman, and I am not ashamed to be associated with trans people. I am honored and privileged to count trans and intersex folks among my friends and my community. And I do not feel threatened when in their presence at all. This bill, just like the other bathroom bills, I have serious concerns about safety and privacy. I have serious concerns for myself. And for all Granite Staters. So not just the trans community, although I do think that this policy is discriminatory and unfairly attacks them. But I also have very significant enforcement concerns about what it looks like for all people using restrooms and what it looks like for business owners and what it looks like for the future of Granite State residents. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for this witness? Thank you very much. Seeing none. All right, Jennifer Smith, and on deck will be Simon Amaya Price.
Okay, thank you again. This time I won't unplug people. I'm sorry about that. So basically, I want to go through this as quickly as I can and invite questions if you want. The first section just tries to erase intersex people and their experiences, and it's really offensive. The medical profession in this world where everybody's expected to be binary has done this, and we have finally begun to learn that this is wrong. So somebody, including me, potentially when I was in practice, is called to be the pediatrician at a birth as a family practitioner. I did do that, and has to decide what sex this child is. And routinely, people kind of got together with their colleagues and said, well, geez, how will they get along better in this world? And assigned a sex. That may not fit that individual. I have no idea, my friend Pasha, and I don't want to know what the birth certificate at or near the time of birth says. Pasha feels most comfortable going to a men's room. I would not feel comfortable in a men's room, and I would not feel safe in a men's room. So, that's first. Second, multi-user facility. Everybody's talked about that to the extent that this is just crazy. How am I going to know before I go someplace that I have no place that I'm allowed to pee by the people who are running that place? Third, the athletic and sporting competition is ridiculous. Transgender girls who've never experienced male puberty probably have a disadvantage because women have testosterone starting at puberty. Much lower than most men by far, but sometimes much higher than the average woman.
Your time is up. Right? Is there questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, Simon Amaya Price, and on deck will be David Trumbull.
Good morning, representatives. Long time no see. I wanted to address Representative Wade's question. Humans and almost every other sexually dimorphic species on the planet have spent millions of years evolving the ability to differentiate male from female. Of course, anybody with the correct angling and a subscription to Adobe Photoshop can make pretty much any man look like a woman in the right photo. And pretending we don't have the ability to in person tell the difference between male and female is sophistry. On another note, I think you're all aware of the recent shootings perpetrated by transgender identified men in Canada and Rhode Island. I hate to say this, but I wasn't surprised. I have been receiving regular death threats from trans identified men for over a year now. I know many brave women in the same situation. Some of them have even posted pictures of themselves with semi-automatic rifles and other firearms. When I was trans, I spent a lot of time around other trans-identified boys and men. If everyone in this room knew what I heard in those spaces, there would be no debate on any of these bills. There's a significant overlap between trans-identified men, incels, and neo-Nazis. In fact, the transgender Rhode Island shooter had a Nazi tattoo. A common word used by many of my former peers was transmaxing. This is the process of transitioning specifically so that they will have an easier time getting access to women. If any of you are familiar with incel culture, you will know that it is extremely and deeply misogynistic. I would contest that it takes a significant amount of misogyny to believe that you can become a woman by taking estrogen, getting breast implants, and putting on makeup. Many of the trans-identified men I interacted with would regularly leverage their transgender identities to gain power over women, especially lesbians who did not want to sleep with them and women who did not want to undress in front of them. They called these women TERFs, Nazis, and transphobes. A note on bathrooms. Bathrooms are currently done on an honor basis. Right now, there's one sign that says men, and for the other bathroom, it says women, and sometimes we have gender-neutral bathrooms. There's no way to verify somebody's gender identity.
Your time is up.
All right.
Thank you. Questions for this witness?
Happy to answer anything.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, David Trumbull, and on deck will be Ty Thorpe?
Still me. Thompson.
Thompson, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm David Trumbull from Ware. I oppose this bill. The bill's basic claim is that it doesn't mandate discrimination, but what it does is it permits discrimination under government authority, which goes to the very opposite of what a civil right is. We haven't heard testimony about the institution, so I'll focus on mental health in prisons. I was a mental health lawyer, did several hundred cases representing people who would have been in the state hospital. Under RSA 135C 56 fundamental rights, people have a right to treatment if they're committed to the state hospital, and C57 treatment rights, they have the right to consent and refuse to treatment. People have to consent to the treatment plan that they are given. Having a transgender woman be put into the male ward and forcing her to receive treatment there would be the opposite of good treatment, not good treatment. So this bill would basically have the state permit actions that discriminate against women in the mental health system. On the prison system, it's a double punishment because people who are transgender are 13 times more likely in prison to be sexually assaulted than not. 50% will be raped, 85% will end up in solitary confinement, 50% for over 2 years against their will. So what happens is if you commit a crime and you're a trans woman, under this bill, you would be put into the male wing, you would be raped, then you would be put in solitary confinement. You'll be punished once for the underlying crime and a second time for being transgender. This bill says it solves the problem by just permitting, not mandating. But what it does is it permits discrimination with government sanction. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, Ty Thompson, I'm sorry, and on deck will be Pasha Roberts.
Thank you. My name is Ty Thompson, Nottingham, New Hampshire. My pronouns are they, them. This legislation is particularly dangerous because it allows for individual and institutional choice to discriminate. By legalizing individual choice and enforcement, you are effectively deputizing the public to police gender. As we heard in the introduction of this bill, the default is what the person looks like. I have had other people have opinions about which restroom I should be using since I was old enough to use the restroom by myself. Pre-transition, post-transition, it doesn't matter. So what we're talking about is policing what people look like. We're policing archaic gender norms. We're creating opportunities for people in the general public to imagine power and authority to assert their own will in a situation that is not theirs to define. I read comments online about proposed legislation like this where people talk daily about imagined violent responses to what they perceive as threat. It's an imagined threat. I feel uncomfortable in public restrooms. I try not to use them, right? Largely because of what I read. And when I go in, what I need to recognize is that my own discomfort does not necessarily mean that I'm in that moment unsafe. And we need to ask our general public to do that as well. If you don't understand what's happening, you can do what I do. You can wait for the restroom to be empty. You can find a single gendered restroom. Perhaps structurally in our communities, we can rethink the way that we create restroom spaces. Most people would prefer not to pee with other people or, poop with other people, whatever. Like a little bit of privacy is nice. Perhaps what I'm saying is we can find structural changes to create and center a greater sense of safety for our community at large that doesn't involve policing people's bodies and inviting the general public to be deputized in making that assumption and feeling authorized to figure out how they're supposed to enforce it verbally, physically, calling the police, whatever.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Questions for this witness?
Sorry. Yeah.
Yes, Representative Rambo.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So if I understand your testimony correctly, do you read this bill as legalizing discrimination based on physical appearance?
Yes.
Yes. And allowing discrimination based on individual discomfort?
Yes. That's how I read it. And I think it will serve to police women's bodies, which, like cisgender, transgender, whatever, policing women's bodies is associated with greater rates of intimate partner violence, homicide, like any legislation that increases policing of women's bodies decreases safety of women in all aspects of life. You can look historically for that. So the premise that this is about keeping women safe is not true. This is just about othering and it's really just about othering and perpetuating fear-based control of the masses. I don't know
All
what
right,
else
other
to say.
questions for this witness?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you very much. Pasha Roberts, and on deck will be Claire Abernathy.
Here's my pen. So, Judiciary Committee, I am Pasha Roberts, and I live in Wilmette, New Hampshire. I'm on the board of 603 Equality, and I am in opposition to HB 1209. I'll keep it short. Again, the governor has already vetoed near identical bills 3 times. As with SB 268 and all of the clones, biological sex is not biologically defined. There are no methods defined to determine biological sex on a physical, hormonal, or genetic basis. You wouldn't know what to do with me. Indeed, medicine has no methods to offer. We'll see that in further testimony. But sex is just not a clear-cut category in nature as people have defined. It is not clear. This just brings us back to the prison guard or school nurse or the awkward mall cop observing genitals with no consent. And there's a case in Utah where it was high school girls soccer, one team won. They were concerned, or they were jealous really of one of the large players, and they made her go through an inspection more as punishment. They knew she was a girl. They just wanted to punish the other team. We're going to see that here when we start doing that. Many of you consider yourselves to be proponents of small government, of freedom and liberty. Small government does not peek into its citizens' pants. Instead, we're proposing a state-led gender police with no biological definitions, put into the wild with no thought to enforcement. The governor knows all of this and will veto this again. Let's save the effort and declare this bill ITL.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, Claire Abernathy, and on deck will be Cameron Munz.
Hello again. I'd like to focus on the prisons aspect of this bill. Is everything okay? A friend of mine, Forrest Rom, wrote an article in The Hill documenting the experiences of the women housed in Massachusetts' only women's prison, MCI Framingham. I'd like to read you an excerpt of this article, and I'd be happy to share it with any of you after this hearing. At MCI Framingham, male inmates learn to frame their demands as discrimination claims. Guided by a well-resourced network of legal advocates, sensitive to litigation risks, prison administrators comply, even extending preferential treatment. For example, starting in July, the male inmates at Framingham were granted exclusive shower periods, during which female inmates are locked in their cells. Women, in contrast, are still required to share communal showers with those same men who choose instead to shower during general population hours. Once a judge confirms their placement, it's very difficult to transfer these inmates back to male prisons, regardless of their subsequent conduct. To date, no behavior, no matter how disruptive or violent, has resulted in any male prisoner's removal from MCI Framingham. Female inmates are describing being harassed and abused by these men, but fear institutional reprisal if they report it. Most women I interviewed said prison officials routinely minimize sexual assault allegations against trans-identified inmates, while female accusers are dismissed, discredited, or punished. Some alleged victims gave me detailed written statements supporting their accounts. One woman incarcerated at MCI Framingham told me that she was raped by a male prisoner in November, and that authorities responded to her complaint by placing her in restrictive housing. She's now confined to a locked cell and permitted to leave only once per day briefly to shower. I share this not only to highlight the harm done to these women, but to address the claim that there is no evidence that allowing men into women's spaces increases the rate of violence against the women. When women are punished for speaking out about the harm done to them, the well is tainted and it becomes impossible to collect that data. Thank you for allowing me to speak again, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Well, I'm sorry. You have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just didn't write down where you found the article.
Yeah, it's written by Forrest Rom, Forrest in The Hill.
The Hill. Okay, thank you.
If you would like a link to it, I'd be happy to email you after this hearing.
Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Cameron Munz, please, and on deck is Chris Erkel.
How you doing? Just to remind you, my name is Cameron Munns. I am actually a New Hampshire resident for nearly 40 years now, so this would directly affect me and my friends. Representative Colfault stated that enforcement would start with how am I sure? Quite frankly, it's none of your damn business. Last year, Rep. Mazur, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing it. She is behind me, so correct me if I'm wrong. Assumed that I'm a biological male. That turned out to be wrong. So harassment for me in the women's room, which is where this would put me, would be warranted or encouraged. I'm not 100% sure. Again, none of your business. If someone's going in there and they're not doing anything, no one's business, right? We can all agree that privacy is super important. If someone's violating another person's privacy or safety, do we not have laws already in place? A couple years ago, I had a conversation with Senator Keith Murphy, in which I asked him about these bills and what loophole they were plugging, and he could not give me an answer. There is no reason for this. The only reason for this is, again, the trans obsession of folks who are on the right side of the aisle. So I would urge you to put it to rest. ITL, let's all go home.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chris Urkel, please, and on deck is Kelly Twiss.
Thank you, Chair Lynn, members of the committee. My name is Chris Urchel, and I am an attorney with GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders. I just want to highlight something really specific, that a problem that this bill brings up. Title VII is a federal law that prohibits discrimination in employment nationwide. In 2020, the United States Supreme Court ruled unequivocally that when an employer discriminates against a transgender employee, that is sex discrimination and violates Title VII. And so this is very clearly the law of the land. New Hampshire, the state of New Hampshire, has a contract with the U.S. government to enforce Title VII on behalf of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. And that enforcement power entrusts the New Hampshire Commission for Human Rights to enforce federal law with respect to employment discrimination. Setting up this carve out for New Hampshire state law creates a conflict between federal and state law, and it is unclear how the New Hampshire Commission for Human Rights is supposed to be able to enforce its, as it's obligated to enforce discrimination law on behalf of the federal government when this bill would preclude the ability for the New Hampshire Commission for Human Rights to enforce state law in that same respect. Happy to take any questions.
Questions for this witness? So I guess I do have one question. My recollection of the case, that's the one that Gorsuch wrote, I think, was the author. Wasn't there language in there specifically saying we do not address in this case the issue of the kinds of things covered by these bills? It dealt specifically with employment.
Yeah, it was an employment law. Well, I mean, this bill obviously would impact places of employment, right? But you're correct that there was specific language saying this bill is about decisions, hiring and firing decisions made around sexual orientation and transgender status. And so, of course, naturally, the Supreme Court does not decide things outside of it. But when an employer tells a transgender woman who works for the employer's business, you cannot use this restroom, courts pretty much uniformly have said that that is employment discrimination that violates Title VII. So every court interpreting the Bostock decision that Gorsuch wrote in 2020 has come to that same conclusion.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to call on Kelly Twiss, and next will be Diana George.
Hello again. I'm here to oppose House Bill HB 1299. Which attempts to define biological sex as what is listed on a birth certificate issued at or near birth. But birth certificates are not documents people typically carry in daily life. And the bill never explains who would be allowed to ask for one, under what circumstances, or what happens if someone declines to provide it. This creates significant ambiguity. Without clear standards for enforcement, compliance risks defaulting to informal judgments based on appearance rather than documentation, which raises serious privacy concerns and opens the door to inconsistent or unequal treatment. When a law invites people to determine gender or try to determine gender without explaining how that determination is actually made, it risks encouraging a kind of informal policing. In practice, that can look like people lingering outside women's restrooms or locker rooms, scrutinizing the bodies of women and girls, their clothing, their voices, their appearance, trying to decide whether someone is female enough. This isn't privacy protection, it's surveillance, and it's dangerous. A law framed as protecting privacy should not create situations where people feel pressured to disclose personal records, justify their bodies, or defend their presence in public spaces. If anything, that undermines the very privacy interests the bill says it seeks to protect. It also expands biological sex separation beyond bathrooms and athletics into correctional facilities and involuntary settings, environments already governed by complex federal standards and constitutional protections. That significantly broadens the bill's impact while leaving the same fundamental enforcement questions unanswered. Ultimately, this bill does not protect privacy or safety. What it does is risk increased scrutiny of people's bodies, inconsistent enforcement, unnecessary conflict in public places, and potential legal challenges for both institutions and the state. Those consequences.
Thank you. Your time is up. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Diana George, please.
Hello again. I want to say again that I am representing myself, not my employer, the Department of Corrections. I want to talk a little bit about my own experience as a nurse at the Department of Corrections. I will tell you that there are transgender inmates at my prison. The Department of Corrections already has rules in place as to how these people are housed. And female to male transgender inmates are housed with the women. And I can tell you from my own experience that not one time has there been an issue amongst the cisgender inmates against the transgender inmates. These people have their own bathrooms, stalls that they go in one at a time. They're not shared. And if there is a disciplinary problem, that gets resolved in just the same manner as any other inmate. They get placed in a cell of their own, and it gets reviewed until there's a decision made. It's part of the policy. So I just want to make you aware that there's already rules in place.
All right. Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. I don't have any other pink cards on HB 1299. Is there anyone else here who wishes to be heard on 1299? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1299, and I'm going to open the hearing on HB 1442, and the Chair recognizes Representative Erica Leon, the prime sponsor of the bill. Representative Leon.
Thank you, Chairman Lynn and members of the Judiciary Committee. For the record, my name is Erica Leon, and I represent the town of Derry, which is Rockingham 13. Before you, in House Bill 1442, you see a solution to some of the questions that were raised in the previous hearings. If you turn to page 2, the definitions of female and male recognize the biological reality of both typical sex in XY and also in those who have differences of sexual development. When a fetus is developing, if that child expresses a functional SRY gene, they develop penile tissue. If they do not develop penile tissue. As far as any of the other consequences of this difference in development, there's one other place where a person with 46X, 46XY and functional ovarian tissue is female and presents as a female. That's somebody who may have an XY, but unless you're looking at their genetics, they're going to look like, maybe they may look like those of us that wear some makeups, maybe look like some of us that are female and don't wear a ton of makeup, but that's not going to be anything where, unless you're doing a genetic test, you would have any reason to expect that they were not a standard XX female. What this does is this goes into our statutory definitions. In Chapter 21, we have number and gender, and we do have a permission to interchange female and male in many, many places. As I was reviewing every instance of the words of female, male, man, woman, girl, boy in the statutes, I actually recognized that the way that our law currently exists would allow men to access, because the words female and male are interchangeable, allow men to access services that are restricted only for women, like those for pregnant women, nursing women, and those with children. It's actually a big loophole that even if you don't believe that we need to move forward on the rest of it, we need to clarify that so that we can actually offer services to women when we intend to provide services to women. And so this language would clean up the definitions with biologically valid and supported definitions that get down to that basis. And then if you turn to page 3, gender identity, when it was placed in, was an area that not as many people had had much experience with. There, in our statutes, it talked about asserting gender identity, but not for any improper purpose. But that is not defined anywhere. Quite frankly, if right now somebody who did what I did at Costco the other day, when the women's room was closed and only the men's room was open and no men were in there, I went into the men's room. If I had been challenged and at that time said that I identified as a man, there was nothing that the state could have done. But that would have been an improper assertion of gender identity. And we need to make sure that an improper assertion of gender identity can't ruin it for all these wonderful people behind me. Because when we allow somebody to just declare that they feel a certain way and walk in because their bathroom is closed, or perhaps for nefarious reasons, we put everybody behind me at risk. Let me say that again. If we don't have a way to close the door on people who are either taking advantage of a situation or bad actors, we put everybody here at risk. So this would have the language to say that it is an improper purpose for that. It does go a little bit further, saying that if a place is, I said specifically for males or females, but the language should be exclusively for males and females. If something is offered exclusively for females or exclusively for males, that is something where, if you turn back to our definitions, it would require that there needs to be a reason of either modesty or safety. You can't ask, it would be inappropriate to ask an Orthodox Jewish woman or a Muslim woman to provide a massage to a man. If it is appropriate to do that in the case of a man who identifies as a man, and that is their deeply held religious belief that they will not go to their maker the way that they hope to at the end of their life. If they're also forced to provide services to a trans woman, that is something that causes a major, major conflict. The language that's in here would protect that for the purpose, when you have the definition for the purpose of modesty or of safety. I do recognize that there are many behind me that do not appreciate the lived experience of many women who have actually been assaulted in bathrooms. I don't want to diminish the challenges that they face, but I do not want the experiences of some of my friends who have been assaulted in bathrooms to be brushed aside, saying that some people's feelings matter more than others. Within this bill, I truly think that the most critical sections of this are Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, and Section 9, because Section 9 clarifies the Civil Rights Act, saying that gender identity is asserted with proper purpose or disability. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to identify that with the disability. It was just reading through the phrases that are in the Civil Rights. And says that it is unlawful for a person to assert that their gender identity is a sex other than that defined for the purposes of accessing places or services restricted on the basis of sex. Now, the way we can really fix the bathrooms is to allow a bathroom to be labeled women only or men only, as long as there's some that are a more permissive sign, where those who may be questioned, or those like me who don't actually personally care that much about who else is in the bathroom with me, can go and choose the ones that just have the general angle. But if it says women only, people like my friend who was raped in the bathroom should be able to know that it's only women that are going into that room. If we narrow it only into those cases and we make it so that some of these can be separate to validate that lived experience of these women, I think we can get to a place where maybe not everybody's fully happy, but maybe we can all live with it. And maybe we can recognize that, maybe we can just move forward and recognize that the lived experiences of everybody are important. And the last thing that I do want to add is I had left out the indecent exposure issue. When you're dealing with locker rooms, the biggest issue is when a woman or a girl is in a bathroom, in a locker room changing, and they're exposed to a penis. It should be considered indecent exposure to expose the genitals that are not consistent with that sex in that changing room or in a massage room or somewhere else, for that to be indecent exposure. Because right now you can change and it's not considered indecent exposure. Look, I'm looking to find a place where we can start moving past these debates while recognizing the lived experiences of both trans women and men, and women and men, and that our little girls won't be in a locker room with somebody exposing their penis, whether it's a man for an improper purpose or a trans woman who is still intact. So I would ask that you look closely at those sections 2, 3, 4, and 9, and see how that's something that really can help move us forward in solutions, as opposed to fighting over the language. And the last thing that I will add is, I don't know if any of you have heard about how we have birth control for mice. Came out of a great hormone lab where my husband actually trained for a while. So yeah, he's deep in the weeds, a lot of this hormonal stuff. And so that's why I was able to bring both him and other expertise to get this precise medical language. And with that, I'll take any questions.
All right, questions, Representative Smith.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm violating my rule of just listening to all of you today. Are you saying that there's a difference in potential danger from individuals whose birth certificates say they are male as compared with transgender?
Thank you for the question. If you're talking about the potential for penetrative rape with a penis, that is only possible from a male. That is one of the cases, and that's one of the scenarios. But also, you would look to something where you have bone density or structure. You may have something like wrestling where it's weight classes, and it's something that can be done in an area. There's other ones because there are physiological developments that are different in normal physiology, that which your average person undergoes, where there are reasons of safety to do that. I would also say that if there is an inmate who does have a penis who is raping their cellmate, that is an issue of safety. It's not always what happens. I would say that most trans women don't do that, but some do.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Romber.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I understand that you pointed out several sections you feel are important in the bill. I don't think you focused on Section 10, which is the criminalization part of the bill that would criminalize trespass. If somebody I guess it's target any man who shall willfully enter an area or access a service restricted to female shall be guilty of a trespass violation. Can you speak more about why you feel like is that an important part of the bill? Can you speak about that section?
I think there needs to be something that's done for somebody, a malicious actor or somebody like me when I went into the Costco bathroom who didn't truly believe that. And there needs to be some enforcement, but I didn't say that that was one of the things that I thought was absolutely necessary to move forward with. And if the committee decides to move forward without Section 10, I'll be fine with that.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Oh, yeah. Oops, I'm sorry, Representative Tur.
Thanks. And thanks for taking the question. So let me start off and say, for all of the other bills that don't define biological sex, this bill shows why that's so difficult. And I'll explain. So I do see that you went initially with the definition of the SRY gene, so even going down below the chromosomal level down to the genetic level. You know, and there's body of evidence that says that gene is somewhat determinative. But then it goes on and lists other things, and at the end of that sentence where the SRY chromosome is mentioned, or section, we're on line 10 of page 1, it says, to remove the need for genetic testing, those persons who do not meet the legal definition of female will be considered male. And I wasn't sure what legal definition that is. I do see later on that there is a section, which I'm struggling to find. Oh, on at the top of page 2, there is a section that says female is generally defined as. So I don't know if those are meant to refer to each other or not, but could you clarify? Because it brings in various other elements other than the gene that's initially mentioned. And I was just curious how those are harmonized in this.
Thank you very much for that question. If you believe the science, there is only one known time when there is a functional SRY gene expressed during fetal development where a person would be considered genetically female by anything other than the expression of the SRY gene. That is the case of the 46,XX/46,XY scenario with functional ovarian tissue, because if you have the genetic makeup without the ovarian tissue. The reason I'm slicing it that closely is because that is what the science and the data say, that is where right now, I'm not sure if you're aware, but medicine acts differently in females and males. And when you're looking at clinical research and the way that drugs are developed, that is a way that it is cut, unless you simply exclude intersex people from the clinical studies, which I think is inappropriate, because I think that they should also everybody should have good medical care. The reason why it says that if you do not meet the definition of female, you meet the definition of male, is because there may be other genetic modifications that are discovered, and more clearly, the females are the weaker sex. We are the weaker sex. We are the ones who, I recognize that sometimes men are sexually assaulted and sometimes men are raped, but women are the ones who, by far and large, are not as strong, not as large as men, and are not as successful as fighting off their attacker without something to even the playing field. As the weaker sex, we need those protections.
Can I
Follow up?
Yes, please. Thanks. So maybe it got muddled up because I brought a lot of things into that question. I guess what I was really first wanted to focus on is because obviously the definitions here are only as good as the way that the definitions are used in practical sense. And so it basically implies the SRY gene first, and then it goes on to say that to remove the need for genetic testing, persons who do not meet the legal definition of female. And so that's the piece I really wanted to look at first, which is, if it's not the SRY gene, where do we define the legal definition of female? And that was where I looked at that next definition on the next page, which then gets into reproductive systems that could have produced certain characteristics. And so there is that's different than the SRY gene. And so I'm curious, how would anyone know either that you have that gene or that you have a functional set of reproductive organs, I guess?
Well, thank you for the question. Usually when we go to our checkups, we know whether or not that's one of the things that's determined. When you're taking a child to go for their checkups, you make sure that the son's testes have descended in the normal way. Otherwise, you look into it to see if there's something so that we can preserve their fertility. There are absolutely times when somebody doesn't present in the normal way, but a good doctor will follow up with a lot of that. That's why perhaps it may be best to carve that out where the specifically defined becomes a subparagraph under 1, but my legal definition is female is defined as an individual. You can get rid of the generally. Female is defined as an individual with a reproductive system of the type in which normal function produces ova. Period. And then clarify with those other ones so that we're not fighting in those details about which which intersex people would be in which category, because there are absolutely intersex people that you would not know are not female without looking at them, without looking at their genetics. This is a way to do that, because quite honestly, either we can go with a generally accepted stereotypical one, which I don't like because I'm not a fan of stereotypes, or we can go with a scientific one and allow us to talk about the type that normally produces ova. And I think most of us know what the general presentation is there.
And so
Other questions for this witness?
Can I have just one more, please?
Representative Brooks.
No, okay.
Go ahead, one more.
Thank you, sorry. So just to follow out the logic of why I was asking that, and it pertains to sort of what we've heard on the last couple of bills, I guess the question is still, if that is true, when entering a bathroom, what would someone be expected to produce in order to document this? Because obviously, you know, in order to move from subjective definitions to objective scientific definitions, you know, it could have been something genetic that you would have to be able to say. And this says it would have to be something that your doctor might have verified in you know, in your medical history, but either of those would be a lot to share in this circumstance. Is that sort of what you're envisioning, or how do you see that playing out?
Thank you for the question. What I'm envisioning is that in general things, we're in general society, nobody really knows anybody. We continue with the honor system as we have, but if somebody like myself asserts that they're male so they can go in the room that's not closed, that's something where you can kick me out because I was doing the wrong thing. If you have somebody who's doing that, then you can then you have that practice. But if you're in a situation in a work area where there is somebody who has, it's not just been the gender identity, but it's been another pattern of issues, and for some reason the person doesn't lose their employment for other harassment, there can be a process. So it's difficult, but the point is there needs to be some mechanism where you can come to a definitive decision on that. The other question too is if you have somebody, if you can't define what a woman is, then we can offer women, infants, and children food stamps to a man. Do we want to do that? That's.
I'm sorry, the questions are asked by the members of the committee, not by the witness. Next question, there was a question for Representative Birch.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Just to follow up on your response to the last question, you say if a biological male, let's say, goes into a women's bathroom, you can throw them out, but your bill would allow them to be criminally prosecuted. Is that correct?
As I said before, I think that we can get by without Section 10, but I do think that if somebody goes into a women's bathroom and is showing everybody a penis, they probably shouldn't be in there, because bathrooms should be private, even within the stalls.
Follow up?
Yeah, not technically a follow-up, but the real question I wanted to ask was about inmates and in jails. Given the testimony that we have heard, that the incidents of violence involving people presenting as women being in all-male prison environment is extremely high. What would you say about do you have a concern about that data that shows how prevalent it is that those individuals are attacked violently within the prison context?
Thank you for the question. And actually, this, if I can refer back to Representative Turs, this is one of those places where it may make sense to get to that testing if you need to definitively determine somebody's sex in one of these situations. The idea that the experience of women who are being assaulted in the women's prison by transgender women is being dismissed because there is also violence against trans women in the men's prison ignores the threats to women in the women's prison. If we can't have a differentiation, we can't have a way to protect those women. And quite frankly, the question is, how often are women reporting that? Because do they believe that those people that maybe a nurse that they might be reporting a sexual assault to, because I know at least when rape kits happen, you go through a nurse and through a sexual assault nurse. If they believe that the nurse that they're speaking to might belittle them and belittle their experience because of their own preconceived notions, would you expect women to be reporting that if they end up punished because they're not believed? I'm sorry, and I didn't mean to be asking a question again. Usually my committees are more limited in how aggressive the questions are to the people asking questions, and more permissive on the questions back and
Other
forth.
questions for this witness? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I have a question about page 1, lines 23 through 29, where you're talking about willful trespass regarding for men accessing female spaces, unless it's like a male child or a male that has a caregiver. I'm thinking about the circumstance where you have a dad with a potty training female toddler, or a toddler who is in, before school age, where they can't handle their bathroom needs by themselves. Would this be a willful trespass if a single father accompanied his 3 or 4-year-old daughter into the bathroom, a female bathroom, because they felt it was safer for their girl child than taking them into the men's room, which might have open urinals or be gross?
Well, thank you for the question. I have actually heard from people that clean bathrooms that men aren't quite as gross as women are. So maybe it's actually cleaner in the men's room. But when you look at the situation, and the other part is I was saying that we can take that section out. But I traveled cross country and I went through a couple different bathrooms. And a man did walk in with his young children into an in-and-out bathroom in Flagstaff, Arizona. And there was a palpable feel of concern and fear from all of the women when they heard a very masculine voice in that room. That actually did inform and made me realize that the idea of that man probably should be taking his daughter into that men's room with him, or going to a family bathroom, because most of them do have family bathrooms. But yes.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Representative Chur.
Sorry, I do have a number of questions on the bill, so sorry to keep coming back. I wanted to follow up on where you started with the 21:3, because that's referenced multiple places throughout this bill. It's also referenced in some of the other bills we're hearing today. And I read it the way I think I heard you describe it, which is that it doesn't actually define a gender at all. It basically defines gender neutrality. The way that the language reads, which I can quote if you'd like. But it says basically, it shall be unlawful for any person to assert that their gender identity is a sex other than that defined in 21:3. So, and I'm on bottom of page 5. So basically, is it sort of defining that the criminality, I guess, of this would be contingent upon the gender as defined in that part of the law that specifically omits the ability to classify or asserts that gender is neutral? Sorry, does that make sense? Do you see the problem I'm having?
Actually, you identified a place where we can clarify the language. If that section, that paragraph 2 instead reads, "It shall be unlawful for any person to assert that their gender identity is female, for the purposes of accessing places or space services restricted to the female sex." That would be very clear.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just trying to be nice to the guys by having it go both ways.
Next, I'm going to call on Representative Alice Wade, and again, I'm going to go back to the 2-minute rule for anyone other than the sponsor.
Hello, once again, members of the Judiciary Committee. For the record, I am Representative Alice Wade, representing Dover Ward 2. First off, I can tell you for the record, men's restrooms are far grosser from experience, unfortunately, I know. But under this bill, I would have committed trespass this morning by just using the restroom like normal, a couple doors down. Nobody else was there. It was just me. Nothing happened. Harassment is harassment. Assault is assault. These are already crimes. These are already things that can be prosecuted. All this bill is doing is, if somebody is already doing that bad behavior, it just tacks a trespassing charge on top of it. It doesn't protect people the way it claims to. And I'll also point you to page 5, line 4. It says, facilities labeled women or girls shall be considered sex-separated areas for the purposes of willful trespass. Facilities. All facilities. Private businesses, public businesses, the State House, this building, anywhere. It doesn't restrict it to, you know, a facility may or may not choose to do that. It mandates it. And it would mandate willful trespass for people not committing any crimes. No crimes at all, just using the facility. And I hate having to come back here. Time after time after time. There are 6 of these bills this year. Just in New Hampshire, there are dozens and dozens more nationwide. When does it stop? These attacks are baseless. They are based on nothing. They are classifying an entire class of people as somehow violating safety and privacy. If I am uncomfortable with somebody else in any public space, I don't get to decide whether they have access to it.
Time is up.
Thank you very much.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I just, if anyone has pink cards, could they bring them over here? Just, they can,
yes,
they
give
can
the
pass down easier from that side than over
thank
there. Thank you.
All right, next I'm going to call on Claire Abernathy and Ann Zumholtz will be on deck.
Hello again. Before I get into the substance of my testimony, I'd like to say that multiple people sitting behind me have jeered at me and laughed at me while I described being sexually assaulted and mocked me as I've moved around the room. And I'd appreciate if we could enforce a level of respect and decorum from both sides of these issues. As you heard before, my name is Claire and I'm a detransitioner. I was deeply traumatized by a lack of enforcement of single-sex spaces in the schools I attended. I was not protected by being allowed to use boys' spaces, as the opponents of this bill would have you believe. I was harmed as any reasonable adult could have foreseen. A bill like this could have protected me, and failing to protect not only the girls who would be forced to share accommodations with boys who claim trans identities, but the trans-identified girls like I was, who are also put in danger when sharing intimate spaces with males, is nothing less than cruel. Recent polling by Pew Research Center, which skews heavily Democrat, shows that the majority of Americans support legislation like this. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Ann Zumwalt, please, and next on is Representative Alexandra Murray. Will be on deck.
Good morning. My name is Ann Zumwalt. I am a associate professor at Boston University School of Medicine, and I'm here to speak against the bill. I have to say first that my testimony does not reflect that of my employer, Boston University, but it does reflect my 20 years of experience as an anatomist with a particular expertise in the reproductive system. I want to start by sharing the story of Callie, a girl with androgen insensitivity syndrome. In this syndrome, genetically male individuals with functional SRY genes, as is written in the legislation, have tissue that is not responsive to male hormones. This means that when they are developing in utero, which, before birth, their body does not develop the male external organs, and therefore they have female external organs. Baby is born, they appear to be female, raised as a girl. And only later probably find out that they have this genetic difference. So by the line of this bill, Callie would be defined as a male, forced to use male facilities, and be subject to criminal penalties just for having a genetic difference. So my point of telling you this story is that any legislation that attempts to define sex into just 2 categories is essentially bound to leave somebody out. That's because that approach contradicts essentially everything we know about the science of categorizing sex. You can categorize it anatomically, genetically, hormonally, or any combination of those. And what we know is that at every one of those levels, we have the typical male pattern and the typical female pattern. And then we have people who do not fit within those two patterns. We also have people in whom those different levels do not match, as you saw with the Cali example. So
I'm sorry, ma'am, your time is up.
okay, so my final point is there's no single factor or combination of factors that can adequately be used to categorize sex into just two sexes.
All right.
Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, Representative Alessandra Murray, and on deck will be Simon Amaya Price. Representative?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Alessandra Rodriguez Murray. I represent Hillsborough District 20, which is Manchester Ward 9. And I'm here today to speak in opposition to HB 1442. Some of you may have been present for my unanimous consent remarks after session yesterday. In those remarks, I read a quote that was displayed on a sign outside of this building. With the legislation that's been introduced, even if it doesn't pass, it creates an environment that's permissive of anger and vitriol towards our community. That quote has stayed with me because we are witnessing that environment take shape in real time in this room. Rather than hearing data that substantiates the need for this legislation, we are hearing sweeping condemnations of transgender people, rhetoric that paints an entire community as inherently dangerous. Bills like HB 1442 do not exist in a vacuum. They create a sanctioned platform for suspicion, fear, and hostility toward a small and already vulnerable group of Granite Staters. And the facts simply do not support the narrative being advanced. Transgender women are significantly more likely to be victims of violence than cisgender women. Research consistently shows that transgender individuals experience violent victimization at rates more than 4 times higher than cisgender people. Transgender women, particularly transgender women of color, face the highest risk and account for the majority of fatal violence against transgender people nationwide. In public bathrooms specifically, the data is clear. Transgender people are far more likely to be harassed, denied access, or assaulted than anyone else. One report found that 68% of transgender people experience verbal harassment and 9% experience physical assault in a public restroom in a single year. There is no credible evidence that allowing transgender people to use restrooms consistent with their gender identity increases safety risks. In fact, bathroom restrictions increase their vulnerability. HB 1442 is premised on the idea that the mere presence...
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Simon Amaya Price, and on deck will be Pasha Roberts.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you for continuing to hear me speak. My name is Simon Amaya Price, and I would like to announce very proudly to everyone here that I am coming out as a transgender woman for the duration of this testimony and any questions. I know, I'm very brave. Bathrooms are currently done on an honor basis. Right now, there's one sign that says men, and for the other bathroom, it says women. There is no way to verify someone's gender identity. It isn't on your birth certificate, driver's license, or passport. There was no one in the bathroom asking me what my gender identity is. If this bill is enacted, in the great majority of situations, it would continue to be an honor system. With probable cause, owners of a business or other authority figures may ask for ID. As a transgender woman, I support all of the bills heard today. Me and other reasonable transgender women all understand that we do not magically change sex by declaring our identities or going through medical transition. The rest of the transgender women here are giving people like me a bad name. I heard another trans person say today that it is impossible to test for someone's sex or define sex in the first place. Just because you don't understand how it works doesn't mean it's possible. The male sex is the body plan that produces sperm, and the female sex is the body plan that produces the large gamete, which are the eggs. This applies to all species that reproduce through 2 gametes of differing size, including humans. Based on this definition, we know whether an organism is male or female by looking at the sexual body plan, the structures that produce and release either gamete type. For human males, it includes testes, epididymis, vas deferens, seminal vesicle, and penis. For human females, it includes the ovaries, fallopian tubes, uterus, cervix, and vagina. Some species have the male and female roles in a single individual, but in humans, individuals are either male or female throughout their entire life cycle, a sexual system known as gonochronism. There are no reported or recorded incidences of human hermaphrodites. There are a variety of ways which sexual development is determined across sexually dimorphic species.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Time is up. Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none.
Thank you very much.
Asha Roberts, and on deck will be Chris Urkel.
Okay, greetings, and I'm going to go fast. I'm Pasha Roberts. I live in Wilmette, New Hampshire. I'm on the board of 603 Equality, speaking in opposition to 1442. I appreciate your attention to intersex people such as myself, but there are over 80 genes and many other factors that determine sexual differentiation. There is no silver bullet, no single factor, and SRY is definitely not that. The doctors and attached articles will walk through science, but I will present to you a supermodel, Hannah Gabby Odell. Here's a picture of her on the cover of Vogue. With no modification, she is everything you'd expect in a woman externally, including in the pants. She's intersex, she has XY, and she would have an SRY gene on her Y chromosome. There is something wrong with this law if you want a woman born like this in the men's room. The Olympics stopped testing the SRY gene in 2000 because it had too many false readings. The geneticist who discovered the SRY, Andrew Sinclair, has repeatedly urged the SRY never be used for sex categorization. It is well known that many men lose their Y chromosome as they age. Here are two medical articles describing the mechanisms and outcomes. 40% of men over 60 are missing their Y chromosome, and rising to 57% at age 90. This means by the letter of this bill, they are allowed in the ladies' room. This is a huge oversight. There is no single testable factor that determines sex. The SRY gene was disproven and discontinued a quarter century ago. There is no reason for New Hampshire to repeat that mistake. Any test that involves the Y chromosome ignores the fact that Y goes away with age. Think about this. This bill would send supermodels to the men's room and make it legal for half of older men to use the women's room. I urge you to mark this bill as inexpedient to legislate. If you have medical questions, we have a medical professor from a top medical school sitting right behind me.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none. Chris Urkel, and on deck is David Trumbull.
Thank you, Chair Lynn. Again, I'm Chris Urchel with GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders, and I'm here in opposition to this bill. I just want to take one moment to say I was really grateful to hear the sponsor of this bill, Rep. Leon, say that she is happy to get rid of the criminalization portion of the legislation. I hope this committee would do the same, because it is exceptionally cruel to target transgender people with criminalization just for using the bathroom. I would like to highlight what Representative Murray was talking about earlier to the committee. She spoke really eloquently about the harm that transgender people experience when they're excluded from using restrooms and how that impacts their lives. I also just want to focus a little bit on the issue of sexual assault. There has been an inherent assumption that allowing transgender people to use bathrooms is connected in any way to increased incidents of sexual assault. And this is an issue that's been researched. There is data, there's people who have studied it, and research shows that there is no change in incidents of sexual assault when there are protections for transgender people who want to use the bathroom. So that is the one thing I want to make sure that I get across, is that there is zero evidence, after research has been conducted, there is zero evidence to support that protections for transgender people have anything to do with increased sexual assault in bathrooms. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Questions for this witness? Representative Birch.
Thank you. I'm sure you've been listening to earlier testimony, because I've seen you there. And we hear the term probable cause thrown around a lot. And my background was criminal law. But I'm wondering if you could explain that we hear that, oh, nobody will be bothered unless there's probable cause to believe that they might be in a bathroom for the whatever. Could you explain the probable cause is more than just I have a hunch?
Yeah. Okay. So that's a really great question. Thank you for asking it. For one thing, I don't see anything in this bill or any of the other bills that actually says that probable cause is required before questioning someone's gender. That is I don't see where it's implied or anything. But probable cause and also probable cause is a standard that's usually police officers, right? They need probable cause in order to essentially to violate your rights under the Fourth and Fifth Amendment, right? That means that, before any kind of search or seizure can happen on a person's body, they need to have, a police officer needs to have probable cause to suspect that the person has committed a crime. That's a high standard, right? That means that there has to be observations that actually suggest things that a police officer can then go on the stand and defend later and say yes, I had these reasons that I documented for why I thought it was appropriate to stop this person and to search this person without a warrant. And so that's, typically how probable cause works in the criminal context. And again, there's nothing in any of this proposed legislation that suggests a standard of probable cause. So I'm not sure where that term keeps coming from.
All right, other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, David Trumbull, and on deck will be Amy Teravaki. I hope I'm pronouncing that right this time. Sorry if I haven't.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I'm David Trumbull from Ware, and I oppose this bill. The biggest problem with this bill is that it wants you to believe that there's only two options. This binary definition of biological sex. That doesn't comport with reality. I'm not a scientist on this, but I've been reading about this for hours and hours. And what I keep reading when I'm looking up intersex is that it's not a binary option. Reality is a continuum. Most people are clearly identifiable in one or the other, but it's like this. And in between, there's an area that is intersex. It's real. There's 40 different possible combinations. I realize this bill attempts to give you one or two examples and says, that's it. We've defined the whole intersex issue. Now we're done with that. Now we can get on with the rest of our agenda. But that's not real. You had a doctor who up here was telling you that it's not real. Unfortunately, she was only limited to 2 minutes. I urge you, before you vote on this bill, to go home and spend 3 or 4 or 5 hours reading about intersex and make sure you know something about it. And if you do spend that amount of time, you'll realize that it's not binary. This bill tries to take something that's not real and put it into law. The United Nations has an intersex rights resolution. I've been reading advocates who are human rights attorneys in this field who are saying that these wave of bills in the U.S. that have exceptions for intersex people are not protections. They are rather permission to continue harmful practices based on the rigid idea that male and female and yielding to social pressure to make bodies conform into the binary type. The second group that gets left out of this is transgender people, because the way this bill is written, their rights are not protected either. This bill wants you to believe there's a binary. It doesn't solve the definition problem that we went through in the previous bills. You are going to be taking entire groups of people and saying their civil rights don't exist in this state.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none? Thank you. Next is Amy Teravano. Yeah, Amy. And on deck will be Jennifer Smith. A much easier name to pronounce. Sorry.
It's quite all right. Amy Teravecchia, again, 603 Equality. I'm going to be sharing some words today from Esther Leidoff, who could not be here today to submit testimony in person. I do have some written testimony I can hand out. Esther is the founder and president of MRKH Intersex Organization, which is the oldest intersex organization in the U.S., based in Boston, Massachusetts. So they're testifying in opposition to HB 1442 and HB 1447, which we'll get to later. So I'm going to read from Esther's testimony. I was born with typical female chromosomes and, based on external appearance, assigned female at birth. When my intersex traits appeared in my teens, I was suddenly not female enough. I was put in the path of medical correction and subjected to surgeries I didn't want or need to accommodate sexual standards of my assigned sex. Essentially, I was assigned female at birth by the same standards that decided that I wasn't an acceptable female 13 years later. Rather than alter the paperwork, they altered my body, resulting in a lifetime of physical and emotional harm. The premise that physical sex and gender are binary is simply outdated. We have gained volumes of understanding about sex and gender and how they interact in the last decade alone, and variations in reproductive and sex anatomy are just as natural as the variations in other parts of our anatomy, such as height, physical stature, skin tone, etc. Forcing people to lie on legal documents by restricting sex and gender is systemic erasure. In the number of people, 3 to 5% intersex, 1% non-binary, 1% trans of the population who will now need to lie to get their documents in order to access public restrooms will bring the integrity of those very documents into question for everyone. As an intersex person, I will not be able to use the restroom in New Hampshire without breaking the law. The possibility that my gender identity may become unlawful by limiting gender to match sex status feels very much like discrimination based on my sex and my gender. Forcing people to disseminate their medical records to prove they have a right to self-identify seems like sexual intimidation. Forcing prisoners to cohabitate in mixed sex spaces will put people in danger.
Thank you. Your time is up. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, Jennifer Smith, and on deck will be Cameron Moons.
So thank you. Most of what has been on my mind has been covered very extensively. Happy to take further questions as a medical doctor, public health researcher as well. And what I really want to do is just say, hey, please, this is just not right. You will drive even more people out of the state, including their entire families. I know multiple families who have left this state or are planning to because of the prevalence of this kind of legislation that affects their children. I'm quite sure that several of us will leave because of legislation like this if it were to pass and get signed by the governor. Thank God, so far she seems to not think this makes sense. Anyway, you know, I've been very careful about who I am, and I realized that most people would not accept it long ago, and so I did not come out publicly despite having transitioned privately more than 25 years ago until after I retired and same-gender marriage became legal. And I couldn't even approach the thought of full gender transition. I was hormonally not male for a long time, but you're going to make my life miserable if you pass this kind of thing. It just is not sensible, and it puts me at risk too if I do stay and you were to throw me into a prison because of some alleged behavior and throw me into a male prison. You know, please, people, think. We exist, we're real. Please think about that.
Thank you very much.
Happy to take questions.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Cameron Moons, and on deck is Kelly Twiss.
All right. So again, my name is Cameron Munns. I'm a Manchester resident for almost 40 years, I'd say. So the prime sponsor had stated that she doesn't like stereotypes and would like to go with scientific definitions. But in that case, I just am wondering why it's anyone's privilege to know what chromosomes someone has, or SRY genes, or what's on their birth certificate. So that's my first question, is just whose right is it? She also doesn't want to go with stereotypes. So in that case, it would be great if legislators could be more forthcoming with why these bills are actually here, which is to be able to lawfully say, ew, you're icky and I don't like you, so I'm going to kick you out of public space. I certainly do not diminish anyone else's trauma that they have been through, nor would I ever invalidate lived experiences. I also have lived experiences. We do live in, a public society where we're going to be interacting with people. So in that case, I'm wondering if all taxi drivers or Uber drivers should be cisgender women so that we can, fix that, right? So it's going to happen. If no one is doing anything wrong to you, you should have no right to question who they are based on these stereotypes. The prime sponsor also said that most transgender folks are not, perpetrators, whatever, but some do. Again, I would say that is the same thing for Catholic priests, Boy Scout guys, whatever. Am I wrong, Representative Perez? No. Okay. So in that case, I would just assume that we would also want to deal with those folks as well if we're going to pigeonhole and kind of blame one community over another. It could at least be.
Time is up.
Sorry, you say, sir?
Okay.
I have a
Que-
vagina.
Sorry. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Perez, you had a question.
My response was my shock that those were brought up only. Thank you.
It's my shock that happens.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Kelly Twiss, and on deck will be Reed Riscapo.
Good morning again, Kelly Twiss. I rise to oppose this bill. Unlike earlier proposals that primarily permit discrimination for certain classifications, this bill goes much further. It redefines sex across New Hampshire statutory law, mandates sex-based separation policies for public entities, expands those policies into sleeping quarters like dorms, and explicitly shields them from discrimination claims. That represents a significant shift in how civil rights operate in this state. From a legal standpoint, the biggest concern is equal protection. This bill creates broad classifications affecting access to facilities, programs, and services without identifying a demonstrated problem in New Hampshire that requires this level of statutory intervention. Courts have consistently required that classifications based on biological traits have clear justification and careful tailoring. This bill does neither. I had a lot more to say, but most of this was kind of covered by everybody else. But I guess what I would like to say is I wish that I could ask you a question and how you think this law would be interpreted in any sort of logical way. It's just circular. It just defines sex as needing a birth certificate that most people will have that reflect their gender at birth, but that's not true. It doesn't mention your ID, which also could reflect your birth gender or not your birth gender. And then it goes on to chromosomes. So now are we going to require chromosome testing for every person so that they can have a card so they can go into the ladies' room? Like it's ridiculous. This bill cannot be enforced. And I don't think you even want it to be. I think you're just trying to make the point that we do not want transgender people in this state. That's what you're trying to do, because this is never going to pass. You can pass it. I know you will. The Senate will pass it. The House will pass it. It's going to get vetoed. And if it goes through, it's going to get challenged in courts. And you know this. You know this. There's
Thank you very
no
much.
way to
Your-
logically do
Your
this.
time is up. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Reed Riscapo, and on deck is Sarah Smith.
Thank you for hearing me today. My name is Reed Piscopo. Sorry, my handwriting is
I'm
not
sorry.
the best. It is okay.
Sorry about that.
I am currently not a resident of the state. I currently live in Massachusetts, but for the first 21 years of my life, New Hampshire has been my home. I've gone through your state education system. My undergraduate degree is from Plymouth State University. This is where my parents live, where my in-laws live, where my brother has started his family. I still very much consider myself tied to New Hampshire. Bills like this not only restrict the people living here today, but they restrict the people who are looking to come in and spend time with their families. A bill like this, I will skip what I was normally going to say, but a bill like this will stop me from feeling comfortable to go out with my family when I am here visiting. I don't think you want me in the women's restroom. That is where this bill will be asking me to go. If I were to walk into the women's restroom, I would be told that I am one of the people claiming to be a woman because I am a cisgender man and that I am trying to sexually assault them. If you went through with a genital check, you would very quickly change your mind on that. If you looked at my birth certificate, you would very quickly change your mind on that. So what you're telling me is stop coming to this state. Stop spending my money here. Stop considering the state a place for me to step foot. Stop seeing my family. Ask them to always travel to me instead. You're going to ask that of a lot of people. And from a purely fiscal stance, what does that do to the state of New Hampshire's financials? Lots of these bills say they have no financial impact, yet they have tons of financial impact on tourist revenue, on places that would now have to consider putting in gender neutral spaces, on if, as many others have mentioned, we are now suddenly going to need genetic testing. Genetic testing is not covered by most medical insurance. So where is that money coming from? The last thing I would like to leave you with is that New Hampshire's state motto is live free or die. The man who said those words was a distinguished Revolutionary War hero. His name was General John Stark.
So your time is up, sir. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Sarah Smith, and on deck is Rebecca Hoskins.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my testimony. My name's Sarah Smith. I'm interested in this bill as a cisgender woman, wondering how will such a thing be enforced? Will there be people checking us as we go in and out of the bathroom? Will it be based on our appearance, because sometimes people just appear different? And then what do you do? What do you do? They think we've had as many instances of cisgendered women being actually examined to find out whether they belong in this place. I think we need to take a step back and just stop thinking about how we can make people disappear that we don't like. And talk about this state needs to welcome everyone. I think that if something like this passes, the word will get out around that New Hampshire will discriminate against you if you appear different, and a lot of people will stay away. They won't want to face that. They won't want to go skiing and have to be questioned when they go to the locker room or the bathroom. I think it could have a big effect on everyone. It's not just about who's transgender, but now you're judging everyone based on their appearance, and you're going to be like, well, that the hair's too short. That can't be right. I think for a legislature which prides itself on independence and freedom, to be doing this kind of policing on people is really, I'll just use the word ironic.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, Rebecca Hoskins, and on deck is Jamie Grasso. Rebecca Hoskins? All right, and Rebecca Hoskins is not here. Then I'm going to call on Jamie Grasso, please.
Hi, my name. Excuse me. Hi, my name is Jamie Grasso. I'm a resident of Provincetown, Massachusetts. I am here in opposition to this bill and to all the bills that attack trans people. I'm a United States veteran. I served in the United States Marine Corps honorably for years, and I protected every person in this room, all of your rights, no matter what your political background was, no matter what your gender was. Okay? As a society, I expect the same in return, and I am a trans person. These bills make my life incredibly dangerous. I can no longer travel to Florida. I can no longer travel to Texas. By these bills passing, I would be required to use a women's room. Can you imagine this guy? That's not going to play well. In Texas, I can be put in jail and charged $10,000 for not using the women's room because biologically I am female, and that's ridiculous. I would encourage you to consider the real ramifications, how this affects real people like me, and to vote against this bill because it does real harm. I'm also, my background is in architecture. I'm a pre-licensed architect. I went to school at UNH as an undergrad, and I left, and I loved UNH. It was awesome. But I left New Hampshire because there were a lot of hate crimes happening to queer people in New Hampshire at the time. And I moved to Massachusetts, where I went on to spend $300,000 on my graduate education. So that's $300,000 I did not spend in New Hampshire. My company that I work for is one town over the border in Massachusetts because they don't believe in policies like this, and they bring in millions of dollars a year. This does have a financial impact. We are choosing not to spend our money here because of it. I'm going to be out of time, so I thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none. Ty Thompson, please.
Thank you. Ty Thompson, Nottingham, New Hampshire. My pronouns are they, them. I'm reading testimony provided today by a doctor who could not be physically with us in this building. Dr. Susan Stred from Syracuse, New York. She's a board certified physician and professor in pediatric endocrinology with 30 years of experience. She writes, one of my primary focus areas was the diagnosis and treatment of young people with intersex variations, and my work continues now to educate other physicians, medical trainees on variations in sex characteristics and how to provide optimal care for these individuals. Chromosomes, genetics, hormones, and the intrauterine environment during a pregnancy have complex interplay, informing the anatomy and composition of each human. There are at least 80 different genes already identified which participate in sex determination during fetal life. The vast majority of them do not. She's missing word, but on the X and Y chromosomes, and the pace of scientific discovery adds more to the list each year. It was surprising to see the legislature's focus on the SRY gene. There are so many genetic, environmental, and hormonal factors that go into making someone male or female that there is simply no way to legislate sex assignment or boil it down to a simple test. No single gene or factor can be used to categorize a human as male or female, not anatomy, not chromosomes, not eggs or sperm, not testosterone, and not the SRY gene. In a sense, none of this biology should matter in determining a gender of an individual. That said, it is extremely dangerous to rely on a simplistic understanding of this established science when crafting restrictive and punitive legislation. Would every girl or woman moving to the state have to carry their birth certificate with them at every rest stop on the highway? Will examination of the birth certificate become part of every human resources hiring evaluation or every judicial sentence hearing?
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next, I have Representative Joseph Barton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep this short for the members. I know it's been a long day. There are only two genders, and historically, we didn't have gender reassignment 100 years ago. There was none of this confusion. I fully support limiting the use of certain facilities on the basis of the God-given assigned sex, and trying to change that. You can't change your DNA. It just becomes, an issue of confusion, and it's not an issue of actual biological gender. So with that, I support the legislation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thanks.
I believe that I do not have any I know I don't have any other cards on HB 1442. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard? Yes, did you fill out a card?
I thought I handed it in.
You probably handed it in for the other. Sir, come on up.
Can you just fill it out afterwards? Sure.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, thank you for listening to me again. The first thing I just want to mention is that I'm highly offended
by the original sponsor of this bill, saying that nurses, which is one of the highest respected professions, would be unprofessional when dealing with somebody who's been in a sexual assault situation. The next thing I'm going to say is that I'm going to repeat some people. We're going to talk about the SRY gene again, because there's something called androgen insensitivity syndrome, and there's also something called de la Chapelle syndrome. And in these situations, for instance, typically with the de la Chapelle syndrome, typically they have a penis and testes. They're typically infertile because they don't produce sperm. Some have ambiguous genitalia, such as a micropenis or a urethral opening that is on the underside of their penis, and they have undescended testes. Also, they also may have what's called, forgive me if I'm pronouncing this wrong, Mullerian remnants, which are pieces of undeveloped female tissue within their internal reproductive system. The androgen insensitivity syndrome, there are different, it appears to be 3 different types. The complete one is where they have external female genitalia and have undescended testes instead of ovaries or a womb. Partial, they may have a vagina, penis, or ambiguous genitalia. And in mild cases, they typically have a penis and a scrotum, but may develop infertility and breasts during puberty. And in these situations as well, that SRY gene, which is typically found on the Y chromosome.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, Andrea Lucas, please.
Thank you for hearing my testimony. Never done this before, so I'm slightly terrified. But I'm hearing a lot about safety and safety concerns today, and I must say that as a New Hampshire native of 40 years, I didn't realize that all of our public bathrooms were just such a hotbed for sexual depravity here. And I've missed the memo, and I haven't heard about it in WMUR or the Union Lead or anything, so I'm a little surprised, to be honest. And if safety is the concern, then why have I not heard bills increasing the penalties for sexual assault or expediting the processing of rape kits and increasing access to that? Why have I not heard any bills supporting and increasing services for survivors? All of these bills are truly about protection and safety, then it shouldn't be focused on the imagined and hyperbolized supposed offenders, and instead focus on behavior, because we all know that behavior can be enacted by anyone. Hyper-focusing on less than 1% of the population and the people that they consist of that, people seem to just be really hell-bent on misunderstanding that population. And it's a beautiful diversionary tactic to shift the focus away from the fact that the hard truth is that the people who do perpetuate sexual harassment and assault walk among us in far more insidious forms. They are parents and friends and healers and leaders and prominent figures of our community who claim to uphold and support community safety. If this is truly about safety, then let's stop masquerading hate as protection. Thank you.
All right, questions for this witness? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Diana George, please. I'm sorry, that was your, thank you very much. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on House Bill 1442? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 1442, and I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 1447 and recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Mazur. Representative?
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Lisa Mazur, representing Hillsborough District 44, the towns of Goffstown and Ware. I believe this is the last bill of the day on this subject. The sheer number of bills filed this term addressing this issue demonstrates how important it is that we finally pass legislation that provides clarity and safety regarding the use of private spaces. Is it overkill? Some may say so. But until you've been on the receiving end of a phone call from a panicked parent whose daughter came home from middle school in tears because a biological boy was using the girls' restroom, it's easy to dismiss these concerns. After that phone call, another group of parents contacted me about why a 13-year-old boy was allowed to use the girls' middle school restroom. They asked a simple question: what law protects our daughters? Right now, there isn't one. By clearly defining sex in RSA 21:3, this bill ensures that schools, municipalities, and private institutions can, not shall, can implement policies consistently and without legal ambiguity. Right now, a boy can simply assert that he is a girl and gain access to girls' private spaces. There is no clear statutory framework for schools or parents to rely on. This bill provides that clarity. This issue is not theoretical, it is personal to me. While using the ladies' room in this very state house, I was in a stall when I suddenly heard a man's voice. I felt startled and uncomfortable. A space meant to provide privacy and security no longer felt that way. No woman should be made to question whether a private space is truly private. HB 1447 is not anti-LGBTQ+. It is pro-safety and pro-privacy. It does not take away anyone's rights, employment, housing, or access to public life. It addresses one narrow issue: how intimate spaces like bathrooms, locker rooms, and sleeping quarters are classified. Separating those spaces by biological sex is a long-standing privacy standard. This bill simply provides legal clarity and ensures that maintaining that standard is not treated as discrimination. It also allows reasonable exemptions for emergencies, custodial or maintenance staff, and parents assisting minor children. Schools and public entities are required to adopt policies consistent with biological sex, while private businesses may do so voluntarily. Enforcement is handled through policy adoption and internal oversight, ensuring compliance while allowing reasonable accommodations and avoiding unnecessary conflict. This legislation balances rights with privacy and safety. It protects everyone, especially children. It provides legal clarity, and it reflects what a strong majority of New Hampshire residents believe. We have to listen to the people of New Hampshire on this, and that's that intimate spaces should remain biological sex-based. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Representative Chur.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for taking the question. So, following on a line of questioning that we had the previous bill with Representative Leon, I'd raised the issue of citing RSA 21:3 as the basis for sex, and that's true in this bill as well. 21:3 basically defines that the term shall be gender neutral throughout New Hampshire's law, as far as I read it. I don't know if you have the same reading of that, but could you clarify how sex, meaning either male or female, is defined by 21:3, should be incorporated into the laws defined by this bill?
Well, this bill provides legal certainty by defining sex in statute, so it adds that to that. And mandating consistent statewide policy, expressly authorizing private entities to adopt the same standards. So it just adds that piece. And that biological sex piece is, you know, when we passed the Protecting Kids from Irreversible Surgeries and Hormones, we defined all of that in those statutes as well. So
Can I just One quick follow-up, just to clarify the language that I'm asking about. If you read 21:3, and I won't read
I have
the
it
whole
right here.
paragraph. Okay, you do. Okay. So where it says, words importing masculine gender may extend to be applied to females, and then gender-specific terms relating to, and it lists a whole bunch of things, shall be construed to be gender neutral for all purposes. So I guess that's, in terms of being clear in defining things, I wasn't sure how this particular statute would apply to the legislation that you've brought forward.
It just changes it to address sex, which it doesn't currently.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Really, that's it?
That's it.
Okay.
All right. All right. So I'm going to begin calling the other witnesses who will be subject to the 2-minute rule. The one thing I would say, please understand, anybody who wants to testify is free to testify about anything they want. I guess I would suggest that it would be, I think members, I know I would, and I suspect other members of the committee would find it helpful, particularly since we're limiting the testimony to 2 minutes, that you focus on things that are different about this bill that you might have to say something about as opposed to the earlier bills. You don't have to do that. You can come up and repeat exactly what you said before on some other bill, but in terms of how helpful something would be to us, I suspect we would find it more helpful if you addressed the particular aspects of this bill. So with that, I'm going to call on Representative Wade, please.
Ready. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hello once again, members of the committee. I am Representative Alice Wade, representing Dover Ward 2, and I'm here today to oppose HB 1447. And I have to start off by apologizing. Earlier I said if anybody in this room could prove that I was transgender, I'd give them $100. Unfortunately, I only have $7 in my wallet, so I can't quite fulfill that, but take the whole thing. Do what you want with it. If you can prove that I am trans, right here, right now. You can't. You cannot do that. And this is the last bathroom bill we're going to hear today. There's another one after that to do with other repealing of all gender identity in all statutes, but I want to point out that this is a completely manufactured issue. Fox News has more stories attacking trans people than the entirety of LGBTQ plus outlets in the entirety of the United States. They had over 1,000 stories attacking trans people in 1 year. That's like 3 a day. These narratives, we are less than 1% of the population, but this has been made into a national issue because people think it's a winning political issue. It's not. It is not. 60% of people prefer Democrats' approach to how to deal with transgender issues in recent polling. At every one of these bills, this year and last year, 80 to 90% of the testimony online, and I think it's around 75% in person, oppose every bit of this legislation. So do not pass this by claiming that the public supports it, because they do not. They don't. They have better things to care about. They're trying to afford housing. They're trying to afford healthcare. They're trying to raise their children. Micromanaging bathrooms is not a top issue for New Hampshire voters.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, whoops.
I'll take my $7 back if
Representative
nobody
Tur.
else.
Representative Tur has a question.
There you go. All righty.
Yeah, I guess as a fellow state representative, I was focused on this bill, particularly on the section where it says the state of New Hampshire and all political subdivisions of the state shall adopt policies that classify the use of restrooms, locker rooms, changing areas based on sex. How does that merge with sort of the idea of local ability to deal with things? If my understanding is this bill would basically have every community adopt their own set of policies. Sorry.
Yeah, you are correct. This bill is not local control. It is a state mandate saying every political subdivision, every body of the state, I assume that would include schools, county facilities, town facilities, this building, the State House, whatever else. And the other thing is, we were told on previous bills where it was an optional enforcement mechanism, where it just basically said it's not considered discrimination to enforce it. Not a single person was able to cite a single example of an actual enforcement mechanism. Not one. And in this case, it's mandating enforcement of this. And my question is, how? Because once again, if I go into the women's room and you point at me and you say I'm trans and I say no, and you say, oh, let me look at your ID, and I pull out my ID and it says female, what then? Are you going to do a background check on me? Or I had somebody suggest to me that we should do cheek swabs in order to determine somebody's gender. That is insane. To go to a bathroom, to do your business, not to commit a crime, just to do your business. So this is absolutely not local control, and it makes no sense in terms of enforcement, especially as a mandate.
All right, other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
I'll take this back now.
Next, I'm going to call on Claire Abernathy, and on deck will be Amy, whose name I always have trouble not pronouncing, but she knows who she is, I'm sure. All right. Claire Abernathy, please.
Hello once again. As you've heard in previous testimony today, there's apparently some confusion among constituents about what constitutes a male or female human being. As is made clear in this law, a female is a human whose biology is organized around the gestation of a fetus or the production of ova, and a male is a human whose biology is organized around the production of sperm. These are, in fact, universally applicable definitions that include those with disorders of sexual development who do not fit the definitions you may have learned in high school biology class, as those with rare disorders of sexual development also have bodies organized around a single role in mammalian sexual development, regardless of whether individuals with a specific condition actually can produce sperm or are able to gestate fetuses. There are only two pathways of mammalian sexual development, the Mullerian and Wolffian pathways, where either the Wolffian or Mullerian ducts take dominance. No human has ever been born with functional ovaries and functional testes. One is always dominant and guides sexual development. The desexing of people with these disorders by pretending that they are not measurably either male or female is what leads to the medical abuse that organizations which advocate for them have opposed. I also think that it is deeply disrespectful to people with those disorders to use their medical conditions as a cudgel to justify men without those conditions committing indecent exposure in female spaces. I will share messages that I received from a follower of mine who has androgen insensitivity syndrome, Shabir Aghazada. I just want to thank you for your role in this discourse because it helps innocent intersex people like myself who have been dragged into this debate without our consent. It's really sad not only to people with DSDs used as arguments, but our bodies are always fetishized by mentally ill people. Me having XY chromosomes and a female endocrinology doesn't make me a goal. It's a reality that brings me a lot of health issues. But for trans women, my suffering is a fantasy that they desire. I have a lot of sympathy for those suffering from gender dysphoria, but it is ultimately a mental illness and needs to be treated as one. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Amy Terravecchia. I think maybe I got it right. All right, thank you. And on deck will be Simon Amaya Price.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Officially been here long enough, I can say good afternoon now. Again, Amy Terravecchia from 603 Equality. At the risk of repeating myself, I will urge you to listen to what those who oppose this bill have said before me. We have some really smart, wonderful people in the room. We have folks who are scientists who have spoken to our understanding of biology and sex and gender. We have folks who are intersex in the room. We have folks who are trans in the room who have lived experiences. We have cis women in the room, such as myself, who would also be negatively impacted by this bill. So I please urge you to listen to their testimony in chorus with mine and understand that this bill I have the same concerns with it, just as I did with the other bills that we've heard today in committee, that regardless of its attempt to define enforceability measures, it would create more risk for Granite Staters. It would create more risk around privacy and safety in using restrooms and other spaces. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Simon Amaya Price, and on deck will be Jennifer Smith.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak again. How's the weather over there? Is it nice? Seems nice. My name is Simon Amaya Price. I used to be transed, and I think that this is the best bill of the Spaces bills. To again answer Representative Wade's question, I can't prove that he is trans because being trans is not a claim about reality, rather a delusion. Like everyone else in the room, I can just look at him and know that he is male because human sex recognition is about 99% accurate. For those who believe that there are more than two sexes, what's the third gamete? Still waiting on that one. For those who call this a purely Republican effort, did you know that the majority of Americans are in favor of bills like these? Did you know that the majority of Democrats are as well? For those trans-identified men who want to use the women's bathroom, why should we infringe on women's rights because of your delusion? Did you know that in wartime, female prisoners of war have better access to same-sex spaces under the Geneva Convention than women in New Hampshire? Chapter 2, Article 25, Paragraph 4 reads, in any camps in which women prisoners of war, as well as men are accommodated, separate dormitories shall be provided for them. Chapter 3, Article 29, Paragraph 2 reads, in any camps in which women prisoners of war are accommodated, separate conveniences shall be provided for them. Chapter 9, Article 124, Paragraph 3 reads, women internees undergoing disciplinary punishment shall be confined in separate quarters from male internees and shall be under the immediate supervision of women. Section 3, Article 76, Paragraph 3 reads, women shall be confined in separate quarters and shall be under the direct supervision of women. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions for this witness? Yes, I just have one question since you've apparently done some research. Does that Geneva Convention, does it define women or man?
I do not know off the top of my head. They didn't think it was a thing that needed to be defined because everybody up until 20 years ago knew what a woman and knew what a man was.
Thank you.
Of course.
Next, Jennifer Smith, and on deck is Beth Scar.
Thanks for taking my testimony. Just start out with, I am not deluded or mentally ill. Well, of course, that's a common thing for people who are mentally ill to try to say too. So you can decide for yourselves. I am actually a monogamous Christian lesbian transgender woman, and I do believe that all of those are true statements. And I would point out to the people who think this is a modern thing that it's been known forever that there are differences in sexual development, and they aren't necessarily disorders either. That is a medicalization of something that's just a reality. And the person who I try to listen to most in history is who is known as Jesus in the Latinization of Yeshua's name. And basically he pointed this out. Go look at it, Matthew 19, 11 and 12, that there are people born as eunuchs. Unfortunately, there are also, he didn't say unfortunately, he just noted because it was common, there are people who are made eunuchs by others. And then there are people who make themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. And that, to me, is entirely the point of the spiritual basis of being who I am. And it took me a long time to get here because society doesn't recognize that. But I am here, and I would appreciate not having my life made miserable. I want to keep playing tennis with my women's tennis team.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
Time
you.
is up. All right. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, Beth Scare, and on deck is Pasha Roberts.
Hi, I'm Beth Scare from Nashua. Why is New Hampshire forcing businesses and organizations to allow boys and men to access women's sports and spaces on the basis of self-ID or risk being sued under anti-discrimination law? It's bad from a liberty point of view because New Hampshire businesses and organizations can't opt out. They have to allow it even if their religious beliefs go against it, such as churches and religious schools. They have to allow it even when they know that vulnerable little girls will be in those spaces with grown men. How did we get here? We got here because that sick feeling in the pit of your stomach when you think about women and girls having to share spaces of intimate privacy with men was ignored, pushed down, and shut away, so that legislators could vote the way they were told by do-gooders who are more concerned about social justice points than protecting vulnerable women and girls. We have seen many recent examples of trans-identified men who have committed horrible crimes, like former New Hampshire Representative Barry Stacey Lawton, who pled guilty to sexual exploitation of children and distribution of child pornography. There were 2 mass shootings in the last week by trans-identified men. And these are the ones who are considered safe to be in vulnerable spaces with women and girls. At the Nashua Y, there is a women's locker room, a men's locker room, and a family locker room. The family locker room is for families with children and for people who don't feel comfortable in the women's or men's locker room. There's a man who regularly goes into the women's locker room and sits and watches the girls and women change. Because there's a pool, women and girls are regularly getting into and out of their bathing suits. Why isn't he using the family locker room? Listen to that feeling in the pit of your stomach. You know there's no good reason for it. Men who are in jails and prisons are there either because they're suspected of committing crime or who are judged too dangerous to be free, and because they've been convicted of committing a crime. Why would we lock up criminal men with women?
Your time's up.
Okay.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next, I'm going to call on Representative Alexandra Murray, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Alessandra Rodriguez Murray. I represent Hillsborough District 20, which is Manchester Ward 9, and I'm speaking in opposition to HB 1447. I'll just pick up where I left off last time since the subject matter is the same. So HB 1447 is premised on the idea that the mere presence of transgender people in public restrooms is inherently suspect. And that premise is just not supported by evidence. It is discrimination, plain and simple. It is also unconstitutional. The equal protection guarantees of both the New Hampshire and United States constitutions do not permit the government to single out a class of people and exclude them from public life based on fear rather than fact. We pride ourselves in New Hampshire on live free or die, but freedom must mean something for all of us or it means nothing at all. The reality is that trans granite staters already navigate daily life with heightened vigilance. When my friends and I plan outings, we use the restroom before we even leave our house. We research establishments in advance. We use apps to identify single-stall facilities and explicitly LGBTQ-friendly businesses. We strategize around something most people never have to think twice about. That is not freedom. That is survival. And this bill will not make anyone safer. It will not solve a documented problem. What it will do is codify stigma, invite confrontation, and place already vulnerable people at greater risk. I urge you, please, to reject HB 1447. Our job as legislators is not to legislate fear. It is to uphold constitutional principles, protect the safety of all granite staters, and ensure that every person can participate in public life with dignity. And I did want to make one note that Fox News in January of 2026 released a poll stating that 60% of Americans, not Democrats, support Democrats' positions on transgender issues compared to 38% trusting Republicans on trans issues more. So the public is not on the side of these bills.
Thank you. Your time is up, but thank you.
Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'm going to call on Pasha Roberts, and next after on deck will be Ty Thompson.
Hello again. I am Pasha Roberts and Wilmette, and I am speaking in opposition to 1447. So this bill has the same medical problems as 1442 did, attempting to use the SRY gene to categorize sex. It has the same outcomes. It sends female supermodels to the men's room and enables older men who've lost their Y chromosome to use the women's room. And for the record, I know two people, it's called ovotestes, who have a functioning ovary and testicle. There's both. One is in Colorado, one is in the UK. One of them fathered, I think, 2 children and became an egg donor later in life. So this bill, we haven't talked about this, but the bill introduces a significant financial obligation. These are expensive genetic microarray tests. They're not simple karyotype XX and XY tests. I mean, mine cost $1,000 out of pocket. This seems like a lot of time and money for the state to pay for a problem that does not exist. There's $0 listed for this bill, so there needs to be a provision for New Hampshire to pay for these tests to prosecute these people that you want to prosecute. And also note that DNA testing for rape kits is deeply backlogged already. All of these bathroom bills, and particularly the genetic variations, are very strange to see in the light of liberty. They're not small government solutions. This is a nanny state collecting and storing genetic information on citizens who simply want to pee. Will there be an ID card for females? Liberty does not mean the freedom to keep uncomfortable people away from you. To quote the New Hampshire Liberty Alliance, pro-liberty votes protect individual freedom of choice and personal responsibility, recognize the superiority of freedom over coercion, and respect the citizen's right of self-ownership. This bill does not make sense in the live free or die state. It doesn't poll well either, and it will be vetoed. It's unenforceable and will lead to the harassment of cisgendered women in bathrooms across the state. Please vote inexpedient to legislate.
All right. Questions?
Any questions?
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Come on, you got an intersex person in the room.
Ty Thompson, and on deck will be Larkin Sanford.
Hello again. My name is Ty Thompson. I'm still from Nottingham. My pronouns are still they, them. With respect, I appreciate the request for information that is non-redundant, and with respect, I would submit that this bill is redundant. And so a lot of the testimony that people will provide and need to provide will be the same, because it would be tragic if we did not stand in opposition to every single attempt that is a redundant attempt to diminish the way that trans, non-binary, and gender diverse people are represented in our state and in our country. I go back to my original statement that this legislation and all of the redundant legislation that we have been listening to today and across this legislative session in general is part of an overarching intentional use of othering at a national level that is being represented at the state level as well. I agree with the statements earlier that if this were about safety, that we would be expending tremendous amount of energy other places in our civic life to make sure that women and children were safe from sexual assault. It is a real problem that deserves real solutions. Targeting a 1% portion of our population based on a concern that people have or 1 or 2 examples that exist is not a solution for safety in the dysregulated and happy community. We need to be doing less othering and more considering of strategies that support people being able to live together. Again, I would submit that there are physical structural strategies that we can use to create a sense of safety for one another. I also would like to say that trans people have existed across a millennia. Even if medical transition is a more recent thing that has happened, before 100 years ago from now, but
Thank you.
We have a problem.
Your time is up.
Problem-focused medical system,
Questions?
and
for
that
this
is why
witness?
people access care.
Seeing none, thank you. Larkin Sanford, and on deck will be Nancy Brennan.
Hello. I wasn't planning on speaking today, but after following these bills online, I rushed to get here to testify because I felt the need to represent the younger generation of girls who have to be protected from biological males in what should be safe spaces for us. Last year, my mom and I listened to the testimony of a biological male who stated he used the female YMCA locker room, which includes bathrooms, and said that he completely undressed and no one had a problem with it. Well, my mom and I did. We canceled our membership and haven't been there since. I take a class that discusses current events, and yesterday we discussed the role of the government. I believe one of the roles of the government is to protect the rights of its citizens. You, as legislators, have the responsibility to protect my rights of safety and privacy in designated female spaces. And if you won't, who will? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Questions for this witness, Representative Alexander?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Would you feel more comfortable if this bill was passed by this committee?
Yes, I would.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'm going to call on Nancy Brennan, and on deck will be David Trumbull.
Nancy Brennan from Ware. I'm passing out testimony. I'm not going to read it. I would like to address a couple of things that I have heard. One of them, which was also somebody else talked about, that the majority, the prime sponsor said the majority of us want this kind of bill. I just checked right now, sign-ins are 639 no, 20 yes. So for the people that signed in, it's not the majority of us. I would also say that what we need is education, because I hear people say that there is no such thing as a trans person, and yet science and every major medical and psychological association says being trans is real. And we have learned throughout the last many years the difference between sex and gender, and to dismiss it is to go back to Dick and Jane and Sally and mom and dad, and we all have roles. And we know scientifically that isn't true. These bills hurt people. They hurt cis people as well as trans people. What I did pass out, my second page, is a bunch of pictures. Some of them are of people who might be misgendered because of the way they're born. Some of them are of transgender men who would have to use women's rooms, transgender women. There's one of a woman, a cisgender woman, who was accused of being trans. She was a teenager. And the final picture, which proves my point about how hard this is of the prime sponsor misgendering a man last year.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next, David Trumbull, and on deck will be Amy Teravacchia.
She already went, so that card must have been for a different bill. She brought up the same one. She
Left. Okay.
She already went.
Oh, she already went. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. All right. So I'll just put it there. Mr. Trumbull?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. David Trumbull from the town of Ware. I oppose this bill. First thing is that this bill relies upon the binary definition of sex, but that doesn't match reality. The reality is a continuum. And why does this matter? You asked us to talk about this bill, not the other bills, but every bill has got the same problem. It tries to force a binary definition into law, which doesn't match science. And why do you need this definition? Because you can't enforce the law without a definition. So you put in place a definition which isn't real, it's not scientific, so that you can have a law.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
What's the point of order?
Could we ask the chap testifying not to scream and yell?
Well, I didn't think he was screaming and yelling, but yes, please continue. Just in a normal voice, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll do my best. The reason why this is important is because without a definition, you can't enforce the law. But the definition doesn't match the reality. The reality is a continuum, not a binary. Second thing is that this bill takes away the constitutional rights of people. And any bill that does that has to be, as you know, narrowly tailored, and it has to have no less restrictive alternative. Narrowly tailored can't exist in this world where you have a mandate like you have in this bill. The mandate is not narrowly tailored because it's mandatory in all situations. The less restrictive alternative was given to you in the last bill, all gender bathrooms being required. That would be a better solution than a mandate in all situations. The last thing I'd like to say is that I would like to ask people in the future when they're testifying to refer to transgender women as women and transgender men as men. That would be respectful. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next, I'm going to call on Sarah Smith, and on deck will be Sam Hawkins.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Smith from Pembroke. Excuse me. It seems like an awful lot of laws here. Just seems like we can't find the right way to legislate transgender people out of existence because there isn't a right way. These laws will not work, and we know it. So I'm just cutting to the chase here right now. What you need laws for are, as people said, to protect people. We have laws against assault and harassment. And people know that, and they know that if they break that law, then they are in trouble. It's not because they exist that they're in trouble. It's because they break a law. It doesn't make anybody safer to have it in a space because they think that is a single gender space. It's because the people understand that there is a law. If they assault them, then they're wrong. That's what stops people from doing bad things. And these laws just don't work because people don't fit those boxes. People don't look that way. You won't be able to identify them. And so you're just trying to legislate certain people out of existence when in fact they do exist. So none of this is going to work. All these laws will be thrown out, and you need to recognize that people are going around and they're living their lives and they're not bothering anyone, and yet you're trying to put them out of existence because one person says, well, they felt uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable around a lot of people.
Thank you very much,
but
ma'am.
they are not
Time is up.
illegal.
Questions for this witness?
Any questions?
Seeing none, thank you. Next, Sam Hawkins, and on deck is David Kovic.
Good afternoon. For the record, Sam Hawkins, here today representing NAMI, New Hampshire, in opposition to House Bill 1447 and all other bills the committee may consider that would promote, enable, or require discrimination. And we come here because we are gravely concerned by the harmful impacts that we know discrimination does have upon mental health for the entire community. I have research I'll distribute later to the committee in regards to the impacts of discrimination specifically on transgender and non-binary people here specifically in the Granite State, showing that they more often experience symptoms of anxiety, depression, and more often experience suicidality. But we really want to reiterate that this is largely due to their experiences with discrimination. In fact, I would argue discrimination that we have heard through language in this room today. 89% of LGBTQ+ young people have reported that politics negatively impacted their well-being here in New Hampshire. For several years now, these bills have been rejected by New Hampshire's communities and New Hampshire's leadership because they would have a chilling effect not only on transgender and non-binary people themselves, but their families, their loved ones, the communities they have found and formed in this state. That is true about this bill, as it is true about all the bills that came before it. We firmly believe that all Granite Staters, which includes transgender and non-binary Granite Staters, deserve to live full, healthy, safe lives here in the state within their community. This bill would not do that. As such, we strongly urge the committee to vote inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1447 and all similar bills.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
David Kovac, and on deck is Joseph Barton. David Kovac. All right, David Kovac is not, oh, I'm sorry, are you Mr. Kovac? No. Oh, all right, no, sorry. All right, Joseph Barton, you're up, and Cameron Moons is on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try and keep this brief. I think the question, if I was on the committee, I would start with is why do we have male and female bathrooms to begin with, or other rooms? Why do we have that division? I'd also add that there are those two classes of people, male and female. So I don't really see civil rights applying with respect to bathrooms and locker rooms to a special class of people. And I think that's an important distinction because what this bill really seeks to do is protect the rights of individuals like the young lady you heard earlier. And with respect to local control, civil rights don't vary from town to town. The other thing, earlier testimony regarding scripture, and I don't like to invoke scripture, but in Matthew 19:4, Christ says, "Haven't you read that at the beginning the Creator made them male and female?" And gender is defined not by a test; it's on our birth certificates. That's where we would look statutorily. We look to an individual's birth certificate. Often, it's known before we're even born whether we're going to be a male or female by genetic testing. That's how it's detected. But ultimately, the state would rely on what the doctor determines on the member's or the individual's birth certificate. So it wouldn't cost us money because that's where it's at. I have no further testimony. I'm going to let things move along and not take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'm going to call on Cameron Munns, please, and Jamie Grasso is on deck.
So again, my name is Cameron Munns. I'm a New Hampshire resident. I'm going to start off with just what I had said earlier, not the whole thing. Again, because these are pretty much mirror bills. So I'm not surprised that New Hampshire Republicans are continuing their trans obsession. If we have a supposed radical ideology, then you certainly have a radical obsession. 4 bathroom bills and another to erase gender identity from anti-discrimination laws, and this is just today. And like I said earlier this morning, stands true. You're likely not going to hear anything new that you haven't heard before, and yet here we are again, dealing with your obsession. I am trans with trans friends and a large, beautiful community around me, and I don't even talk or think about transgender people as much as some of you do. The other thing that I would like to point out is the prime sponsor. I agree with you. I think we should listen to the people of New Hampshire. HB 148, which was vetoed, had 2,910 people online oppose the bill and 206 for. SB 268 online had 1,790 people opposed and only 113 for. So I think we should listen to the people of New Hampshire. And then just to give a little shout out to my trans siblings before I lose time, if you need to use the bathroom of your choosing and you need a safe person, I will go with you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Jamie Grasso, and on deck is Kelly Twiss.
I spoke to you earlier. My name is Jamie Grasso. I live in Provincetown, Massachusetts. I spoke to you about being a veteran. I'm a pre-licensed architect. So I wanted to address a couple of things that have been brought up today. I am a subject matter expert in some of these things. I don't have time to answer the questions right now. When I was in the Marine Corps, I studied the Geneva Conventions. When I was in architecture school, I had this incredible opportunity in 2023 to work with the United States with the U.S. State Department on a project in Geneva, Switzerland for UN mission. We went over the UN conventions. The UN conventions, which the Geneva Conventions are part of, protect LGBTQ people and have a higher level of civil rights protections than what the United States follows currently. There is a waiver for the United States to opt out of some of those within our physical borders. So that's number one. I would encourage all of you to get familiar with those UN conventions because they say that a marginalized group has the same rights, and we are a marginalized group. It's why we're in the civil rights laws. Obviously, I'm upset about this. I'm having trouble speaking on it. Number two, I am sure none of you have ever heard of the radical liberal plumbing union because it doesn't exist. Plumbing unions are super conservative. They're plumbers, they're working class people. For the last 20 years, the plumbing unions in the United States have been writing a building code that is about life safety, and they have been gathering data, huge amounts of data on life safety to protect the occupants, including women and girls in bathrooms. And they have recommended the building code that has been adopted in the United States, which is called the International Building Code, the IBC 2023, is also adopted in Canada. That building code addresses this bathroom issue, and they provide recommendations, including access to all of the data that shows that attacks on women and girls when you share the bathroom with trans people go down. And the reason they go down is that people behave better when there are
Thank
people
you,
who are
sir.
different than them in the room.
Your time
Thank
is
you.
up. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, Kelly Twist, please.
Hello again. As predicted, I oppose Bill 1447 and all the other similar bills. I realize nothing any of us says today will actually have any bearing on your decisions, but I'd like to get all this on the record, and I'm sure that's part of what everyone else is doing as well. All of these bills are a solution in search of a problem. They are overwhelmingly opposed by your constituents, the people that voted for you. They are totally unenforceable and create a real risk of foreseeable harm. They have been repeatedly vetoed. They're not based on compelling state interest, or statistics would have been presented for that reason. Gender politics are nowhere near the top of your constituents' needs or desires for you to be covering. In fact, it's almost dead last. They all have circular logic and are based on a house of cards of birth certificates and chromosomes that completely falls apart as soon as you say, how? How do we identify who is singled out for discrimination? Will it be, if you know, you know? Is that what it's going to be? How will you enforce it? What if a trans person has a document that says female, but a person doesn't believe them? Then what? It's all a house of cards. It can't go anywhere. In my opinion, these bills are not based on good faith efforts to solve a problem. I think the real point is demonstrated by one of your colleagues who said, the point of Republican legislation in New Hampshire is not to change the laws. It is to demoralize the left to encourage them to leave. In my opinion, these laws are an attempt to demoralize and drive trans people and people who love and support them out of this state. And it's not going to work.
Questions for this witness?
Just one.
Yes, Representative Birch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is more a point of personal privilege to suggest to you, we do listen, and we listen hard to the witnesses that come in.
I guess I should have said some don't listen.
No, I understand how citizens feel, but I think I can speak on behalf of both sides of the aisle that we appreciate each and every person that comes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Can I answer that question?
That wasn't a question. It was a.
Could you ask me a question?
No. Thank you. Thank you, Rem. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I don't have any other pink cards. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on House Bill 1447? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 1447, and I'm going to open an executive session on House Bill 1299, and the chair recognizes Representative Kutab for a motion. An amendment. I'm sorry. I think.
I would like to move amendment 2026-08548H.
Is there a second?
I would like to second that.
All right. Motion has been made by Representative Kutab, seconded by Representative Perez. And Representative Kutab, if you if you would, may I speak, may I speak to this 0854? So let me tell you what 0854 is about. It amends Representative Kofal's bill, HB 1299, in this fashion. It it changes section 1 of the bill to incorporate, as in paragraph Roman numeral 2, the same definition that was in the same language that was contained in House Bill 396 and I believe 148 of prior years. It then it replaces section 2 of the original bill of Representative Kofal by adding in again the same language that was in House Bill 396 and 148 from past years, specifying that classifications based on biological sex are appropriate in the 3 circumstances of lavatory or locker rooms, circumstance 1, athletic or sporting events, circumstance 2, or correctional facilities or involuntarily, places where somebody can be involuntarily committed, section 3. The change that it makes begins on line 29 of the amendment. It adds a new section 354A 25-B, which states, and I'll just quote it here, no instrumentality of state or local government or subdivision thereof, including public schools and public institutions of higher education, shall implement the provisions of RSA 354A 25-A1. That is the provision dealing with that the sexual classifications are all right with regard to lavatory and locker facilities. But no governmental entity shall institute that. I'm sorry. That any governmental entity that does institute that shall with respect to laboratory facilities, unless such instrumentality or subdivision thereof provides in the same building to which the statute is applied at least one single occupancy bathroom available for use by all persons without regard to gender or sexual identity. And let me state the purpose of this. We on this committee, I think, are well aware that the governor has vetoed several prior versions of essentially the same bill. She's indicated, as if I understand it, that her concern is with regard to the sort of the first section of dealing with with permissible classifications, that is, dealing with lavatory facilities. This is designed, hopefully, although as I say, I have not spoken with the governor. I do not know if this in fact will address her concerns, but I'm hoping it will. And and the other thing I hope is that this will reflect that this committee is, we don't sort of put a stake in the ground and say it's this way, my way or the highway. We are willing to talk and to compromise and to hopefully come to a reasonable resolution. And to the extent that the governor was concerned that for, let's say, this situation, a trans person who has actually gotten, had all the surgery and all that from, let's say, from transitioning from a man to a woman, has had all the upper surgery and lower surgery and all that, is concerned that I now, this trans woman now have to go into a men's bathroom under the bill in some school or other government facility. Would that, does that create a problem for that person? This, it seems to me, provides what I would regard as a pretty substantial answer, because it says if there is a governmental facility that does that, the governmental facility must have in the same building one restroom that is open to both sexes, and that restroom would be available for use. I think this is an important change, and I hope members of the committee will support it. That's all I have to say. Representative Smith.
Thank you very much. Before I begin, Mr. Chair, I want to say that I find offensive the statements made by a number of those who have testified who have felt comfortable categorizing people by their political party. I, who want to get to yes, feel that it is important to make sure that we are welcoming people of divergent views in the hope that we can get as many as possible to compromise, even though we might not have a perfect bill. So I want to make that statement first. Now, I would like to ask you, Mr. Chair, if you would consider adding additional language to Amendment 0854H, which says that any person of color or of a non-Christian religion who would not necessarily be welcome in a bathroom with others would nonetheless have access to a separate bathroom for them.
Well, if I understand the question, the answer to that would be no, because I don't think that is a problem that has been brought to our attention. But I guess I would expand on that in this regard. To the extent we've heard all of this testimony about, well, you'll never be able to, you can't pass any of these bills because you can never tell. There's more than two sexes, and you can never tell what the sex is. Stop and think about the implications of what that really means. That argument really means that you can't, that anybody. So, for example, if you accept that argument, that means that if I am a completely heterosexual young man and I want to go into the woman's bathroom or locker room, I can do that because you can't tell, you can't examine me, you can't ask, you can't know. So this whole, what this argument really is basically saying is you can't segregate bathrooms or locker rooms by sex, period. It doesn't matter. This whole whether I'm trans or not doesn't matter, because if that's the argument, then we really, what we really are saying, what the opponents of this bill are really saying is, you can't have women's and men's bathrooms. All bathrooms have to be open to anybody because you can't really tell, and you can't do an examination. I think that is, frankly, and with respect to the other, I think that's foolishness. Of course we can have women's and men's bathrooms.
Mr. Chair, can I continue, please?
Yes.
With respect, and you know I respect you, I'm not sure that you focused on the implication of my question to you. And the question had to do with who are we to decide that person X is entitled to protections, but person Y is not. Who are we to make that differentiation? And I'd be happy to show you my my consulting group. The smallest consulting group I have is 3 grandchildren, 25, 22, and 19. When presented with these issues, says, "You've got to be kidding. It's not a problem." I would also confess, Mr. Chair, that there have been occasions when I have been in a place with a lot of people wanting to use restroom facilities, and always there are not enough restrooms for women, and there are more for men, and there's no line for the men, and I have gone into the men's room. And I hope that doesn't shock you, but I have done that because I know, and everybody else knows, that you go to a restroom to use the facilities. And if you really were going to the restroom in order to expose yourself or in order to rape or attack in some way someone who you could find a lot better ways to do this. These bills, Mr. Chair, all of them are the same. If I had been chair of this committee, I will tell you that I would have set a hearing for the first 4 bills at 10 o'clock. And then I would have said to the people who are here, all 4 bills are before you. Please testify. We would have saved hours instead of having the same people come up on each of the 4 bills and say the same thing. And what is being said is we should not be in this business. I remember when I first came to this legislature that it was libertarian, and the basic belief was that people's privacy should be respected and the government should not be involved in making determination for how people control their own private lives. And it was a lot more satisfying than this is now. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging me.
All right, the chair recognizes Representative Manning.
Thank you. And with all due respect, and you know that I have nothing but respect for you, to answer your question about who are we to be in the business of protecting one class over another, by not passing a bill like this, we're protecting a class of 1% of the population at the expense of 50% of the population. Thank you.
Are there any, yes, Representative Tur and then Representative Ball.
Yeah, and with great respect to all of my colleagues. Interesting choice to say that one single occupancy bathroom would basically allow all the rest of the provisions of the bill to be enacted. The bill is much bigger than bathrooms. It covers locker rooms. So in this instance, it would basically be presuming that somebody would have to change and shower in the single occupancy bathroom. It covers prisons. So a single bathroom in the prison could theoretically allow, assuming they are separated in some way, would not really satisfy anything. Schools have different grades, levels. So I think, you know, taking this on its surface and, you know, setting aside all the other concerns I have on the bill itself, I just don't see how adding a single, one single occupancy bathroom for a building, regardless of its size or regardless of its purpose, is going to in any way mitigate the issues that we're talking about. So thanks.
All right. Other, Representative Ball, you.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Rep. Smith, for your commentary. I just wanted to point out there was a term that was used of people feeling marginalized. And I am finding it hard to believe, as a woman who fought in the 60s and the 70s to get women's rights and have been fighting all my life to get women's rights, that I am watching them now be stripped away and I am being marginalized again. Because I do not feel comfortable. I do not feel comfortable having my 3, 4, 7, and 9-year-old granddaughters in changing rooms or going into women's rooms with the risk of, and with all due respect, I know people in this room would not be the people who just do something like this, but could be confronted with a biological intact man exposing themselves to her. Which is interesting because if it happened outside the bathroom, that would be indecent exposure, but because it happened in the bathroom, all of a sudden it's okay. So I'm having a really hard time balancing that act. I just wanted to put that out there. With regard to this, I do think we have to find some way that's going to make it where everyone feels they have been heard and everyone's safety is taken into consideration. And I mean that with all due respect for everyone in this room.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing none. So I guess given the the contentiousness of what I perceive this issue. I think even on the amendment, it's appropriate to have a roll call vote. So the motion before us is moved by Representative Katab, seconded by Representative Perez, to adopt Amendment 2026-0854H, and I would ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Vice Chair Mannion,
Yes.
Rep. Alexander,
Yes.
Rep. Tripp,
Yes.
Rep. Andrews,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Rep. Perez,
Yes.
Rep. McFarland,
Yes.
Rep. Scully,
Yes.
Rep. Ball,
Yes.
Rep. Birch,
No.
Rep. Smith,
No.
Rep. Ryan,
No.
Rep. Page, Rep. Raymond, Rep. Turer,
No.
Rep. Rombo,
No.
Chairman Lynn.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-7.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, we're now on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Anyone else wish to be heard? Representative Alexander.
Thank you. I'm just going to say something very briefly. There's been a lot of discussion in the room about this LGBTQ community, and I just think it's honestly insulting that people associate LGB with T and Q. There are two separate communities that deal with two separate issues daily. And I just think, like, as a member of the gay community, that I think that there needs to be a divorce, because some of this stuff that they're pushing is kind of crazy. I don't associate with some members that have sexual fetishes on minors and things like that. So for that reason, I wholeheartedly support these bills, and I just think that needs to be said. Thank you.
All right, anyone else wish to be heard on the main motion? Representative Tur.
Sorry, maybe this is just directed at you or to the others. This idea of birth certificates at or near the time of birth versus the birth certificate that the courts have legally allowed you to revise through a very structured process. I worry, what is this birth certificate in this bill versus the birth certificate that our state has very clearly said through a judicial process you are allowed to use as your birth certificate?
Right. So, you know, I guess what I would say, I guess the answer to that, the birth in 1299, the amendment removed. There is no birth certificate. It basically says, you know, you can. It doesn't. It's the same bill as 396 and 148. There is no definition of. It just says biological sex. And again, I go back to, you know, the idea, I have to say, again, respectfully to all the people who have different views, and is there some very, very small percentage of the population that there's, you know, has some, because there's been some kind of a genetic abnormality of some kind that, you know, there's some issue, maybe, that may be true, but the idea that we in this society, something we've done for, you know, thousands of years, we can't simply say biological sex, there's a man and there's a woman, that somehow, you know, we can't do that. I just don't accept that. I think that it's very easy with, as I say, with some very minor exceptions, to know who's a man or who's a woman, and that's the bill doesn't do anything further than simply say biological sex.
Well, I just want to say thanks for clarifying that the amendment takes that particular provision out. I missed that on my quick read of you know, the replacements. I do think it puts us back where we were before, and I don't think there's a small group of people for whom the determination of sex is not, you know, evidenced by just the words biological sex. And I'm not going to go into my usual discussion about all the different ways that there are to classify someone biologically by sex. We've heard some of them today, but, you know, the other large group of people that I think, as we've heard from some of the people who came to testify today, is people who have legally transitioned, either fully or in somewhere along that process, who may appear very differently in one categorization than in another. And, bills like this could lead and would lead and have led to, people with, beards and male musculature being directed into ladies' rooms, or people who are, outwardly male playing on women's or girls' sports teams. So I don't think that the simple erasure of the need to define biological sex, because it's not a convenient or easy thing to do, in any way helps the underlying problem. I think that's actually where all the conflict is going to come from if this were to become law.
Yes, Representative Birch.
And I'll just be brief, noting the time. It was suggested that because science, or we believed for centuries, certain things about men and women that necessarily made it true. I only wish to reflect that for centuries we believed that the sun revolved around the earth, and it didn't turn out to be true. Science presents hypotheses. Father was a scientist, my brother's a scientist. They don't present truth, they present hypotheses, and those hypotheses can change as we learn more. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? All right, so we're now on to the OTPA main motion on 1299, and I'd ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Vice Chair Mannion.
Yes.
Rep. Alexander.
Yes.
Rep. Tripp.
Yes.
Rep. Andrews.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Rep. Perez. Yes. Rep. McFarland.
Yes.
Rep. Scully.
Yes.
Rep. Ball.
Yes.
Rep. Birch.
No.
Rep. Smith. No. Rep. Ryan.
No.
Rep. Page.
No.
Rep. Raymond. No. Rep. Turer.
No.
Rep. Rombo.
No.
Chairman Lynn.
Yes.
10-7.
7. All right. All right. So the bill, the motion OTPA passes. Representative Kutab, do you mind writing the majority report?
Sure.
All right. And who will write the minority report?
Representative Rombo.
All right.
What will be the motion on that? ITL or
ITO.
ITO. Okay. All right. And Representative Minorities, Representative Rombo, ITO. All right. Yes.
I think I have to apologize to the committee. I had begun my earlier tirade objecting to witnesses who had categorized people by their political party. And I said no, that there were reasonable people who differ on issues. And yet, I was under the distinct impression that there was some understanding that some of these bills would require interim study. And I am blown away by, without knowing that this was to happen, that straight party lines voted to take a position now on this bill. And so I have to apologize for assuming that thoughtful, reasonable people would want to take as much time as necessary to deal with issues that were clearly going to be not only controversial, and one would hope, if the Senate makes the mistake of passing this, that the governor would veto it because it's basically the same problems, but that decisions were being made on party lines. And I guess it surprised me. It surprised me. I'm sorry.
All right. I'm going to close the executive session on House Bill 1299 and open an executive session on House Bill 1447, and the chair recognizes Representative Ball for a motion.
Make the motion of OTP.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, motion is moved by Representative Ball, seconded by Representative Kutab, ought to pass on House Bill 1447. Representative Ball, would you like to speak to your motion? You don't have to, but if you want to, you're certainly welcome to.
I would just like to say that I appreciate everyone who came in to speak today, in particular the young lady in the back who brought forward her story. I think it was very important to hear that. I do think that we need to find some way of keeping everyone safe.
Anyone else wish to be heard on 1447? Yes, Representative Tur.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, I'm obviously, or maybe not obviously, but I'm going to vote against the OTP on this bill. Although I think if it does become law, we will see all the joy that we've experienced today play out in every single town and municipality across the state. This mandates that every town shall adopt sex-specific policies. Private entities may, but every town shall adopt sex-specific policies. So if this were to become law, my mind wanders to what this would look like in this debate being had in every, because it doesn't say what policy, it just says they will adopt a policy. And I worry that this will lead to essentially town by town pandemonium and complete inconsistency in the way that people will be treated as they wander across these invisible lines that separate our municipalities. So that is my plea for thinking twice before voting for this. I will also point out that the legislation lists multiple different approaches to dealing with sex, including reproductive systems, your birth certificate, near birth, and a functional Y chromosome. We've heard why those things are not consistent. So just a plea to think twice before actually adopting this.
Yes, Representative Perez.
I'm going to repeat something that this committee has heard for the past 4 years from me. Something that I heard from an elderly gentleman who said, you cannot provide equity for 100% of the people 100% of the time, but it is our responsibility to provide safety and comfort for the majority, especially in sensitive areas.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Yes, Representative McFarland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to ask the chair, and I have some comments on the bill, but I would like to ask the chair if it would be appropriate, given that the motion for OTP is already on the table, to move an amendment to the bill.
I would, no, there's an OTP on the table right
Okay,
now.
that's what I thought you would say. And so this is my commentary. I believe that this bill requires some work. I think that the language of the bill, as it is structured, could lead to inadvertent effects on co-educational facilities, and particularly co-educational sleeping quarters that are either owned or managed or used by the state. And for that reason, I will be bringing forward floor amendment, it's currently a committee amendment, but it will be a floor amendment 2026-0864H when this goes to the floor. And I will be supporting that amendment on the floor. That being said, I would sooner that we are able to move this forward and not have further hearings on it. And so I will be voting OTP on this today. And I would ask that when the majority opinion is written, that consideration be given to my comments. And I appreciate that consideration from Rep. Ball or whoever may write the opinion. Thank you.
Right, yes, Representative Kuchab.
Just as a point of clarification, I believe it says that they have to set policies, but it doesn't say that they have to mandate what those policies are. It doesn't say that you can't have co-ed anything. And it sounds like that's what your concern is, but I don't see it saying that it can't be co-ed. Is that your concern?
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
The reason for my concern, to be clear, is the language in the bill, and I don't have the lines on the page as to tell you what lines it is, but the language that says the state of New Hampshire and all political subdivisions of the state shall adopt policies, blah, 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 including, restrooms, locker rooms, changing areas, sleeping quarters, based on sex. And then immediately goes on to define sex as meaning either female or male. And I think we all know, especially when it comes to our outdoors here in New Hampshire, that there are facilities in the state that do not have the luxury of having separate sleeping quarters for female and for male. And I do not want to force a circumstance where we designate sleeping quarters as exclusively female or exclusively male when they are currently co-ed. So I don't think that detracts from the overall essence of the bill, but I do think it's something that ultimately needs to be attended to. And as I said, I'll be having a word with the prime sponsor when I'm able to about that amendment. And it's something that only came to my attention during the course of this hearing.
Anyone else wish to be heard? All right. So I guess we're ready then for the roll call vote. The motion made by Representative Ball, seconded by Representative Katab, is ought to pass on House Bill 1447. And I'd ask the clerk to call the roll.
Vice Chair Mannion,
Yes.
Rep. Alexander,
Yes.
Rep. Tripp,
Yes.
Rep. Andrews,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Rep. Perez,
Yes.
Rep. McFarland,
Yes.
Rep. Scully,
Yes.
Rep. Ball,
Yes.
Rep. Birch,
No.
Rep. Smith, Rep. Ryan,
No.
Rep. Page,
No.
Rep. Raymond, Rep. Turer,
No.
Rep. Rombo,
No.
Chairman Lynn,
Yes.
10-7.
10-7 OTP. All right. And Representative Ball, could I ask you to write the majority report, and who will write the minority?
Representative Turner. Yeah. Unless there's something lower than that.
Minority. ITO. All right. All right. Next, I'm going to open it. I'm going to close the executive session on HB 1447. I'm going to open the executive session on House Bill 1217, and the chair recognizes Representative Rombo for a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a motion for interim study.
All right. Is there a second?
Sure.
Seconded by, all right, so moved by Representative Rombo, seconded by Representative Alexander. Representative Rombo, do you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
All right. Anyone else wish to be heard on HB 1217? All right. So I'll ask the clerk then to call the roll. The motion is interim study on HB 1217.
Vice Chair Mannion,
Yes.
Rep. Alexander,
Yes.
Rep. Tripp,
Yes.
Rep. Andrews,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Rep. Perez,
Yes.
Rep. McFarland,
Yes.
Rep. Scully,
Yes.
Rep. Ball,
Yes.
Rep. Birch,
Yes.
Rep. Smith, Rep. Ryan,
Yes.
Rep. Page,
Yes.
Rep. Raymond,
Yes.
Rep. Turer,
Yes.
Rep. Rombo,
Yes.
Chairman Lynn,
Yes.
17-0.
All right. Any objection to it going on consent? Seeing none, it'll be on consent. And
Mr. Chair, I just have something quick to say in response to Representative Smith. I think she jumped the gun on this bipartisan or partisan bill talk earlier, and I just want to say that was a unanimous vote.
all right, Representative Rombo, can I ask you to write the report? All right. All right, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1217, and I'm going to open the hearing on HB 1442, and the chair recognizes Representative Turer for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move interim study on House Bill 1442.
All right, is there a second? All right,
I'll
moved by
second.
Representative Turer, seconded by Representative Alexander. All right, Representative Turer, do you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thanks. It's already in the record of the day's testimony.
All right. All right. Anyone else wish to be heard on HB 1442? Seeing none, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is interim study on HB 1442.
Vice Chair Mannion,
Yes.
Rep. Alexander,
Yes.
Rep. Tripp,
Yes.
Rep. Andrews,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Rep. Perez,
Yes.
Rep. McFarland,
Yes.
Rep. Scully,
Yes.
Rep. Ball,
Yes.
Rep. Birch,
Yes.
Rep. Smith,
Yes.
Rep. Ryan,
Yes.
Rep Page?
Yes.
Rep Raymond? Rep Turer?
Yes.
Rep Rombo?
Yes.
Chairman Lynn?
Yes,
17-0.
17-0. All right, any objection to consent?
Mr. Chair, could I just respond to Representative Alexander, who mentioned me in his comment?
Yes, you may.
I'm delighted that these two bills have been interim study, but what I would suggest is that once we have killed the messenger, the fact that we choose not to use additional bullets doesn't necessarily mean that we have behaved in the right way. Thank you.
All right. No, there's no objection to consent. Is that correct on 1442? All right.
And it's for writing the report on that.
Oh, and Representative Turi, you're going to write the report? Thank you. All right. All right, sure. At the request of the ranking member, we'll take a 5-minute break. 5 minutes, and then we will, I'm going to close the executive session on HB 1447. We'll take a 5-minute break, and then I'm going to open the hearing on HB 1564. All right, so I'm going to open the recall to order the Judiciary Committee, and I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 1564. And is Representative King here, the prime sponsor?
Nope, there he is.
There we are. All right. Thank you, Representative King.
There he is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and esteemed colleagues. There's nothing I'm going to do or say that's going to change anybody's mind about the topic of transgenderism. But I'd like to just give a few moments why you should support my bill. Not necessarily in exclusion of the previous bills that we voted on, but why mine is a little different and why I hope you'll support it as well. When the governor vetoed the last quote unquote bathroom bill, I was very disheartened. But one of the arguments she gave for vetoing it was that it's unenforceable. Okay. Now I disagree with that assertion. However, taking it on face value, let's just assume she's right and that the previous bills are unenforceable. What the previous bills tried to do is they try and claw back what I would say is a little bit of rationality from otherwise already irrational laws in our statutes. And what are those irrational laws? Well, in the 2018-2019 legislative years, the term gender identity got shoehorned into already existing RSAs, dozens of them. And the problem with that is that this bad term got into our statutes, and now instead of removing the bad term, these other bills are trying to sort of write good law that kind of trumps bad law. And I think that's not the best way to go about it. My favorite bills are the ones where we remove bad code. Instead of having to write a bunch of new code and have pages and pages of new code, we just go through and get rid of the bad code. And if you look through this bill, it does look quite large, but really, it's really only scratching out two words through a lot of RSAs, and that term is gender identity. If we get rid of the term gender identity, then the issue that we've been debating for the last 4 hours largely goes away, because then it frees up institutions and business owners and all these things from being able to regulate their bathrooms, locker rooms, sports as they see fit, and is no longer mandated from the state that they must include people that they otherwise would not include. So sometimes, there's the old saying, you don't want to use a bazooka to kill a housefly. That being said, radical transgender ideology is not a housefly. It needs to be bazookaed, it needs to be swept up, and it needs to be put into the dustbin of history. This bill does that. This bill torpedoes radical transgender ideology in the state of New Hampshire. And I think any half measures are not going to solve the problem that will potentially plague our grandchildren for generations to come. I hope that you'll support this bill, because this bill is the fix-it solution for what we've just been debating for the last several hours. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Representative Smith.
Thank you very much. When you say bazooka, do you mean the terminology, or are you suggesting the elimination of people who claim to be transgender?
Thank you for the question. I'm referring to the ideology of transgenderism, okay? I'm not interested in harming anybody, okay? But the ideology, and the thing about it is that it's very important to understand transgenderism is not about biology, okay? It's about ideology, okay? It's about psychology, but it is not about biology.
All right. Other questions? Representative Birch and then Representative Tur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for your testimony on your bill. I'd like to just make sure I remember earlier today, it's been a long day so far. Is it your position, generally speaking, that you oppose anti-discrimination laws in terms of age, sex, gender identity, race, color, sexual orientation, ethnic background, and the like?
Thank you for asking that question again. Yeah, so federal law has certain, anti-discrimination statutes that we're not going to be able to affect in the state of New Hampshire. I think what you're asking me is an ideological question, and ideologically speaking, I know we just talked about libertarianism a little bit ago. The libertarian position is that of freedom of association and home rules. It's my business or it's my property, and if I choose to discriminate against people, then yes, I have that right to do so. And that's actually what is being debated here. This bill doesn't bring up all the different anti-discrimination laws, but it's specifically with gender identity. And I will affirm that yes, if we remove the term gender identity from New Hampshire RSAs, it will allow for discrimination. And I believe fully that discrimination in and of itself is not a bad thing. We all discriminate all the time on many, many different items in our life. Okay, it's not evil. It's perfectly okay. And I think that it's very unfortunate that we, as a society, have given up on that, because I think that actually it would make for a better society if people had the freedom of association and corollary, the freedom of disassociation. Thank you.
Representative Tur.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for taking the question. So I wanted to focus on the way you introduced the bill, noting that it was a reaction to actually two governors' assertions that the other attempts would be unenforceable. I'm wondering, if you flip this bill over and say, that you are explicitly allowing all of the different categories being eliminated for decisions to be made based on whatever the concept that we're debating around gender and what the prohibition against discriminating against those is, it reads very differently if you said someone based on, say, the people who testified earlier on the earlier bills, if they identified as trans or not trans, or were somewhere in the process or had different bodily features, etc., that they should be allowed to be, differentiated in terms of getting a mortgage or in terms of some of the other provisions that are being eliminated here. I guess what I'm thinking is the unenforceability is because those changes that have been debated were trying to insert exclusions to the provisions against discrimination, and that essentially that's what's causing the unenforceability, not the concept that all of the different types of people that we've heard from today should have the right to basically engage in all the behaviors and actions listed in your bill without differentiation, without being told that you should get the mortgage and you should not get the mortgage, for example, because of the way you look or what gender you identify as.
I assume that there's, do you agree?
I didn't hear a question there.
I am so sorry. I got a little off track, but
that's okay.
Do you see that the problems with the concept that this bill seeks to address could be eliminated if we simply allowed the law as it stands and that was passed by our previous Republican governor to stand as it is?
No, I think that it was a mistake by our previous governors to either veto certain bills or allow them. And I think that's largely because this issue really wasn't on most Americans' radar in the late 2010s, and it really got swept in there quickly. And it wasn't until we started actually experiencing the ramifications of the gender identity movement that there's been a backlash. So yes, I think that, in 2016 and before that, you didn't see these kind of problems. And once these things got in there, then yes, you're starting to see a lot of these problems. So that's why I'd like to turn back the clock about 10 years.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to go back to imposing we've heard from the prime sponsor. I'm going to go back to imposing the 2-minute rule, and I'm going to recognize Representative Wade, please.
Good morning, members, or afternoon. It's been a long day. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Once again, I am Representative Alice Wade from Dover Ward 2. And I'd like to thank the previous sponsor for not hiding a single thing about what he wants. He wants discrimination back in the Granite State. He said that. I didn't even have to put words in his mouth. He said it himself. What are we doing here? Repealing all anti-discrimination protections, all of them, from transgender people. And according to him, he wants to do as many as he can get. And I'd also like to address, and it's unfortunate he's not sitting here, Representative Alexander claiming that trans people are just people with some sexual fetish for children. That is defamatory. That is not with all due respect. That is
Mr.
not.
Chair, point of order.
Yes.
I think we should keep the subject matter to the bill at hand and not speak about members of the committee.
I would like to have him point of ordered for discriminating and defaming
I hear
me,
you.
and I will speak to this bill.
Yeah, I'm
There is something called the gay panic defense, and that's just one particular anti-discrimination law I wanna put out there. And they had to put it into law because what people were claiming is that they killed someone, and they were claiming that it was okay that they killed someone or assaulted somebody because they were gay. That is a legal defense that people were using in court to try and get away and say, oh, it's fine, I killed them, I assaulted them, but it's fine because they're gay, because they're trans. That's the kind of discrimination that has historically happened to this community. And it's everything. Education, sexual assault, higher education,
Representative,
pupil safety,
your time is
everything repealed for protections for trans people. It's insane.
Questions for this witness? Representative Andrews, did you have a question? Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. Next, I'm going to call on Simon Amaya Price, and on deck will be Ty Thompson.
Good afternoon, committee. I hope you had a lovely lunch. My name is Simon Amaya Price, and I used to be trans. I'm quite frankly tired of listening to the same sort of people who groomed me into believing that I was a girl and tried to send me down the path of permanent sterilization, osteoporosis, adverse cardiovascular events, and testicular cancer. The same group which told me to cut off my family for not lying to me, and the same people who send me regular death threats. This group has jeered at my colleague for sharing her experience of being sexually assaulted even. How many more shootings do there need to be? How many women in prisons need to be raped by men? There were 2 pregnancies in NCI Framingham, just right across the border. How many men need to expose themselves to women in locker rooms before we understand that men who say they are women are a threat to society? Take it from somebody who left gender ideology. It is an extremist movement that we have let take over our laws, educational system, and public accommodations. Being transgender is a choice, and in the word of my friend, Representative Jonah Wheeler, the consent of one does not stand for the consent of another. Thank you. Happy to answer any and all questions.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Next, Ty Thompson, and on deck is Chris Urkel.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was on deck. Okay. My name is Ty Thompson, they, them pronouns, Nottingham, New Hampshire. I think I also am grateful for the clarity of the introduction of this bill to be explicitly steeped in repealing anti-discrimination legislation, with the idea that discrimination is something that we desire in our state and should be up to the individual people. I think if you look at the history of our country, it is fraught for all of the ways that it is good. there's also ways that it has been fraught across times with regard to race, gender, religious practice, sexual orientation, all of the reasons that we have non-discrimination legislation to protect and include people. This has been a process from our Constitution down to include amendments that allowed for greater freedoms of people in our communities and our country. This particular legislation seeks to erase trans people from protections in the state of New Hampshire, and it is unacceptable.
Question? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have more? I didn't mean to
I just
interrupt.
needed to check.
Oh, sure, no, that's okay.
I got off a little bit.
No problem.
I mean, these attempts to curtail visibility and access to public life have repercussions for everybody. They harm the moral foundation of our civic life and create communities operating from a place of threat rather than unity. I'm deeply fearful of these trends in New Hampshire and in our country. We stand at an intersection. We can choose to be part of a national trend of division based on fear and intentional othering, or we can ensure that New Hampshire remains a place where all people, including trans people, can live safely. I urge you to reject this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, Chris Urkel, and on deck will be Claire Abernathy.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Chris Urchel, and I'm an attorney with GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders, and I'm here in opposition to HB 1564. I just want to talk a little bit about the history of gender identity protections in New Hampshire. It was 2018 when, as many of you will remember, Republicans had control of the House, and there was bipartisan support for passing protections for transgender people into law in New Hampshire. In 2019, the very next year, another bill was passed that was mostly a housekeeping bill that was making sure that in all the various different statutes that protect against discrimination in New Hampshire, that that the change to include gender identity was also included or reflected in all of those different RSAs. Since then, there has not been any of the problems that people are afraid of. What we have seen instead is nationwide political attack on transgender people that is politically motivated, that scapegoats transgender people, that uses fear mongering to convince people that there are problems where there are none. Transgender people do not pose a threat to anybody. Transgender people are an extremely small and vulnerable population, and there has been an outsized attack on the rights of transgender people nationwide, including from our federal government. This proposed legislation, is just epitomizes what we have been seeing across the country and here in New Hampshire. It is there's no basis for repealing these protections. I mean, if you read through, why would you want to make sure that transgender people can be denied the right to buy a house, right? That's like here in the bill, but it doesn't make any sense to repeal protections that are there for a vulnerable minority. They were passed with bipartisan support just a few years ago, and transgender people here in New Hampshire do not cause harm to anybody. I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Claire Abernathy, and on deck will be Nancy Brennan.
Hello again. My name is Claire Abernathy, and I'm an ambassador for Independent Women's Forum and a detransitioner. I'd like to share some of my experience, which was directly caused by the destructive ideology that this bill seeks to strike from legal enforcement in New Hampshire's law. As I described before, I was physically and sexually assaulted as a direct result of my school's non-discrimination policy, which put me in the boys' restroom and locker room as soon as I declared myself one. My genitals were irreversibly chemically disfigured and atrophied, and my healthy breasts were amputated as a result of the belief that a person's self-declared identity should take precedent over the material biological reality that humans are either male or female and one cannot become the other. I will never be able to engage in sexual activity or undergo basic medical examinations without pain and bleeding. I regularly suffer severe pain anytime my bladder is full because the tissues which make up my gynecological and urological anatomy have been irreversibly atrophied. My joints regularly dislocate and persistently ache because I was deprived of estrogen during key developmental years when my bones were still growing. I will never get the 7 years of my life, which I spent being blindly affirmed in the delusion that I could or had become male. I will never have a normal middle or high school experience, and many key experiences of my adult life will be permanently affected by the choices that were made for me by my parents, school administration, doctors, and therapists, who are operating under the belief that there was such a thing as an immutable, inherent gender identity which mattered more and should be deferred to over material reality. It is not discrimination to acknowledge that a female is female and that a male is male. It is not discrimination to acknowledge that there are circumstances in which that matters. I urge you to join me in reality and eliminate this destructive ideology from state law. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'm going to call on Nancy Brennan, and Sarah Terrell will be on deck.
Good afternoon. First of all, the prime sponsor introduced this bill and talked about transgenderism. The term transgenderism arises from anti-trans extremists who seek to delegitimize and dehumanize transgender people by falsely implying that being transgender is an ideology rather than an identity. So that in itself is hurtful and harmful. This is legalized discrimination. That is what he said, and there are those who are happy with that. There's a rep, and I think it's even been in the national news, who said, we want to put the worst bills forward so that all the lefties leave this state. And I think there are people in our government right now who would like to get rid of trans people any way they can. The Nazis put them in concentration camps before they started killing the Jews. He also said, Representative King said, you didn't see problems years ago. Yes, you did. I've worked on this bill since Rennie Cushing and a group decided to work on it, and we heard story after story. One, I remember a woman saying, I was having a sandwich in a restaurant, and somebody came up to me and said, you have to leave. We'll pack your lunch to go. And she said, why? And she was a transgender person. And the waitress said, I'm sorry, but those people over there don't like looking at you. That's what we're going to do. I ask
Ms.
you,
Brennan, your time is up.
humankind, people, come on.
All right, questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Sarah Terrell is next, and on deck is Lynn Lippett.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the House Judiciary Committee. It's been a long day, hasn't it? My name is Sarah Terrell. I'm a lifelong resident of New Hampshire. I live in Plymouth. I'm here as a mother, respectfully urging you to vote ITL on HB 1564. HB 1564 removes gender identity from New Hampshire's non-discrimination statutes. It strips protections from transgender people in employment, housing, and public accommodations. It does not simplify the law. It removes legal protection from one specific group of people. This is not a technical amendment. This is a statement about who our laws are designed to protect. I understand some believe existing law already covers everyone equally without naming specific groups, but non-discrimination law has never worked that way. We name categories, race, sex, religion, disability, because history shows us that which groups face target discrimination. Removing gender identity does not create neutrality, it creates a gap. My 17-year-old daughter is transgender. Without this protection in statute, she could be denied housing or fired from a job, not for anything that she has done, but for who she is, with no legal recourse. My family contributes to the state. We volunteer, we support our public schools, we pay our taxes. My husband serves in local government, our son attends UNH. We are raising our children to love New Hampshire. And yet this bill tells my daughter that her place in our civil rights laws is negotiable. Civil rights statutes exist to protect people who do not have political power in a given moment. If the legislature can remove protections from one group today because it is politically convenient, no category in our civil rights laws is secure. That should concern every Granite Stater, regardless of which group they belong to. This committee is charged with upholding justice under the law. You hold real power over whether my daughter is protected by the laws of her home state or deliberately excluded from them. When you remove protections from a child, you are not being neutral. You are choosing. Please do not write my daughter out of New Hampshire law.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I respectfully urge you to vote ITL. And I
Question.
offer any of you to meet my daughter. You said some very hurtful things today, but I'd love for you to meet her so you can be more informed the next time you speak at a hearing like this.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lynn Lippett, and on deck is Eileen Zahagian.
Hi, I'm Lynn Lippett. I'm a concerned citizen and have transgender family members and friends who will be harmed by removing gender from the statute. They are not radical. Their being is not based on an ideology. It's who they are. They could lose their housing and employment without protection from discrimination. Their rights and freedom of expression will be endangered without protection from discrimination. If this bill passes, transgender people will again need to choose between expressing their true identity and possibly losing their job or their housing, among other things. Excuse me. The legislators who voted to add gender to the statute based their vote on sufficient evidence that transgender people were being discriminated against and evidence that the people of New Hampshire supported this change. The potential for discrimination hasn't changed since then, and the public, except for a small, albeit vocal minority, have increased their support for transgendered people's rights, in large part because they've gotten to know transgendered people as they've become more free to be who they are in the society. Removing protection from discrimination from transgender people is a slippery slope. I mean, who's next? Gay people, people with disabilities, women, people of color. I remember when none of these people were protected from discrimination, and it wasn't good then. I mean, people were made to feel uncomfortable by women in certain roles, by people of color in swimming pools, in restaurants. We don't want to go back there, and everyone should be protected. When you take rights away from one person, one group of people, you're affecting rights of all people. And as a cisgendered woman, I am not afraid of trans people in the bathroom. Oh, different bill. Thank you. I urge you to do the right thing and leave gender as a protected class. Everyone should be protected in New Hampshire.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, Eileen Sahagian, and on deck is Eric Cole Johnson.
Good afternoon. Eileen Sahagian here from Durham, New Hampshire, 45-year veteran teacher, and I would like your undivided attention. I told you I was a teacher. I used to say, I need to see your eyes. Can you please, this is from my heart and my soul, take a moment to examine why some of you are interested in making life for trans and gender diverse people so awful? Has a trans person made your life difficult? I am almost 70 years old, and I guess maybe I get why this might be hard to understand. But have you gotten to know a trans person? Do you know what they have been through and will continue to go through, especially if some of these hard laws are passed? Please answer my question in your heart and your soul. I was a teacher for 45 years. I had the honor of working with many students who were questioning their gender and some who were trans. The struggle of these students, they were real struggles. One of my students took her life. I'm speaking for her, and I'm speaking for all my students. This legislation is un-American and cruel, everyone deserves to have protection in our live free or die state. Short, old, tall, young, bald, thin, left-handed. Are we going to have left-handed legislation? We are all different. Thank God. I need to stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, Eric Cole Johnson. On deck will be Rosie Emick, I think. Eric Cole Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the chance to speak today. My name is Eric Cole Johnson. I live in Newbury, New Hampshire, and here as an educator and parent of a transgender daughter. I recommend that you vote to ITL HB 1564. I'm going to skip over the comments I had about my work as an educator and get to my home and my family and what this means for my family. As a parent, this bill hits close to home. My daughter, now out of high school, spends her time responding to emergency calls as an EMT at her fire station, extracting people stuck in their cars after an accident, helping contain fires, and administering life-saving CPR. This is in addition to working 48 hours a week with a private ambulance company, and as she looks forward to starting the fire academy here in Concord this spring. She gives back. She helps anyone, regardless of their identity, political affiliation, or beliefs. I want her to be able to apply for future jobs, rent an apartment, and walk through life without fear of discrimination, simply because of who she is. Removing gender identity from our state statutes would take away explicit legal protections that families like mine rely on. We want the same basic fairness anyone would want for their children. Removing protections from transgender citizens tells them that they don't matter. It tells everyone that transgender citizens don't matter. They don't exist. But they do exist. It might be hard to believe that, but they do exist. And we are not training them to be transgender. They do matter.
Time is up, sir.
My daughter matters.
Right.
And I would hope that you would vote ITL on HB 1564.
Right.
Thank you all for your time and your service to the great state of New Hampshire.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next,
Thank you.
Rosie Emick, I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. And then next will be Lisa Bodwin.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the House Judiciary Committee. My name is Rosie Emmerich. I live in Hooksett. I have a 9-year-old trans child, and I'm here to oppose HB 1564. I'm going to tell you a story. Last year, while the healthcare ban was moving through the committee, when it still had a felony clause attached to it, my family seriously considered leaving New Hampshire. My kids were anxious. They didn't want to leave their friends, their schools, or our home. One afternoon, I was sitting on the porch with my trans daughter, and she was upset. It was one of her siblings had done something to upset her, and she had snapped back at them, and they were angry with her. And so she said that one of her siblings hated her. And I told her what most parents would say, that sometimes we're mean to each other, but that doesn't mean that we don't love each other. And she looked at me, and she said, "People who don't even know me hate me. How do I know my family isn't going to turn against me?" I want you just to take that in for a second. Some people in this room have said some absolutely horrendous, hurtful, and painful things about my 9-year-old child. And I'm noticing that none of them will look me in the eye. It's really, really important My child has never been in this room. Thankfully, she's never heard some of the things that have been said today. But she still got the message loud and clear. This type of legislation, just it being presented into the room, us having this conversation here today, sends a message. And my 9-year-old received it.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none. Next, Lisa Bodwin, and on deck is Scott Files.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Lisa Bodwin. I urge you to read my complete testimony. I serve as the executive director of the New Hampshire Council of Churches, founded in 1945. Our ecumenical institution has 7 denominations and 300 churches across our beautiful state. We urge you to vote ITL. It is disheartening for the council to see people wielding fear and cruelty as a weapon to harm a tiny population of people protected by the United States Supreme Court under Bostock versus Clayton County in 2020. That decision made clear that discrimination against transgender people is a form of sex discrimination under federal law. New Hampshire cannot legislate in a way that places the state in direct conflict with settled federal civil rights protections. Under the Supremacy Clause, these bills invite costly litigation, legal uncertainty for schools and municipalities, and predictable harm to real people. Beyond, however, the U.S. Supremacy Clause, from the Council's lens, our supremacy is to Jesus Christ, who repeatedly taught us to love our neighbor. No exceptions. Jesus was unequivocal. In the Gospel of Matthew, he said, "You shall love your neighbor as yourself." This commandment is not conditional. Love of neighbor is the central ethical demand of Christian faith. Jesus also warned religious and political leaders against using law as a tool to burden others while claiming righteousness. He condemned those who tie up heavy burdens to bear and lay them on the shoulders of others while refusing to lift a finger to help. In other words, laws that increase suffering, exclusion, or fear, especially for those already marginalized, stand in direct contradiction to Jesus' teachings. We urge you to vote ITL on this bill.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Scott Files, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, and next up is Stephen Scar.
Thank you, sir. It is Files.
Files, I'm sorry.
No worries. My name is Scott Files. I'm from Somersworth. I'm here today to oppose this bill. I'm going to throw out the beginning of my written testimony because I thought I was going to have to convince the committee that this bill would be discriminatory, but that seems pretty clear that that's the intention of this bill. And therefore I'm pretty scared right now. As a transgender individual, the whole nation has come for us. And I'm just, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm just a normal guy. You know, I go to work, I go to the grocery store, I walk my dog. And I was transgender before I even knew what transgender was. It was a solution to a problem that I had. Since I've transitioned, my life has been exponentially better. I'm able to connect to my family in a way that's genuine. I'm able to support my friends. And bills like this play a part in the path that our nation is heading towards anti-transgender genocide. And I'm not saying that word flippantly. Experts from the association, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, have warned that we have surpassed and are in stages of a formal genocide. There are 10 stages, including discrimination, dehumanization, and finally extermination. The violence
Sorry, sir,
in the,
your time is up.
we're very afraid for our lives
Thank you.
currently.
Questions for this witness, Representative Birch?
Again, with respect to your testimony, hope you understand that many people come and tell personal stories. In respect of your testimony, many people come, many people tell their personal stories, which are very hard. And regardless of what side or what bill, everyone in this committee is deeply appreciative of people who come in and do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I apologize. I meant to be more professional in that way. Thank you.
Thank you very Stephanie Scar, Stephen Scar, I'm sorry, and then Mary Wilkie next.
Stephen Scare, Nashua. I'm here to speak in favor of this bill. What is a gender identity? The definition in our law is based on circular reasoning and stereotypes. Gender identity means a person's gender-related identity, appearance, or behavior. So, by our law, a gender identity is a gender identity. That begs the question, what is a gender identity? I've asked this and related questions hundreds of times on the street. Activists respond with irrelevant, thought-stopping cliches. Trans rights are human rights. Children know who they are. I think it's weird that you're so obsessed with other people's genital, and trans people have always existed. Or people will discuss disorders of sexual development. I've had dog poop flung at me, and someone spit in my face a few weeks ago for talking about this. What is a gender identity? There's no good answer because gender identities are imaginary. Transgender women are men, and there's no such thing as a transgender child. By enshrining gender identity into law, New Hampshire has established transgenderism as its state religion. This is a cult that preys on our most vulnerable citizens, effeminate boys, sexual assault survivors, and people with autism. It militates against the First Amendment and rights to safety and privacy. Also, if a man who claims to be a woman has the same access as other men to men's facilities and the same protections, I don't see the discrimination. So please vote ought to pass and remove this cruel nonsense from our public policy.
All right, questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Mary Wilkie is next, and on deck is Sam Hawkins.
Thank you. My name is Mary Wilkie. I'm here testifying on behalf of Kent Street Coalition and on behalf of myself in opposition to this bill. History offers countless examples of marginalized people being persecuted. And when we look back through the lens of history, the ones who did the persecuting are the ones that we now condemn. In addition to the repeal of anti-discrimination provisions, there are random acts of cruelty sprinkled in this bill. For instance, there's currently a law that protects young people from being bullied in school based on their gender identity. That would be repealed. Does somebody want them to be bullied? There's currently a law that says foster parents must treat the children in their care with respect and dignity, regardless of gender identity. This bill takes out that regardless of gender identity. But the main thrust of the bill, as others have mentioned, is to open the door to discrimination. And it's discrimination in employment, government assistance, housing, education, healthcare, lending, insurance, public accommodation, transportation, and there's more. These are our neighbors. These are your constituents. When I was a child, a woman in my neighborhood was excluded from social events because she was divorced, which offended two people in that time and place. Even as a kid, I thought that was cruel, and it ran counter to values I had learned in Sunday school. Love your neighbor as yourself, and judge not, lest you be judged. I hope similar values will guide you to stand up for the rights, liberties, and dignity of all Granite Staters and vote ITL on this bill. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next, Sam Hawkins, and on deck will be Reverend Linda Hurst.
Good afternoon.
Again, for the record, Sam Hawkins, here today representing NAMI New Hampshire in opposition to House Bill 1564. I addressed the committee earlier today discussing the harmful impacts of discrimination on community mental health, and we have now heard that this bill affirmatively intends to allow discrimination. I don't think there's enough time in my 2 minutes, or probably the entire hearing, to fully discuss all of the ramifications of this bill. So I'll instead say that passing this bill would expose Granite Staters. It would jeopardize their health, their safety, their livelihoods, and likely their lives. I think it is imperative that the committee ITL House Bill 1564.
All right, thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Reverend Linda Hurst, and on deck is Amy Teravacchia. I think I got it right. Finally.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Linda Hurst. I serve as the Transitional Associate Conference Minister of the New Hampshire Conference, United Church of Christ. Together with my colleague, the Reverend Gordon Rankin, we serve 130 churches that comprise our faith community. And I have a statement to share with you from Reverend Rankin. Members of the Judiciary Committee, as a Christian minister and as conference minister of the New Hampshire Conference of the United Church of Christ, I voice my opposition to the bill 1564 and encourage the members of this committee to oppose it as well. As an open and affirming conference of the United Church of Christ, the New Hampshire Conference has long witnessed to the theological imperative that all people are created in God's image. This is not true in spite of, but rather because of the divine being reflected in all diversity. To quote Galatians chapter 3, you are all children of God. Absolutely everyone here. The text continues that human distinctions are not the distinctions of the holy. To consider those who are transgender or non-binary or have the unique understanding of their gender identity different as reflected in the divine, well, that's like saying people, God considers those who are different with brown or blue or hazel eyes. We are all children of God and reflection of the divine. The impact of this bill is not about concepts, nor is it about political allegiance. It is about people. It is about real, live, breathing human beings. It is about people who are loved by their parents, their partners, their friends, and most importantly, loved and celebrated by God. This bill impacts the people who are our neighbors.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
We oppose the bill and ask you to ITL.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none. Amy Teravacchia, and on deck is Beth Scare.
Good afternoon. I'm passing around written testimony. I do encourage you all to read it. I will not read it out loud to you. But I just want to highlight 3 things. Again, my name is Amy Teravacchia. I'm with 603 Equality. First, a reminder, as one of the earlier folks reminded you all, these protections were enacted with bipartisan support back in 2018. These bills and protections are widely popular within New Hampshire. Withdrawing these protections is a step backwards for civil rights. Protecting one protected class in the state protects all of us, and it benefits all Granite Staters to keep gender identity in state statutes. To remove them would be have horrible consequences across all areas of our state government and life. And then also, I again would like to remind the committee that anti-LGBTQ policies are costly and bad for the economy, in addition to being discriminatory, as we heard from the bill's sponsor. They also open us up for lawsuits, for litigations, and have a negative impact on the state's economy. So I'd like, again, welcome you to read my full testimony. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Beth Scar, and on deck is Pasha Roberts.
Beth Scare from Nashua. I was shocked to see that HB 1564 required 15 pages to list all the places where gender identity is embedded into our law. What does gender identity even mean? It's used to label feminine men and masculine women as being different and with special rights. It leads kids and vulnerable adults down to a path to destroying their bodies with hormones and having healthy body parts removed. It allows boys and men to access sports and spaces of intimate privacy that were previously exclusively for girls and women. It's actively destroying lives, destroying families, and destroying our society. Stripping it out of our law would restore sanity and protect vulnerable people who have fallen prey to gender ideology, and protect women and children who are our most vulnerable, not those who claim special rights because of an identity. How did we even get here where the rights of confused people are considered the most important, trumping all other rights and protections? Please do the right thing and vote ought to pass to strip this pernicious ideology from our law. And I speak from experience because my own family was fractured by my trans-identified niece who died from a drug overdose at 21. It destroyed her, it destroyed her family, and it fractured our relationships. This is a very destructive ideology, and she is just one very sad example of that.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Pasha Roberts. On deck is Alex Blake.
So, hello again. Hopefully the last time for today. So I am Pasha Roberts. I live in Wilmette, New Hampshire, and I'm on 603 Equality and speak in opposition to HB 1564. And just in terms of history, people have mentioned gender ideology as a new thing. You can find clay tablets that were buried in Samaria that basically talk about intersex and trans people. This is something as old as recorded history. This particular bill tries to perform a global search and delete on the entire body of New Hampshire law. With a broad brush, it hits 50 areas of state law. And it's difficult to imagine this kind of mass deletion being remotely acceptable for any other category in the list, like race or creed or marital status. I mean, why not remove all of them? In the early 1990s, I was looking for an apartment in Boston, and I thought I found a great one. During the tour, the owner looked me over and decided I was gay, and they would have none of that in their space. They told me outright that they didn't want me to get AIDS all over the surfaces of the apartment. So in order to protect their building, they would not rent to me. This was medically impossible, but at the time we were in an AIDS crisis, in the panic of an AIDS crisis. There wasn't much left for me to do, but just take the hit and go on. Today, we are not in an AIDS crisis, but or an AIDS panic. It's a trans panic. It's the same irrational fear that helps no one and closes the world off to be a smaller, meaner place. 1564 opens the doors to a million variations of this bias, again, across the legal landscape. We wouldn't do that for race. We shouldn't do it for gender identity. I ask you to mark this bill as inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Alex Blake, and on deck is Dork Sahigan. Dork Sahigan, yes.
Hi again, my name is Alex Blake of Bow, and I'm here to oppose 1564. I've been a lifelong ally to the LGBTQ community. That commitment came natural to me, shaped by the accepting family and community I grew up in New York. But since moving to New Hampshire, I found that being a passive ally is no longer enough. I am now called to be a protective one for a young family member I love. When he began identifying as male, I had questions. I didn't understand how someone so young could already know. But I took those questions not to him, I took them to the scientific literature. When I feel confused or uninformed, I turn to evidence. And the evidence was clear. His age and his certainty about his gender identity are both well documented and supported by research. 10 minutes of reading was all it took for me to understand and to commit to fighting for his rights. I only wish I didn't have to spend my time fighting at all, rather simply being with him. To those who would restrict his rights by attempting to erase him from the statutes,
I want you to understand that what you are asking of families like ours, albeit only a small population of us. You are asking us to live in fear. You're working to segregate and exclude people who deserve nothing more or less than the rest of us have. I can only assume you are either raised to hold hatred toward this community or you lack the willingness to examine the evidence. Either way, I feel sorry for your ignorance. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking for what this state already promised, liberty and justice for all. That is not a radical idea. It is the pledge you all took. May we please move on to something more productive than being concerned about someone's gender identity.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Dork Sahigian, and on deck is David Trumbull.
Hi there, I'm Dork Sahagian from Durham, New Hampshire. We're supposed to protect our citizens and protect them from discrimination of all kinds in this bill and others. This bill even supersedes the previous bills, as the sponsor indicated. For example, if you look, dress, think, and feel like a guy, you're a guy, you go to the men's room. Likewise for women. But it matters who you are now, not how you were gender identified when you were born, right? Because it matters right now. And transgender people have this really weird and rare medical condition, not ideological, it's not a choice, it's a medical condition of having attitudes, thoughts, feelings, perspectives, and temperament of one gender while being stuck in the body of the other gender. Can you imagine how debilitating it is to go through life this way? Imagine it for yourself. What if you were stuck suddenly in the other gender? Many, including teenagers, commit suicide unable to cope with the internal conflict. This is a matter for patients and doctors, not for big government. Don't be that big government in the state of live free or die. Given that choice, we prefer to live free. So how do we enforce laws, not just one, but could be many, that control who goes in and out of bathrooms and who gets a mortgage? Do we have our wives and daughters and granddaughters lift their skirts for inspection? This bill and the previous ones are beyond absurd. They're obscene, literally. Shame on you as our legislators for even thinking about it. It's time to vote ITIL on this and move on to issues that actually matter to us as New Hampshire residents, like housing costs, taxes, and public education.
Any questions? Seeing none? Recognize David Trumbull. And on deck will be Kelly Twiss. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is David Trumbull, and I oppose this bill. First, it takes away the civil rights of transgender people. It's a good thing that transgender people will not face discrimination when they go for a job, but they'll be treated with respect and dignity. And it's a good thing that they're treated with respect when they go to buy a home, when they deal with insurance, when they have a school child who is being bullied, or they're in the foster care system. There will be really hard for people who are transgender to live in New Hampshire if you pass this bill. The second thing I'm opposed to about this bill is that, as the sponsor said, he wants to allow discrimination and disassociation. The premise of the bill is that you get to choose who has rights in New Hampshire. This goes against the idea that we are one state, that we're one community of people, that we're all New Hampshire citizens. Who will be next if we take away transgender rights? Will the next bill go back to these 20 sections and erase the word race? Will it erase sexual orientation? Will it erase disability? This is fundamentally goes against us as being a state, a place where everybody is respected. I urge you to reject this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, Kelly Twiss, and on deck will be Jennifer Smith.
Hi again, folks. I oppose Bill 1564, of course. But hey, if you pass it, it'll make discrimination great again, right? Isn't that what we're all here for? You heard it out of his mouth. You heard it directly out of his mouth. And I'm not sure if any of you are co-sponsors, but you might want to consider taking your names off that bill. Because people in New Hampshire are not interested in electing individuals that legislate discrimination. This is ridiculous. Why are we even here? Even if this passes, it's going to get vetoed. If it doesn't get vetoed and it goes into law, this state will be drowning in lawsuits day one. This isn't good for anyone. Federal law will not allow this to happen. I'm not sure why you're even trying. You don't want transgender people to get houses? What is this? Is this like 1920? What are we doing? It's ridiculous. So I believe that these bills are all being written, as I said, for the explicit reason to just make it very clear to people, you are not welcome here. The people who support you and love you are not welcome here. We don't want you. We don't want your business. We want you out of this state. Because there's no other purpose. This is not going to go anywhere. It can't. It's not going to. So again, I would just urge you to vote inexpedient to legislate, but also remove your names from this. Your names are going to go down on a bill that is explicitly out of the sponsor's mouth meant to discriminate. Period. That's the purpose. Discriminate. And he'd also like to discriminate against other people, but he's starting here. We're going to start here, and then maybe we'll move somewhere else. It's just ridiculous. So I really urge you to think before voting yes on this.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Jennifer Smith, please.
Thank you again. I just want to reflect a little bit about the culture war kind of aspect of this. For most of my lifetime, the culture corresponded to this idea, in this country anyway, and in this part of this country, with this idea that you are immutably male or female from birth. And we didn't even talk about people who are intersex. We didn't want to have to deal with any of this. And I think the purpose of this bill and many of the others is to try to take us backwards, because it seemed like such a wonderful time. Lots of us suffered. I managed to make it through. Some didn't, under this, trying to figure out who the hell we were and why things were so difficult for us. And it took me to my mid-40s to finally get enough reading, talking, to feel like I knew who I was. When I finally found the courage to come out publicly, my friends remarked on how much happier I seemed. And I want to lay to rest the ideas about our being inclined to criminality. No, I've never had any interest sexually in children. When I not worked, but was with PFLAG in New Hampshire, and parents who didn't know what to make of what their children were telling them came to us. We didn't say to them, oh, your child's transgender. We said, well, you're going to have to work at figuring it out. Listen to your child, take them to some therapy, see what grows out of it. Children were leading this. They weren't being led to it. Yeah, it came out, the zeitgeist, as it's called, changed. And it came out that kids who heard that change began to feel like they could say something about it.
Thank you. Time is up. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. I don't have any other pink cards on. Whoop. Oh. Sure, come on up. Absolutely. Yep, it looks like we have a couple of people that, yeah, Representative,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I was going to wait until after the witnesses have testified, but if we got one coming, I'll let them come up, and I'll just say this now. For the record, I just want to record that, to the best of my recollection, the statements that are being attributed to Representative King and to his testimony by several witnesses here are just blatant misrepresentations. Mr. King clearly indicated his intent, and he did not indicate that the bill was intended to enforce or to mandate discrimination. And so I think it's important that we set that straight for the record, whatever our point of view may be on the bill itself.
All right. Could you, I'm sorry. I don't think, we don't have a, so, you know, why don't you go ahead and testify, but could I ask you to just fill out a pink card and give it to Ms. Ball when you're Representative Ball, and same for the next person. So yes, could you tell us who you are, please?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the House Judiciary Committee. My name is Rebecca Hoskins. I'm a lifelong resident of the state, and I currently reside in Concord. I've come today to speak and urgently oppose this bill. I am going to piecemeal what I wrote a little bit because several people have made a lot of the points that I made, but I am a gender non-conforming person. I began to question my gender identity as a child. I was fortunate to grow up in a family and community that I did. I was given space to grow and explore my sexuality and gender identity. My church was also very welcoming of all LGBTQ identities. New Hampshire, the state I was born and raised in, was also the first state to legalize civil unions in 2007, going into effect in 2008 before legalizing same-sex marriage in 2010. In the first minute of 2008, on the steps of the State House, the first civil union in the state was performed by the minister of my church at the time. I couldn't have asked for better conditions to come to understand myself and ground me in a solid sense of self at a young age. I long for nothing more than to pave the way forward for those Granite Staters who come after me. In a world and a year where there is so much else that demands legislative attention, why do we keep coming back to people's identities? No harm is caused by the mentions and inclusions of gender identity in any of New Hampshire's statutes, certainly to no lawmakers in this state. It's chilling that these repeated attacks seem purposeful. The Granite Post quoted Tim Corcoran, state representative for Ware, as saying the quiet part out loud on social media. The point of Republican legislation in New Hampshire is not just to change the laws, it is to demoralize the left to encourage them to leave. Quote, I am not going anywhere. The existence of gender identities beyond male and female does not negate the genders that already exist. Many people would be harmed by the removal of references to gender identities in New Hampshire statutes, myself included. This would be opening the door and immediately testing the boundaries for further discrimination.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, David Kovic, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll just say up front, this is my first time. I was told I would have 3 minutes, so maybe you could just...
Two minutes.
Yeah, I was told I would have 3, though, so I'm hoping maybe you'll just forget to look at the clock, or you misplaced my card.
No, we're going to...
I swear it's a tight 3 minutes, but I'll try to get to it.
We're going to enforce the 2-minute rule.
All right.
Like we have for everybody.
My name is David Kovic, and I live in Newcastle, New Hampshire. Thanks for the opportunity. I live there with my wife and my 2 kids, Izzy 11 and Sam 8, and they're amazing. 3 years ago, I never would have guessed I'd be sitting here talking to you about a bill about gender identity. I think I heard the term non-binary for the first time a year before that, and frankly, I thought the first impression was the pronouns were a little bit awkward and a little bit weird. And then our 8-year-old, in their own very poignant and insightful way, told me that they were non-binary. And just to be clear, I could not be more proud of this kid, and I could not be more proud of who they are. I love them so much. I'm inspired by them every day. They show more courage every day, more self-awareness, and more vulnerability than I think most adults I know, including myself. So why am I here today? My 8-year-old has a lot of anxiety, and he worries about very unlikely bad things happening. And we have a code that we use. I say, Sammy, whose job is it to keep you safe? And Sammy replies, it's your job, Daddy. And that puts his anxiety at ease. And that's why I'm here today, because I'm just trying to keep my kid Izzy safe. And this bill would make them much less safe. I used to be a professional mediator, so my hazard is I can't help but see the other side of arguments. So if we're talking about bathrooms, as you did this morning, or sports, I may disagree with 10 or 7 of you, apparently, but at least I can get to a place where I see a public interest there, where I can understand how you might get to a place where you think there's something there to balance your rights against mine or my kiddos, balancing public benefit versus private harm. I'm really struggling in this case to find where the public benefit is in this bill. So either you're saying that you don't think my Izzy is more vulnerable because of who they are, or you're saying that my child doesn't deserve protection because of who they are. And either of those is a really difficult place for me to be. From discrimination, from hate, from bullying, because of who they are and the pronouns they use. This bill doesn't just give people permission to discriminate, it actually endorses it because you're making an explicit choice to strip back those protections that already exist. And there's only one message that my kid will take from that. So I can't find the public benefit, but I can find the harm. We talk a lot about, no,
Thank you, sir.
please.
Your time is up.
Oh my God.
All right. Thank you. No, I'm sorry, there's no special rules here. The rule is 2 minutes. Thank you. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on HB 1564? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1564, and I'm going to open an executive session on HB 1564, and the chair recognizes Representative Birch for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move this be referred to interim study. Oh, ITO? That was a mistake on my part. I move ITO.
All right, I'm going to second that motion. Representative Birch, do you wish to speak to your motion? Briefly, please.
Actually not.
All right.
I think we've heard enough.
All right, anyone else wish to speak on House Bill 1564? Seeing none, the motion before us is ITL on House Bill 1564. I'd ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Vice Chair Mannion,
Yes.
Rep Tripp,
Yes.
Rep Andrews. Rep Andrews.
Representative?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Clerk votes yes. Rep Perez. Yes. Rep McFarland.
Yes.
Rep Scully.
Yes.
Rep Ball.
Yes.
Rep Birch.
Yes.
Rep Page.
Yes.
Rep Raymond. Yes. Rep Tur.
Yes.
Rep Rombo.
Yes.
Chairman Lynn.
Yes,
Did I miss anybody? I don't think I did.
I don't think,
14 to 0.
14-0, all right. Any objection to this being on consent? Seeing none, it'll go on consent, and Representative Birch, you're up for writing the report, okay?
Yep.
All right. All right. I'm going to close the executive session on HB 1564, and I'm going to open the hearing on HB 1419. And Chair recognizes Representative McFarland for as the prime sponsor of the bill.
No, there's 14. I'm sorry. You don't need to do it.
All right. 22, that's 14. All right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have passed around some comments, not from me, but I'll get to that in a second. And I think in light of the fact that this is a snow day and we are running a little bit behind, I am not intending to make any speeches or read any prepared comments. I'll just start by saying I hope that this testimony will be something perhaps a little bit different than the last few bills. I took a look last night and then again this morning at the online testimony for this bill, and I know there was a number of people who were planning on being here to testify and support who were ultimately had to leave because of the timing. And one of those people, I have passed his testimony around to you. But I saw online in the testimony that there was quite a few folks that had registered online in opposition to the bill. So I said, well, that's odd. Let me take a look and see what the concerns are. And so I'm just going to touch on them straight away. The first one I opened up, Tammy Lanzillo-Zymitz. There should never be any written material censored or banned. This sets a dangerous and it goes on. And I venture to suggest that maybe that was one of the bills we voted on yesterday, but it certainly isn't the bill we're talking about here. So I'm optimistic that some of those opposition statements online may not be related to the bill. These are the ones that I found that were opposed that are related to it. I oppose HB 1419 on the grounds of giving corporate interests more privilege in our legal system and urge ITL. I don't see why there'd be a need for a separate court outside the existing judiciary unless it's intended to create an avenue for companies to buy favorable litigation outcomes from their pet judges. And then finally, how does this, oh no, not finally. There's another one that talked about a couple of things, but the other one I'll say here is how does this make our state more affordable? So let me respond to those concerns. What this bill is about, and I've got an amendment which I distributed to each of you earlier, which is amendment...
It's 2026-0860H.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to speak to the content of the amendment, which is very much in line with the original bill, but has a slightly abbreviated commission membership. We're not looking here to make any immediate determination as to what actions should be taken, first of all. That's the whole point of having a commission. I'll get to why that is important. But if I just hypothetically skip past that and talk about where this might lead, we're certainly not talking about giving special favors to corporations. That's not the New Hampshire way. The New Hampshire way is, in fact, very much opposed to doing all kinds of special deals and cutting special agreements in order to introduce corporations into our state. On the other hand, what New Hampshire does have is we have a strong rule of law. We have a history of having a low tax environment and a business-friendly culture. And we look at the melting pot of our 50 states, and we see that over time, Delaware has emerged as the preeminent leader with its Court of Chancery, and more importantly, than a fancy name for its judges, for its chancellors in that business court that they have, with its case law, with its precedent down there, that has enabled them to reap the vast majority of large corporate domiciles and a couple of $1 billion every year in fees. Do I think that New Hampshire is suddenly going to acquire a meaningful proportion of those overnight? No, I don't. What I do think is that when we see another state being effective and being successful, we should learn from them. When we see that we have a state here that is the #1 state in which to live, it is the #1 state in which to build a family, but it's also a state where families see their children leave and go elsewhere for opportunity. It's also a state where we see entrepreneurs that choose to domicile themselves here, but not their corporations, because our business environment is not friendly enough for them, and they can do much better elsewhere. And so what is this bill actually about? This bill is about saying, we believe that there is a question to be answered. We believe that it is appropriate for us to examine the opportunity we already have in our Superior Court, as I think most members here know. We have a specialized business docket. We have Judge Anderson handling complex business litigation as long as the parties to that litigation consent to be handled by that docket. And we have seen that work well as far as it goes. And we have seen that be something which is an opportunity, frankly, for us to build upon. So what I'm proposing here is that we take a look at that we have a conversation in public, transparently, about whether or not there are things we can do that would create a more attractive environment here in New Hampshire for corporate domiciles. And especially as we see an influx of talent and also money from other parts of the US, and we have a number of different industries that are starting to crop up in our state more and more. I don't want to see those opportunities squandered by having them decide to domicile elsewhere as they get successful and as they get larger. So I think by having this commission, we can figure out whether or not we can align our legal infrastructure in a way that enables us to properly market the New Hampshire advantage to extend to corporate governance, and that enables us to attract more of these kinds of businesses as we look towards the long term. And frankly, when we look to that long term, I do think that there is a potential here for increased recurring revenue. I do think that there's a potential to attract an increasing diversity of businesses and to make ourselves more resilient to various forms of retrenchment and recession than we may be today, with heavy dependencies on things like tourism and logging. And I do think that at the end of the day, we should take advantage of the lessons that others have been learning from this. We see locations like Texas and Nevada setting up specialized business courts. We see that there are opportunities here to improve our legal and our related academic environment, and to bring increased attention to New Hampshire for businesses. So with that said, as I said, I wanted to keep it short, recognizing that we all want to get out of here, but I am happy to yield to questions. And I would just also point out to the committee that the way that this is worded, there is no cost for the commission. We're not going to be paying any fees, salaries, reimbursements. That even means mileage, right? It's specifically written in there that there is no such reimbursement. And the expectation would be that if there are changes, if there are meaningful changes that we can make in statute that would support the ends that I just laid out, then the committee will make those recommendations. And I think what if you believe there is something to be done there, if you believe that maybe what I said resonates with you, but you're just not a fan of committees and you're not a fan of commissions, let's be realistic. We are not in a position to make changes of this significance with a single bill in a single year. There's a good reason sometimes to study the matter. There's a good reason sometimes to have commissions. And I think that if we did not pass this bill, then what we're saying is that we're declining even so much as to examine the opportunity. So thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Representative Birch.
Given the time, I'll make it a quick question. It's a process question. The way I look at the membership of this, of 8 representatives or senators, it could well be 6 of them from the majority party and 2 of them from the minority party. Is that your intent?
So I will tell you that, first of all, it doesn't actually say 8 in the amendment. It said 8 in the original, with a minimum of 3 from the opposing party, because it was 5 House and 2 minority.
And then 3 at the end?
Well, they might be members, they might not be, I don't know. But I think, Representative, my general comment to you would be this. I have not brought this as a partisan bill. I don't think it should in any way be a partisan bill. I think this should be a non-partisan issue. And I did want to put in there the obvious stipulation that there is representation from the minority party. But I honestly think this should be something where we can all come together.
All right. Any other questions for this witness? Whoops, Representative Scully.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did you have the chance to talk with the Business and Industry Association regarding whether they thought this was a good idea for New Hampshire?
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, I've talked with quite a few different stakeholders on this. Not as many as I would have liked, because I've been under the weather earlier this year, and that sort of set me back. But I would say that in conversation with a whole bunch of different folks, I've received a lot of statements of support, and some of them are tacit statements of support, but I have been receiving sort of positive indications from members of the other body, from members of the judiciary, and from members of the business community. And I think at the end of the day, and by the way, I don't want to say it's uniform, right? I mean, I've certainly talked to some people who are skeptical to the point where they don't believe that anything will come from this, and that is possible. But again, there is no cost and no irreversible commitment here. What matters right now is, do we think that this is something that we should examine? Do we think that this is an opportunity that we should consider now when other states are already doing so and more states are starting to? Or should we be very late to the party and ignore it?
Other
May
questions?
I ask a follow-up, please?
Yes.
Thank you. So based on your conversations with these different parties, did they feel this was a necessary legal infrastructure that needed to be set up to take us to the next level in New Hampshire?
I'm going to answer your question this way because I think you bring up something that I realize I didn't speak to clearly enough. The reason that Delaware is so successful is because when you are engaging in a corporate lawsuit there, first and foremost, you are not going up against a jury trial in most cases. You're going up against the Court of Chancery with the chancellors, which are essentially a panel of judges who are educated in great detail on corporate governance and upon various business topics. And second of all, you are dealing with an established body of case law there. And to both of those points, what that means is predictability. It means that as a corporation, even if I look at it and I say, oh, you know what, I'm going to end up maybe spending a tiny bit more here, or this is going to be a tiny bit less ideal, but at least I know what to expect. At least there's not going to be a vast surprise. That's huge. And that's something that I think we can replicate. And one of the things I've heard to say, well, we can't possibly do, I've heard we can't possibly, replicate the body of law, the body of case law that Delaware has. Well, that's not entirely correct because we can cite
McFarland,
it.
can I
Yes.
I don't want to cut you off, but we need to hear these other two
I'm
bills.
done.
And we're not going
Thank
to
you.
exec, just so that the public knows, we're not going to exec this bill or 1389 or 1422 today. We're just
All right.
going to hear them.
Hopefully I gave Representative Scully a good enough answer. Thank you.
Thank
You have
you.
a pink card?
Thank you. Can I just ask you to fill out a pink card? All right. Anyone? All right. Thank you very much. Anyone else have questions for Representative McFarland? Seeing none. Next, I'm going to call on Representative Mary Murphy, please. And I'm going to impose a 2-minute minute.
Don't worry, I'll be under that. I'm cutting my testimony short. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. For the record, my name is Mary Murphy. I am the state rep for Hillsborough 27, historic towns of Deering and Francistown. I'm here in support of HB 1419, which I am co-sponsoring as amended. I'm just going to cut to the chase and talk about the why. It's very important that the committee understand that this bill is part of a much larger strategy to transform the state and pivot away from our heavy dependence on tourism and property taxes to fund state and education expenses. Our current situation makes us very vulnerable to future cyclical recessions, and we need a plan to change this. In addition, the average New Hampshire resident is crying out for property tax relief. I have over 10 families in Deering that have tax liens on their houses, and they are on fixed income with no place to go. The United States is in the midst of the largest corporate and wealthy individual migration in the history of the country. It's been triggered by a combination of the Trump administration's global trade resets, tariffs, as well as increasing regulations and wealth taxes in states like California, New York, and Illinois. We need other sources of revenue besides property taxes and businesses with low income, seasonal jobs like tourism. And to rejuvenate ours, the second oldest state, we need working age families. So I'm not going to go through the strategy. There will be an article coming out very shortly from Charlotte Matherly in which I was interviewed, and I describe it in great detail, and I'd be happy to follow up with all of you and give you a copy. However, I just want to reemphasize in conclusion how important this bill is as a piece of a much larger, longer-term strategy that I believe will help the state reposition itself for the future, for the better. And as Representative McFarland said, this is nonpartisan. I intend to enroll some of the my colleagues on Ways and Means from the opposition party to assist with this, because they're finance types like me. They get it, and they realize how important this is to our state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on HB 1419? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1419. Representative Scully, you know what? Could I ask you to we didn't change the. Don't worry, it's all right. No problem. Next, I'm going to open the hearing on HB 1389. And do we have anybody who's
Murphy. Yes.
Representative Murphy. Okay, great. Thank you. What?
You're good.
Okay.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Lynn and honorable members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Nancy Murphy, representing the town of Merrimack, Hillsborough County District 12. As many of you may already know, Merrimack has the dubious distinction of being designated the site of the largest environmental industrial disaster in New Hampshire's history due to the PFAS contamination of our town's air, water, and soil by St. Gobain, a then local industrial polluter. Beyond the many other associated negative health impacts that are known to be associated with PFAS exposure, a 2025 Dartmouth DHHS study has shown that the rate of kidney cancer among residents, a cancer known to be caused by PFOA exposure, is 38% higher in Merrimack than all the rest of New Hampshire. If we're to protect human health, we must stop exposure. To that end, I'm here today to introduce HB 1389 and offer a replace all amendment number 0855H that I've handed out along with copies of the statute it references. This bill will reduce exposure to toxic PFAS from facilities that have adversely impacted New Hampshire's water resources by holding those who've contaminated groundwater and surface water in excess of 500 parts per trillion of New Hampshire's regulated PFAS chemicals and are closing. That's really important, that these facilities are closing, that hold them responsible for the decontamination of the facility and the equipment in accordance with federal regulations. When PFAS polluters like St. Gobain make the decision to shut down operations and leave the facility in which they've done business, we must ensure that the responsibility and cost for the removal of their PFAS materials and waste is their own. Neither should be borne by property taxpayers and water system ratepayers in the communities they've contaminated. HB 1389 is basically a clean up your own mess bill so that New Hampshire taxpayers aren't left to pick up the tab and forced to live with the ongoing risk of unnecessary additional health harm. DES is here today and can better explain how HB 1389 amends but does not conflict with statute relative New Hampshire's hazardous waste laws. Polluters have paid advocates to be present here to fight for their protections and shareholder profits, while citizens must rely on us, their elected representatives, to be their voice and take real action to protect the health and well-being of families across New Hampshire and the drinking water we all need to survive. You will likely hear opposition from lobbyists for polluters suggesting that HB 1389 would be place a regulatory burden or be an unjust government demand on PFAS facilities. Some of that opposition may come as a result of the language of the bill that was published, which was not reflective of the language that was submitted in LSR. I would ask that you reflect upon the costly PFAS nightmare that New Hampshire has found itself in over the last 10 years, especially in communities like mine, and consider whether the contamination of one of our most valuable and necessary natural resources, our drinking water, and the negative public health impacts citizens are left to endure as a result, constitute a far greater burden that we should be jumping through hoops to address on behalf of our environment and citizens across the great state. Until such time as they are held fully responsible for the outcome of their actions, PFAS polluter facilities have little, if any, motivation to engage in safer production practices or consider finding safer chemical alternatives. It's time for those that cause New Hampshire to have expensive drinking water problems to be accountable to fix them. Given the PFAS contamination New Hampshire has experienced, the related health and environmental harms, and the multi-millions of dollars in costs currently borne by the state and taxpayers to remediate and address the harms neither cause, this bill makes sense. Citizens across New Hampshire are counting on us to do the right thing, which the online testimony record reflects. I ask that you please vote OTP on this bipartisan bill that will enable our state's environmental agency to better protect our water and to our citizens from many negative health impacts of exposure to PFAS. Thank you for your time.
Questions for this witness? Representative Tur.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking the question. It's really just a technical question. The term PFAS facility is used in the bill's title and a number of places throughout the bill, but it's not in the definitions. Is that defined somewhere else, or does that need to be clarified what a PFAS facility is for the purposes of this?
Thank you for your question. It's actually, I've attached the statute that this bill would impact, and I'm not changing the definition. That definition is already in statute.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Scully.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The way this is written, does it make it an ex post facto law where you're actually trying to put additional penalties on a company for something that's already happened?
Thank you for your question. It adds an additional requirement that they adhere to federal regulations when they're just companies that are closing down. Which is not all that common. It came to be because of our experience with what happens when St. Gobain was closing down.
All right, Representative Tripp.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This is kind of a follow-up on Representative Scully's question. You know, this bill talks about what the new requirements for the companies are. Do you have anything that you could tell us about what the current requirements are?
Sure. I would actually, thank you for your question. I think it would probably be best to have Director Wimsatt speak to that from DES.
Okay, all right. Any other questions?
No.
Yes, Representative McFarland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two very quick questions. The first is, we have before us an amendment 0855H. Are you recommending the amendment?
Yes, this is a replace all amendment. Yes.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
So, to Representative Tura's question about PFAS facility, if I look at the text of the amendment and, as you say, the text of existing statutes, it seems clear to me that my kitchen might be a PFAS facility, as might yours, or your basement, or your workshop. I'm struggling to understand where this is in any way limited.
Thank you for your question. I believe that it's defined in the statute, and I will have to, I think it's 147B2, where the definitions describe what that PFAS facility is, and especially PFAS facility in terms of when it is shutting down. So that is, just 1 second. Sorry.
We can, yeah, we can look, we
Yeah,
can look that
it's
up.
it's not changing the definitions and it's very limited. The definition is limiting just to those facilities, PFAS
So you're not-
facilities.
So you're not changing. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on HB 1389? Seeing none, I'm going to close. Yeah. All right, anybody have questions for Swimset? Seeing none, thank you very much. All right, so I'm now going to close the hearing on HB 1389 and open the hearing on HB 1422, and I'm going to recognize Representative Mannion. Is Representative Mannion here? Not my vice chair here, but
Was earlier. Yeah. Okay. There
Okay.
it is. I was going to introduce it, but that would really confuse people. Oh, am I? Yes.
Yep, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tom Mannion. I'm representing Hillsborough 1 Pelham. I'm here to introduce 1422, motion for new trial. So thank you for my opportunity to introduce this bill. It would ensure that innocent people have an opportunity to file a motion for a new trial and be heard. Our government has one of the most consequential powers imaginable, the power to take away a person's freedom. When we exercise that power, we have a moral constitutional obligation to get it right and to correct it when we don't. This bill is about liberty, fairness, and due process. Filing a motion for a new trial is a critical mechanism for correcting wrongful convictions. However, New Hampshire is only one of 5 states with an absolute time limit for filing petitions. We have a 3-year absolute deadline. So under current law, someone can file a motion for a new trial on any grounds if it's within 3 years. But after 3 years, a wrongfully convicted person is denied an opportunity to file a motion, even if the new evidence of their innocence comes forward. In working with this bill, I spoke with an exoneree named Scott Hornoff. Mr. Hornoff was a police officer in Rhode Island when he was arrested, convicted, and sentenced to life in prison for murder despite no physical evidence or witnesses putting him at the scene. He always maintained his innocence, and 6 years into his wrongful incarceration, another man came forward and confessed to the murder and pled guilty. Mr. Hornoff was eventually exonerated after spending over 6 years in prison for a murder he did not commit. But if he was in New Hampshire, he would have been denied the opportunity to file a motion for a new trial, despite the fact that there was new evidence of a real culprit coming forward. HB 1422 would create a narrow exception to the 3-year deadline and allow an individual to file a petition if they have newly discovered evidence, new forensic testing, or new scientific understanding. I believe in personal responsibility, limited government, and the rule of law. I also believe the government should never ignore credible evidence of innocence that raises serious concerns about the integrity of a conviction. Justice should never be denied simply because an arbitrary clock has run out. To be clear, HB 1422 is only changing the time frame a person has to file. The bill does not change the legal standard, and no person is going to be released from prison the day this takes effect. It would simply allow for a wrongfully convicted person to overcome this 3-year deadline and file a petition if they have new evidence. It would allow someone like Scott Hornoff to show the court evidence that someone else committed the crime, especially if they admit that they did it. The court can still deny petitions that do not meet the legal standard. The problem right now is that innocent people filing after 3 years are being denied outright, and this bill would allow cases with merit to move forward. This bill aims to specifically address a procedural barrier. Thank you, and I ask for your support.
All right, questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very
Sweet,
much.
thank
Next,
you.
I'm going to call, I'm going to, for everyone other than the prime sponsor, it'll be a 2-minute time limit. So I have a feeling this may be a mistake, but Amy Teravacchia, who was here to testify about many of the transgender bills, she probably signed the wrong thing. So we'll take care of that. Yeah, and I think I have the same thing. Ty Thompson, again, was a witness on the other. I think we went home. Now, someone who I think is relevant. Thomas Velarde is here.
I'm Thomas Lordy. I am an Associate Attorney General.
There you go. Thank you.
An Associate Attorney General at the Department of Justice. And I'm here just to make some comments in regards to HB 1422. I've shared these comments with my friends at the Innocence Project. I'm sure they may have further comment on them. First, I appreciate the passion of the sponsor. I share that passion. I've been a prosecutor for almost 30 years. I too do not want to see anyone who has exonerating information not be able to produce that for a court. And that is why New Hampshire courts allow persons past the 3-year time limit for a new trial to bring writs of habeas corpus, writs of corpus nobis, and most importantly, motions to set aside verdicts or motions to reopen cases. Because if I'm representing someone who has exonerating information, my client doesn't want a new trial. He or she wants the conviction vacated. So just so we all understand how the practice plays out in New Hampshire, no one is being denied the access right now to courts to bring forward this kind of exonerating information. And in my prior testimony on prior iterations of this bill, I have testified that as the Stratford County attorney, I myself reopened a case because someone brought forward exonerating information and that conviction was vacated. So this is happening in the state of New Hampshire. Let me also reassure you that New Hampshire's new trial bill falls pretty squarely in the bell curve of what other states' new trial bills look like. There are 30 states, including our own, which have new trial bills.
I'm sorry, just so I understand, are you saying the new trial bill as proposed in this bill?
No.
Oh,
Our current
law.
new trial bill.
Okay.
The 3-year limit put on it is shared by several other states. Some states are as little as 2 years. Some states are as little as 1 year. Some states are as little as 14 or even 10 days from the entry of that finding. So the statutes across the country are truly all over the map. New Hampshire is in the fat part of the 3 years. Of those 29 states that have new trial bills, including the federal government as well, only 12 define what it means to have something that would qualify as newly discovered evidence. So not all new trial bills have a newly discovered evidence component, but 12 do. And those 12 all share every single one of them from across the country share a couple of characteristics. The new material, the new evidence must be material, meaning it would probably change the outcome. And it must have been something that could not have been found by due diligence at the time of the original trial. Those are very simple definitions. It can't be a coincidence that all those other states have that same definition. It's also, Mr. Chair, I'm sure that that standard is familiar to you because it is a standard that New Hampshire courts apply. So this is happening now in the state of New Hampshire. It is not a situation where anyone has been denied the right to bring this evidence forward, despite the fact that there's a 3-year limit in this new trial bill, which has existed in the state of New Hampshire for many, many years. Let me turn just quickly to the language. A couple of things that are specifically problematic in regards to this language. The clause in Roman numeral 3, evidence that can be subjected to new scientific understanding, that is not defined anywhere. You won't find that in any case law. Evidence that can be leaves open the door that we've talked about on prior iterations of this bill, where many people can come forward and say, well, this can be. There's no indication that has to be peer reviewed or anything else. So that's a specific issue that the Department of Justice has with the language. And then turning to paragraph 6, I've indicated again to my friends at the Innocence Project that the phrase upon request, when it in regards to reactivating victim services, that is probably contrary to current law, RSA 21M, which would require that we would reactivate those services. So there's no reason to have in there upon request. That would probably be abrogating the rights of a crime victim to be informed of what this next stage of the process would be, should there be a motion for a new trial. So those are technical issues that I wanted to bring up with you, which I certainly hope would be sorted out. They would need to be sorted out before this bill could take the next step.
So I just have just a couple of questions very quickly. If I recall, and your recollection may be better than mine, but one of the things that I thought was significantly a significant and good improvement of this bill over last year's bill was the requirement that the judge make a a determination of whether there's a prima facie case. I don't think that was in last year's bill, but I could be wrong on that. Am I?
No,
What-
my compliments to for the new drafters. A lot of the issues, procedural issues that we've talked about in the prior two iterations seem to have been taken to heart and are listed here. And you've noticed I've not raised any issue with any of those things.
So
I appreciate you
let
pointing
me
that out.
so let me just ask you this: with regard to your concern about the can be, so let me just ask you this: I understand your concern, but if the standard for actually granting a new trial is to be the same, in other words, there's no change in that, as it says under 526(1). So if the standard were to be the same, wouldn't that allow a judge to say, in the sort of determining if there's a prima facie case, well, okay, you've shown that you've shown some new evidence on something or other that could be subject to different scientific understanding, but that evidence it would have made no difference in the outcome of the case, and so therefore I'm tossing the case, at the prima facie stage. Wouldn't they still be able to do that?
They could. We view that the evidence that can be subjected to new scientific understanding really as sort of being an erosion of what the other built-in protections are.
Okay.
The standard potentially would be falling from where we think the rest of the language would
So let
lie.
me ask you this. Could I ask you, do you think, we're not going to exec this bill today, do you think that you could come up with some language that would make you more comfortable with that?
Yeah, I don't mind sharing with you now that I've indicated that excising evidence that can be subjected to new scientific understanding would certainly go a long way. Just removing that and excising.
Well, but you know what don't we want to allow new trial if there's some, if there's some level of, in the scientific community that however we were treating evidence before it's wrong, or there may be something wrong with it. Don't we want to allow that?
We do if scientific understanding fits, Mr. Chair, what you just said, but it's not defined anywhere. So it's going to be very subjective.
How about this? How about evidence that reasonably is subject to new scientific understanding?
That's a possibility, but as it's drafted here, I just wanted to alert all of you to DOJ's concerns.
All right.
And again, specifically that language in paragraph 6. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for this witness?
Yes.
Representative Birch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my questions, Counselor. Would it be fair to say that the majority of states have no time limit on filing motions for a new trial based on newly discovered evidence?
It would not. It would not be fair.
So it would not be fair to suggest 29 states have no time limit?
29, there's only a couple that have no time limit is what I'm suggesting to you from my research. For example,
Really?
Pennsylvania says you can bring forward the new evidence when it's discovered. Other states specifically exclude DNA-based evidence from their newly discovered evidence. There's no time limit on that, which, by the way, New Hampshire has under a different regime, 651-D:2. Other states write into their law 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, and some as short as 30 days, 14 days, or 10 days.
Based on your research, if I could follow up.
Yep.
Based on your research, would California, Connecticut, Colorado, Illinois, New York, North Carolina, Texas, Virginia, Washington, Wisconsin, all of those allow the defendant to introduce evidence of innocence in a post-conviction proceeding with no time limit?
I have notes here of all the states. Which ones do you want me to check?
That's not going to
All
be
right.
productive here. Given the time.
And if I could ask another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You asserted that defendants in New Hampshire could proceed by way of habeas corpus in New Hampshire. Can you itemize which case or cases, I'm not referring to State versus Priest, because it didn't say that, which states guarantee the right to bring a habeas corpus on the grounds of newly discovered evidence?
That's not part of the research I conducted. I apologize.
Okay.
Next question.
Uh,
Do you have another question? All right, Representative McFarland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You talked about having writs of coram nobis as being a viable option. Is a writ of coram nobis available to somebody who has newly discovered exculpatory, DNA evidence, but cannot meet the fundamental error standard? Is that available? Yes or no?
It's available as an entrance to court. What's being suggested is that somehow these people are cut off after 3 years from having an available avenue to court. And I'm indicating to you all that is not the case.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
So I understand that many things can be brought to the court as an avenue, as you say, to the court. How many writs of coram nobis have been granted in the last 20 years in New Hampshire?
I do not have that, sir. I'm sorry.
Do you understand?
I know
Any other
I've defended one myself and agreed with that litigant that the writ of coram nobis should issue. So I'm 1 for 1 in regards to my time as a county attorney.
Thank you.
In agreeing with that litigant.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I'm
Thank you for
sorry
your time.
if I've been a little bit abrupt with some of my colleagues, but I know that there are other people who want to testify, and we need to be out of here by 5 o'clock, and I want to make sure that they have an opportunity to do that. So next, I'm going to turn to Winnie Yee Von Alman. Mike, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Thank you. I'm going to impose a 2-minute limit on this.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and the members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Winnie Yee. I'm a state policy advocate with the Innocence Project, and we do support this legislation because there's currently not a pathway for individuals who are wrongfully convicted to file a motion for a new trial after 3 years. I know that there was just testimony about how there are other avenues and that there can be prosecutors who put forth motions, but this bill is really about ensuring consistency, not relying on individuals to correct mistakes, but making a systemic change. I wanted to just point out to you all that right now there are only 3 mechanisms to pursue innocence in the state of New Hampshire. The first is DNA testing. If somebody has DNA evidence in their case, if that has been preserved, collected, and they are able to apply and receive DNA testing. The second is the habeas petition, of course, which is about constitutional claims. And the motion for new trial is really the third and only avenue. And any petition after 3 years is denied outright. There's no exception. And so this bill really seeks to make a small, narrow exception to Chapter 526 of new trials. Just so you know, this is the current statute that's been around for over nearly 2 centuries. We are only asking to make a change to the provision about timing and saying that after 3 years, if somebody does have newly discovered evidence or new scientific understanding, they can bring that forward. This is incredibly important because we know that misapplied forensic science is the second leading cause of wrongful convictions. People have been committed on things like bite mark analysis, hair comparison. Those so-called sciences have now been discredited, debunked, and abandoned by the entire scientific community. But unfortunately, they were used to secure some wrongful convictions, and those individuals should have a pathway to seek and prove their innocence. I also want to note that this is a new legislation. There have been earlier versions of this bill, and just to quickly wrap up.
Time is up.
Okay.
Are there questions for this witness? Yeah, so Representative Birch.
Your mic's on. Thank you. I'm always looking out for you.
I like to be heard. We heard testimony from a prior witness that New Hampshire vaguely is in the great middle of states that utilize the mechanism of going to court to redress the potential conviction of an innocent person. Based on your work with the Innocence Project and your knowledge, is that a fair characterization of where New Hampshire is at?
I can say that New Hampshire has only recorded 3 known exonerations. That is the lowest in the nation. Out of 50 states, New Hampshire is 50. And it's not because there are not wrongful convictions, but because people are being barred, procedurally barred, from returning to court to provide that evidence. So this bill is really narrowly tailored. It creates that scheme. It's just a framework to say this is how you can go about it. You can file a petition. If you make a prima facie showing, you can then be granted a hearing. The court will further review that evidence. If not, it can be tossed. And I believe testimony from last year revealed that in 2024, there were only 14 motions for a new trial that were filed. So we know that this is not an issue that is going to flood the courts. We know that there are some meritorious cases out there. And if there are none, there are guardrails in this bill to dismiss those cases so they do not create a burden on the court.
If I could follow up, and I do have a long drive, so I'll be quick. When you mentioned laws around for 2 centuries or whatever, I was wondering if you were referring to the 1878 law that said a new trial may be granted in any case where through accident, mistake, or misfortune, justice has not been done and a further hearing would be equitable, from 1878. Are you referring to that?
I think at the time, there may not have been considerations that signs may change or scientific understanding may have changed. And that's why a 3-year bar was in place. And now that we know that through the scientific process, right, hypotheses can be debunked and new evidence can come forward, we should have a pathway for this. We're not trying to create a new cause of action. We're simply trying to adjust that time deadline. We're not trying to change the standard, nothing like that. It is a very narrow bill. We have worked with folks in this room and the Department of Justice on this. I will say that once we have addressed some concerns of theirs, they come back with new concerns. The language about scientific understanding has been in this bill for the past 3 sessions. They have never brought that up as a concern, but they brought it up today. The victim services, they testified that that was an issue last year. So we did say that there's current statute around that, but we did add language to reiterate that. And now they're coming back and saying that's a problem. So it is a bit frustrating that we are trying to work with them and address these concerns, but it just seems the goalpost is being changed every year.
Other questions? So I just have very few. I mean, I certainly agree that I think putting the prima facie thing in, I think was very, that went a long way towards alleviating some of my concern. Let me ask you
Thank
just
you for that suggestion, Chair.
couple of other questions. First question. Why should this bill apply to misdemeanors? I mean, if it's, why isn't 3 years enough on misdemeanors? I mean, they're not, I would be more comfortable if it applied just to felonies. But that's just me. I'm just wondering if you can tell me why it's necessary to have it apply to misdemeanors.
Thank you for the question, Chair. We know that there are individuals who are impacted by having a wrongful conviction on their record, and there are some misdemeanors that are serious, that do restrict individuals' liberty to get a gun, they might have to be on the sex offender registry list. So we know that there are impacts, there are collateral consequences around that, and that's why we believe people should have an opportunity to return to court to clear that record if they are wrongfully convicted.
So what if we change the language to say, or, a felony or a misdemeanor that will have collateral consequences beyond the limitation period, or something like that?
I believe that's in 2B right now, to say that if the petitioner is either incarcerated, subject to the terms of a sentence, or subject to collateral consequences of that sentence.
Right, but that would mean subject to the terms of the sentence. Incarcerated is subject to the terms of the sentence. Okay. So you're saying subject to the terms of the sentence would mean that there'd have to be something that was still ongoing that imposed some restriction.
There can be individuals who may have qualified for early release, are on parole, but are still limited in their liberties because of that. So I understand your concern. I believe this is maybe a cleaner way.
And just one other question. On line 23, it says 22 and 23, if upon review it is determined that the petition does not make a prima facie showing, the court may dismiss the petition. Why shouldn't that be the court shall dismiss the petition? Why should the court have discretion not to dismiss it if there's no prima facie case made?
I mean, thank you for the question. I don't necessarily agree with that interpretation. I think the court can, does have that permission to dismiss the petition.
Sure, but can the judge say, there's no prima facie case, but I don't feel like dismissing it?
I'm not sure about that hypothetical, but.
All right. Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I do just want to give some time to Michael Von Allman, who is an exoneree who's impacted, if he could just have some time to share his story. Thank you, Chair.
Sure. I'm going to give you 2 minutes, okay? Thank you. Oh, and we need a card from you, if I could. You don't have to do it now, but just before you leave, just sign the card, okay? Fill out a card, please. Oh, all right. I see what you mean. Yeah, that was, okay. I see. All right. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead, please.
Members of the committee, Mr. Chairman, thank you for this opportunity to come speak to you about wrongful conviction and the pursuit of justice. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky, and in 1981, this fella right here went into a local bar where he ended up abducting a young lady, took her to a local park where he raped her, sodomized her, and robbed her. The victim saw this guy staring at her all night, so she was able to put together this composite drawing. This was Friday night. This was Saturday night. The picture was circulated. Saturday night, this common drunk walked into the same bar. This was me. Walked into the bar. I didn't know what was going on, but the people in the bar broke into a good Samaritan mode. It followed me home. They were looking for a guy in an old green car. They followed me in my blue Volkswagen to the apartment complex where I lived in, pulled in next to my neighbor's green 68 Chevrolet, turned into 30-year sentence. I ended up getting convicted, went to prison, trying to prove my innocence. In 1988, the world changed for all of us when I discovered DNA. I moved as quickly as I could for this DNA, this biological evidence. It had already been discarded, I was told. Continued on, that was 5 years into my, 6 years later, I meet the parole board for the 4th time, and they were aware of the issues that I'd already raised. They gave me the benefit of the doubt without any sex offense counseling, without anything else. Gave me the benefit of the doubt and told me not to mess up. I went out on parole, got reestablished. 16 years later and still on parole, I read an article about the Kentucky Innocence Project and wept just for the possibility. Finally, I mustered up the courage to call them. And in lightning speed for wrongful conviction investigations, within about 9 months, they got this guy here. The DNA, the biological samples that I thought that was told they were discarded, the Innocence Project ended up locating the hair samples from the rape test kit in the file of another briefly suspect on this crime, where they ended up were able to do DNA testing on 16 hairs, which all turned out to be hairs from the victim. They were all female hairs. But during this investigation, they found so much evidence on this other guy, it was overwhelming. When the test came back negative on the DNA, they filed the motion anyway. We had a hearing. Everybody presented their case. The judge, without hesitation, vacated my sentence right there and took a nearly 30-year nightmare and turned it into a dream that's manifesting itself today and speaking to you all.
Thank you very much. That's a compelling story. Thank you for your testimony. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next, I'm going to call on I'm sorry, Cynthia Mousseau. Sorry about that.
Thank you for recognizing me and hearing me today. I am Cynthia Musso. I am an attorney with the New England Innocence Project. I am the only attorney that's doing innocence work full time in New Hampshire. And so I am in the unique position of telling you that actually this is the only way that I can get work done. If we cannot pass this bill, I cannot move cases. I'm going to quote directly from, I want to talk directly about this Habe quorum nobis issue. I'm quoting from an opinion written by Justice Lynn when he was in the Superior Court, which says that to raise these issues, we have to allege constitutional violations. So if for Hague statutes, Hague petitions to move forward, we need a constitutional violation. This is in the state's own, or the chair's own opinion in Riendo. Quorum nobis is the same standard as.
I don't have any doubt that I said that. I'm just wondering if the Supreme Court has said that.
The Supreme Court has the same rule as you. You're quoting Pepin. To obtain relief, the petitioner must show harmful constitutional error. That's Pepin. That's a Supreme Court ruling. Although I'm sure you could have come up with it on your own, it sounds like you got it from the Supreme Court as well. And the quorum nobis petition is the same. The difference between quorum nobis and the Habe is that you use quorum nobis when you're out and you're no longer under the terms of the sentence, but the standard remains the same. You still have to bear that burden of proving constitutional error. Newly discovered evidence is not constitutional error. It's just not. It's new. And so the practical reality is when we have these cases with new evidence, I have no means of getting these into court unless it involves DNA, and many of my cases do not involve DNA. I think the other thing that I want to highlight here is that one of the questions and one of the discussions that was had was about the time limits. We did do research on this. 34 states have no time limits. There's an absolute time bar only in 5 states. Those 5 states are Arizona, Idaho, Louisiana, and New Hampshire. That's it. Those other states, and I don't know what research the Attorney General has done or the Department of Justice has done on this, but what I will say about that is primarily those are, I apologize, I was trying to keep my time down. Those states are, those statutes are, they do have a time limit, and then there's an exception in the interest of justice. There's an exception for newly discovered evidence. There's an exception for when justice isn't served. New Hampshire doesn't have that. We don't have that exception. That's what makes it different from these other states where there's limited timelines or time limited to when new evidence has been discovered. So there's 8 states where there have been limits for newly discovered evidence. That's Alabama, Florida, Montana, Pennsylvania, North Dakota, South Dakota, and South Carolina. And then the other states have no time limits on their new trial motions. So that's 34 additional states that don't have time limits. I don't know where the DOJ is getting their limits from. In terms of the state's concern around materiality and around the due diligence, as the chair pointed out, the practical reality is that standard will still apply. So to be successful on a new trial motion, you still will have to prove materiality. You still will have to prove that the person could not have found that. That remains the case. The underlying issue is not that. The underlying issue is merely when can you apply, not when will the new trial motion be granted. It's only can I apply. And as the chair's pointed out, we've now added an additional barrier, which is this prima facie hearing, where the court would then be able to say no.
All right, great. Questions, Representative McFarland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You will have heard my prior question to the other witness concerning the history of writs of quorum nobis in the state, and that's not my question to you, but I think what my question best can be is when I, from an idealized standpoint, think about the purpose and the focus of our judicial institutions and even of the Office of the Attorney General, I would like to believe that they are operating for the interest of justice and not for the interest of, shall we say, prosecutions. When you look at New Hampshire, and especially when you look at New Hampshire by comparison with these other states, whether it's using the metrics of how many writs of habeas or of quorum have been granted, whether it's using other metrics, what conclusions do you draw around New Hampshire's standing in delivering justice for these types of circumstances after the fact?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Thank you for that. I think my colleague has highlighted that we've only had 3 exonerations, so we are 50 of 50 states that have wrongfully convicted people that have been exonerated, and I think that's indicative of the issue that we're having now. While I would love to believe that this is because New Hampshire has an exceptional criminal legal system, unfortunately, that's just not in line with the rest of the country. There's plenty of states that have lots of protections and still end up with a number of wrongful convictions. And I will just speak to the fact that I personally have a number of cases sitting on my desk now that I cannot move forward because of newly discovered evidence issues that I cannot move because there is no constitutional violation and there is no DNA. So I know we're missing cases because I personally have witnessed that, and I know it from the statistical showing that we're discussing in terms of the number of exonerations we have. And also, I'm aware of one quorum nobis that's been granted, just one. This is out of line, especially in terms of when we have no other means. If this was our only means and we were to expect that, we would expect more petitions under that statute, under the habeas statute, under the quorum nobis common law, and we don't see that. We're seeing one.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. And
Thank
I
you.
have to say, I was very much opposed to last year's bill. I think that the language that you've added makes a difference. I still might want to, personally might want to toy with some of the language a little bit, but I'm sort of favorably impressed by this.
Well, you're really influenced our changes. I will also say that in terms of the may versus shall in that one section, I would be fine with shall is fine.
Okay.
In that prima facie section.
You know what, just so you know, the one other thing I would say, that I assume this would not be a problem, where it says shall appoint counsel, I would propose to put in shall appoint counsel for an indigent.
Yeah,
presumably,
absolutely.
most of them are, but you know, if Bill Gates got convicted of something and wanted to file,
He's on his own.
He's on his own.
Yeah, he's on his own.
All right. Any other questions for this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everybody, I have seen no other cards, so I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1422 and thank everybody for hanging in there for a very, very long day. I really do appreciate it. And drive safely, please, everyone.